Welcome back to the Director Dossiers. This is part 3, the final part in our Martin Scorsese series, where we are breaking down the production of and analyzing every single movie in the guy's filmography. Usually, to do this for a director, it takes one episode, but Scorsese has 40 movies. Hence, this is the third episode of a podcast where one episode is 4 hours. Yes. And the Yankee game starts at 8. It is right now 3 o'clock. I'm looking at my non-existent watch. We have 5 hours to finish this podcast. We'll probably miss the beginning of the game.
Gangs of New York, 2002. In 1970, Scorsese first read the book Gangs of New York by Herbert Asbury, and he and collaborator Jay Cox would rewrite the script for decades.
So he talked about how when he first discovered the book, he was house sitting for a friend. He doesn't remember. He goes, I don't remember what friend it was. I just saw the book and I started flipping through it. And I thought this would make a really great movie. And you have to remember, this is 1970. So he did that, Who's That Knocking at My Door? And he was editing, movies for like John Cassavetes and stuff like that. But he wasn't actually a paid director yet. He was a filmmaker. He was doing Woodstock and things like that. But he hadn't done Boxcar Bertha yet for Roger Corman. He hadn't done Mean Streets yet. And then him and Jay Cox, who were collaborators, did a first draft in 1975 to 76, somewhere around there. And then in 77, Variety reported, Gangs of New York is going to go into production soon, baby. Just you wait. Jay Cox and Scorsese wrote the script. It'll definitely happen very, very soon. And then, of course, he got distracted with like things like, The Last Waltz, Raging Bull, being depressed,
being
and having,
sad.
A health crises.
Mm-hmm.
So, yes. And then in 1981, after Raging Bull, and he was like, I'm the man. We can do whatever we want. He was going to try to, make Gangs of New York finally. And we talked about in the last episode how United Artists collapsed after Raging Bull was released, but also Heaven's Gate came out and bombed. Mm-hmm. And that changed the industry a lot. And a lot of movies that were going to be made couldn't be made anymore because, the studios just really, to the directors, were just like, fuck you. We're going to, we're in charge of the movies now. The era of the director is over. Mm-hmm. So that didn't, and along with Last Temptation in 83 and this in 81, he didn't get to make those movies.
Yeah. And I feel like in terms of Gangs of New York not being able to be made until 2002, I feel like it was like perfect timing because the quality that came out with and the fact that Leonardo DiCaprio and Daniel Day-Lewis are both the stars of the film, it just worked out perfectly.
Yeah, it's hard to, once a movie comes out and it's good, it's hard to say, I wish it was made in another time.
Yeah, exactly. Boy, I wish they made this in the 70s.
Right. I like Willem Dafoe played Jesus, right? I like the fact that I like Willem Dafoe, and he plays Jesus, so he was Willem the Savior. But
So stupid.
But
that's so dumb.
I like that he played him, and I forget the other guy's name, even in the last podcast where it was like Jefferson Steelflex, some random guy I never heard of was going to be Jesus.
Oh, who was going to be, yeah.
Yeah, I forgot his name. I'm going to put it in. Ready? Actually, this was his name. I remember.
Aidan Quinn.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
So, and then while he was doing on the set of Bringing Out the Dead, I mentioned how Michael Ovitz got Color of Money started, and also, because Scorsese was like he was perpetually broke as a director. And then Michael Ovitz met him and he's like, hey, I can make you money with this, if I'm your agent.
He's like, what?
You can make money. So he's like, make this movie with Tom Cruise, Color of Money. And he goes, all right, excellent. And then he got Last Temptation started. Last Temptation was sort of the first Gangs of New York that he was trying to get made for a long time and couldn't. And then Michael Ovitz is like sort of like the man for this era of Scorsese movies because he just got all these started. He just had the power to do that. So while he was on the set of Bringing Out the Dead, he goes up to Scorsese and goes, what do you want to do next? He's like, I'm not sure. He goes, what about that thing you talked about, Gangs of New York, whatever? And he's like, yeah. And he goes, let's do that. And he goes, me and Leo are starting a new agency. We can make it. And he's like, oh shit, of course. So this guy's, Michael Ovitz, more like Michael
gets it done.
Gets it done bits, yeah. All right, excellent.
On December 18th, 2000, filming began on Gangs of New York with Leonardo DiCaprio, Daniel Day-Lewis, and Cameron Diaz in the main leads. Filming ended March 30th, 2001.
When Scorsese was asked, why didn't you film it in New York? He goes, at first I wanted to film it in New York. And then while we were thinking about it, we realized that there's nothing in New York that looks like that anymore, which we need to. And so they decided to film it in Rome. And I'm sure there was some financial incentives to do that, but also they knew they would have to build these giant sets. And Scorsese sort of had a lineage to the Italian film industry in the sense that, of course, his family came from there, but he grew up watching those movies, which we've talked about in the previous podcast, parts 1 and 2 that we did. And we talked.
He grew up watching people like Sergio Leone.
Yes,
Sergio Leone.
In our Sergio Leone podcast, which you can watch on YouTube, Spotify, and Apple Podcast, we talked about how the movie, it was basically the Italian Hollywood. It was a movie studio called Cinecittà. I think that's the correct pronunciation. Yeah. And that's where a lot of Italian films were made pre-World War II. And then during World War II, it was kind of just, taken over by the government, I think. And it was made for storage and army barracks and stuff like that. And then afterwards, it was revived. And I think it faded into obscurity a little bit. At the late 20th century, and then at around 2000, Scorsese was figuring out where should we film this, and he picked Cinecittà to be like, all right, let's try to revitalize the Italian film industry, and maybe if we make a giant big movie like Gangs of New York there, it can bolster the whole industry over there, which is pretty cool. But he talked about how he was in Rome for let's say a year filming. Does it say actually how long they filmed for?
Just as filming ended in filming December 18th to March 30th.
December 18th to March. Okay.
December 18th, 2000 to March 30th to 2001.
Okay. That seems that's only like 4 months. You would have thought it was more. So it was 4 months of filming, maybe more. Maybe they had reshoots and stuff. But people go, "Oh, Marty, how was Rome? Did you like it? Did you like filming there?" And he goes, "I don't know what you're talking about. I was in 1860s New York," because the production designer was a guy named Dante Ferretti, who is now a legendary production designer. He got his start in, sort of like in the late, in the 70s and 80s. He was doing Italian movies for like Fellini and stuff like that. And I think his first non-Italian movie was The Adventures of Baron Munchausen, a Terry Gilliam movie. I don't know how to pronounce the guy's last name in that movie. And then the first movie he did for Scorsese was The Age of Innocence. And he did Casino and Kundun, and I believe, I don't know if he did Bringing Out the Dead, because there was
this that you said?
Dante Ferretti. He was the production designer. And the sets he built for this movie, it's like my property, or my parents' property, is 8 acres. Double that, and then put New York City in it, like the 5 points. So it was the 5 points, and then a few blocks as a perimeter around the 5 points, and then there was a harbor where there was 2 giant wooden ships that were accurate to the time. So they could just walk around. Like, they could basically live in it. I think some of the crew did live in the set. And I can't imagine filming and having to destroy, like, if there's a scene where a building catches on fire. Yeah. I can't imagine filming that and be like, all right, we only get one shot at this, really. So yeah. And De Niro, I watched an interview with Charlie Rose where he was talking about Bringing Out the Dead. And where Scorsese was getting interviewed by Charlie Rose in 1999 because Bringing Out the Dead was coming out. And Charlie Rose goes, do you know what you're going to do next? And he goes, yeah, we're going to do Gangs in New York. I'm doing that with Leo and Bob De Niro. He goes, oh, De Niro? He goes, yeah. And of course, De Niro was never in this. And it made me wonder, did he think De Niro was going to be Bill the Butcher maybe? Or he knew, like, I was making this big movie, surely there's going to be a role in it for him somewhere. And then I saw the Charlie Rose interview when they were promoting Gangs in New York, and they talked about how, well, why wasn't Bob in the movie? He goes, well, when we figured that when we were making the movie, I assumed, like, yeah, he probably should have a role in it. And then naturally it kind of just worked out where his role wasn't having a role in the movie. It was kind of just helping me along with the story. Like, oh, read the script and then maybe you should do this. Oh, Leo's pretty good. Maybe do this with him, or direct him a certain way because they had already worked together. And so De Niro, it wasn't like, this is a piece of shit, I'm not doing this movie. De Niro maybe just didn't find interest, or it's kind of a blank spot. I couldn't really find a reason, a tactile, definitive reason why De Niro couldn't be in the movie. But Leo, of course, this is his first collaboration with Scorsese, who's sort of like, their collaboration together is sort of like the De Niro Scorsese collaboration of the 21st century. Yeah. And De Niro did a movie with Leo called This Boy's Life, where when Leo was little, and he goes to Scorsese and he goes, this kid, he's pretty good. You should, like that kind of. I can't do a De Niro impression, but he's pretty good. You should work with him. He goes, all right, sick. And then Leo talks about in this book, which is Scorsese, A Journey by Mary Pat Kelly. There's an introduction by Leo, and he talks about how he met Scorsese, and he goes, I first met Scorsese in 1990, whatever. It was early, like 1984, let's say. And he was coming out of an event as I was going in, and I was like, holy shit, that's Scorsese. And then all of a sudden he looks at me and then I saw that he recognized me. And I went, holy shit. And he goes, hey, I saw you in Gilbert Grape. You were very good. He goes, I'm going to work with you someday. And Leo, who was like, I guess, sort of like, he was very successful for his age at the time, but he wasn't a big star yet, was like,
even after
oh, fuck.
Even after Gilbert Grape, he wasn't considered like a big...
I mean, he was probably a known prospect in the film community. There's an actor, this guy Lucas Hedges, who was in Manchester by the Sea and a few other movies, around like 2016 to 2019, and he was hot shit to people who are obsessed with movies and in the industry. But if you go out on the street and say, who's Lucas Hedges, they'd go, I don't know. And then they go, he's the kid from Manchester by the Sea, and they go, oh yeah, okay. So Leo is probably that to a certain extent around the early 90s, mid 90s. Okay, and then once movies like Basketball Diaries and of course Titanic came out, Romeo and Juliet, he was the man. What else we got here? Okay, so Daniel Day-Lewis, we talked about how during the Age of Innocence he was sort of hesitant because he's very, 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 very picky as an actor. He's won 3 Oscars, but I think he's only been in 27 movies.
Only 27 movies? That's a lot of movies.
Well, when you think for an actor over the course of
of your whole life,
basically a whole career, it's very little actually. And also, he's in a new movie. He came out of retirement. He was supposed to be in retirement from after Phantom Thread, but there's a new movie coming out that his son is directing. His name is like Ronan Day-Lewis.
Dude, that's a good name.
And there's a set photo. I forget who the actor is who's on. I think it might be like Stanley Tucci or something, who's like riding on a Vespa, and Daniel Day-Lewis is driving the Vespa, and they're just two guys and he's like hugging him, and they're like, ugh. Like, that's the set photo. So I'm excited to see what that movie is.
I just think of the Kanye West and Kim Kardashian thing where he's, like, riding the motorcycle in that music video and Kim Kardashian's, like, on the opposite side.
Yes.
Like, the way you're describing it makes it sound like Stanley Tucci is, like, hugging him from the front on
if it's Stanley Tucci, we might be slandering him right now.
Yeah. I mean,
it's exactly like that, except Daniel Day-Lewis isn't extremely controversial whenever he opens his mouth.
Yeah.
Daniel Day-Lewis doesn't make Alex Jones quiver when he talks.
He's not like, oh.
I saw a clip of that the other day where he just says, like, he just goes, Germany had a good leader at one point. And Alex Jones goes, oh, fuck.
Oh, come on, man.
Like, that's insane. Also, we're not condoning that. It's subjectively funny that he said that. I'm going to cut this out.
All right.
Then Cameron Diaz came into the picture. So have you ever seen There's Something About Mary?
No.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, no, but... Continue. I have.
So it's crazy to think that Scorsese saw that movie when I'm going to put her in my movie, because there's a scene in that movie. If you're eating, skip through this, but there's a scene where Ben Stiller's character masturbates, and he goes, "Where did it go?" Like he can't find it in the bathroom, and then he answers the door, and she sees there's like a bunch of shit on his ear, and she goes, "Oh, you got hair gel in your ear," and she takes the hair gel and like puts it in her hair. It's gross. I couldn't eat for like 3 days afterwards. But then it's funny to think Scorsese's sitting there watching that movie going, I got it. I like that movie too. It's funny. It's hilarious. And then he casted her in the movie. Oh, but sorry, go back to Daniel Day-Lewis. So like in Age of Innocence, he was very hesitant to be in the movie. He's like, yeah, Scorsese, I know it's a great role, but like, I don't know, because he's very picky. And then Scorsese goes to Harvey Weinstein and goes, can you talk to him? And he goes, yeah. And then Harvey Weinstein goes over to Daniel Day-Lewis and goes, listen, buddy, I'm a real piece of shit, but the public doesn't know that yet. So he's like, what are you talking about? I go, shut up, you'll know in 20 years. But listen, you got to do this movie. Scorsese's got it. You got to do it. And he was like, all right, fine, I'll do it. And that's how Daniel Day-Lewis got in the movie.
Nice. He just had to be threatened, basically. It is interesting.
No, I don't know if he was threatened. That was just a joke.
It is interesting how many of the movies we've talked about, how many of the actors and actresses were like, I don't know. It's only Martin Scorsese. Like, I'm not sure if I want to be in this, or they have to think about it for some reason.
Well, I'm sure a lot of it is scheduling.
Yeah,
and there's a lot of variables. I'm sure like salary or something has to go into that. Like Al Pacino, we'll talk about later. He declined. Departed.
Yeah, I mean,
Frank
I guess
Costello.
if you're someone like that, you have to consider, Leo's in the movie, a bunch of Cameron Diaz. Like how much money can I make? Because all this money has to go to them too.
Yeah, when you put it that way, if Scorsese came out to me and was like, "Hey, do you want to play this role?" I would also say, "No, I want to go star in Jack and Jill as myself."
Yeah. Yeah.
Daniel Day-Lewis got his nose broken by Leo on the set.
Nice.
If you look at his nose, it's like fine, and then you look at it and there will be blood, and it's like crooked.
Dang.
I don't know why he wouldn't get it fixed if he's an actor. Maybe
It's like
he's
when I
just
broke
pretty
your
baller.
nose.
Yeah, you broke mine. Yes, my nose is actually a little bit crooked. Whenever because in the mirror, I'm used to seeing my face in the mirror, so it looks fine. And then I see myself in a picture. I'm like, is that really what my nose looks like?
Yeah.
Stop looking, viewer. Stop looking at my nose. I know.
I mean,
what
it
you're
doesn't
doing.
really matter. It's not like you were ever as good looking as Daniel Day-Lewis, so a broken nose doesn't hurt you that much anyway.
We'll let the 1% of female listeners on this podcast decide that.
It's not even. I doubt it's 1%, honestly.
So it's 1% of 1%. So
Yeah.
when they were filming this, production, I don't know if it went off the rails, but I think it did go over budget and they went a little over schedule.
Mm-hmm.
And they were filming, let's say in March, and Weinstein, and I think there were some Japanese investors as well, who were going like, "Hey, we're really excited to see the movie in December and for Christmas." And Scorsese's like, "Yeah, me too." And then he walks away. He goes, "December is Christmas."
Mm-hmm.
And he goes, "They don't mean Christmas 2001, right?"
Yeah.
And then he later found out that they meant Christmas 2001. The movie had to come out in like 8 months, let's say.
Yeah,
And he goes, "There's no way. We're still filming it. We're going to need a long time to edit this and in
Mm.
post or whatever." And then, of course, before Christmas came along, 9/11 happened, and that stopped the production for a few months. And then subsequently after, the only change, this, because we'll talk about it later, but this was, conceived and shot, and then a lot of it was edited before 9/11 happened.
Mm-hmm.
To my knowledge, the only conscious choice creatively that was made by the filmmakers with 9/11 in mind was the skyline shot at the end.
Yeah.
And their decision Scorsese said his decision to keep that in was because, the movie is about the people and, the people of New York and what they built, not what the people in New York, what they built and what was destroyed. It's about what they built.
Mm-hmm.
So he was like, all right, we'll put the Twin Towers in the skyline at the end, which I think is a good decision.
Did it really halt it for months though?
According to Scorsese, it was like 2 or 3 months production. Because you got to remember, this was because
Yeah,
and
it's
also
just like a shock to the system.
in his side projects, we'll talk about we actually talked about this in the last episode. I thought there was a documentary about 9/11 that Scorsese directed. It turns out there was a concert movie type thing that was aired on TV. It was like a 4-hour thing. It was like the concert for New York.
Yeah.
And that was, like a fundraiser for the people of New York. And Scorsese had a part in that. He directed a short called The Neighborhood, which is like 7 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
And so he might have been, embroiled in that and doing, because he's a very New York guy. He's like, for movies, he was probably the main New York figure during that time. So he probably was doing a lot of stuff behind the scenes. And yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense.
But I talked about how the production kind of went over the rails a little bit. And at one point, the studio was like, "Marty, we can't give you any more money." Well, he was like, shit. So he put his own money into the production. I think it ended up bankrupting him. This guy's always been bankrupt his whole life.
Yeah.
And there's the draft riot scenes at the end. I remember watching it, and then before we watched it for this episode of the podcast, I remember being like, oh yeah, you could tell they didn't finish the ending. But I think that was just because in my memory I conflated it where I watched it and then read that, and then put 2 and 2 together, and then it became, oh, they didn't finish. You could tell.
Mm-hmm.
But if you don't have the knowledge if they didn't finish filming the draft riots, you wouldn't know. But the one thing they do that kind of suggests that they may have not finished it was during the draft riots, they showed newspaper drawings of the draft riots happening.
Yeah.
And, that's pretty much it.
I think that's a smart, if they can't film certain parts, that is a smart way of replacing it almost.
Yes, yeah.
Involving those kind of depictions, because when you look in old history books and stuff, all the depictions look like that. Those kind of drawings, like quickly done drawings to depict what happened. So
it reminds me of a technique that Peter Jackson used in the documentary "They Shall Not Grow Old," where sometimes it was about all this World War I footage that they had that they restored in color and put audio in, and there was either there was no footage of the fighting or the footage that they had was too graphic. They maybe thought it was disrespectful to put it in a movie. So what Peter Jackson and his team did was they found similar things. They found like drawings, you know, like not cartoon drawings. It was, you know, whatever drawings for whatever piece of media that people would read back then about, you know, depictions of violence during World War I. And they, you know, they dissolved those in there in a similar way that Scorsese dissolved the newspaper. Yeah, so that I think that was pretty smart. But the only thing, because you'd think, like, oh, production was running out. You know, Scorsese's notably like a very determined guy. You think there'd be like a bunch of behind the scenes story about like, don't take the scene away from me, you son of a bitch. The only thing that I found in that vein was there's a shot of the elephant in the movie.
Yeah. And
the producers came up to Marty and was like, Marty, do we really need the elephant? And he was like, I'll fucking kill you! Don't take that elephant away from me. That was the only thing that he was like, no, that has to be in the movie.
Thing that pisses Martin Scorsese.
I don't know if he got pissed. I just like to think that he was like, what?
No.
like that meme of that British actor going, no. Yeah. But
they say that to him. He just walks away quietly. The door closes behind him. You just hear,
no. Yeah. He walks back. All right, fine. No, but they ended up getting it in the movie.
Yeah.
And yeah,
because that is a moment where you're like,
well,
elephant,
you're probably, well, exactly, because you're thinking like, oh, it's the elephant. Who cares? But in his mind, it's like, no, because this whole thing is so surreal. The whole city is in a riot. It's a surreal thing. You need to put the elephant in there to get that feeling across. And I think that was a smart decision.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it makes sense because, like, to our brain, imagine the U.S. government parking boats off the shore of New York City and just volleying it with
insane.
Everybody be like, dude, what the heck? What is going on?
Yeah. The movie that came out recently, Civil War. I finally watched that with my parents a few weeks ago. I think it's very good. And there's a similar thing like that where they go to the, you know, there's fighting in Washington. And you're like, this is pretty crazy.
After a year and a half of editing, Gangs of New York was finally released on December 20th, 2002. It received positive reviews from critics and received a B rating cinema score from audiences. It made $193 million at the worldwide box office off a $100 million budget. It was nominated for 10 Oscars, none of which it won.
So I think, you know, 193 off a $100 million budget is probably closer to a break even back then. Today, you know, it's a hard science to kind of pinpoint the formula for when is a movie profitable, because some people say, oh, it has to make 2.5 times the budget worldwide to break even, but other people say, well, no, it's kind of closer to just 2 times the budget, let's say. But if you adjust the numbers for inflation, imagine it's like a $175 million movie today, you know, coming out and making $338 million, which I think that would be, it's like sort of like Twisters, or Twisters. Which I think, you know, is a win, even though Twisters kind of collapsed, you know, at the international box office. But also you have to remember, this is 2002, 2003 when it came out on home video. So there's a lot of ancillary markets after the theatrical release that it definitely made its money back from. So I think this is 100% a win from Scorsese. It's not like, you know, it's not as successful as, let's say, Cape Fear was or something like that, or you know, Goodfellas or Casino. Even Goodfellas and Casino weren't box office hits when they came out. Yeah, they're classics now. And at the Oscars, it was nominated for 10, didn't win any. I wouldn't be surprised if it was nominated and didn't win the exact same Oscars that The Irishman and Killers of the Flower Moon also were nominated for and didn't win. I think The Aviator and The Departed are the only movies that Scorsese directed in the 21st century that have won Oscars. What are your thoughts on the movie?
Oh, I love this movie.
Yeah?
This is one of those movies where I remember seeing it as a little kid and just being, you know, just not knowing who Daniel Day-Lewis was, but knowing in my mind, like, that guy's good. You know, I could watch more movies from that guy. And then, obviously, throughout my life, I've watched a bunch of his movies. But this was the first one that I saw of Daniel Day-Lewis. Because it was, I mean, it must have been 2005 when I saw it for the first time. And it was just...
Holy, you were like 7 years old.
It was really early. I remember seeing it on, like, TV. And it was one of those things where I saw it from, like, halfway through. Right. And I just was into it. Because my dad used to just, like, flip through TV and watch, like, 15 minutes of a movie and be like, All right,
What
let's move
what
on.
do you mean used to?
Yeah, he still does it. He just watches like 15 minutes of a movie and just like switches.
Like, what the hell, man?
yeah. It goes to commercial. He just completely forgets that we were watching a movie.
Yeah.
But-
TV was the original infinite scrolling. That was honestly probably the original doom
exactly.
scrolling. Was just going on TV and going click, click, click.
It was, yeah.
Once an episode, you text me and you go, blank is the greatest movie of all time. So I knew that this would probably be. You actually did it twice this episode.
Did I really? Oh,
Yes,
yeah.
and
Well,
we'll talk about what the other movie is later.
That's to be expected with all these movies that we're getting into on this part. These are all the movies that I personally grew up watching from Scorsese.
Yeah, that's a good point.
And that I love. So it makes sense that I sent that to you twice.
Yeah. Well, that's actually a good point because, like, I look back at Taxi Driver and I go yes, or I look back at New York, I go that's pretty good, or Mean Streets, yes. But Scorsese talks about how he goes the movies that really influenced me were the ones from the 40s and 50s when I grew up.
Yeah.
And for us that would be his movies in from 2000 to like 2015, let's say.
Yeah.
Right. So that makes sense that we would this episode, this section of his filmography is the one that we're
more important to me personally, at least.
Yeah, Wolf of Wall Street. I didn't even write down any notes because I'm like, there's nothing I can
yeah.
say other than it's like perfect every single time. It's always hilarious.
Yeah,
because we'll talk about it. Wolf of Wall Street is Goodfellas for our generation.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So my thoughts. Charles Dickens. Scorsese talks about during the promotion for this movie that Charles Dickens once went to the Five Points in New York. And I think 18 something, I forget exactly. It was the 1800s, I forget what year. And he said, "This is the worst, this is terrible, the worst slums in the world. I've been to everywhere in London. It's worse than any place in London. Like this is awful." And like Kundun, we talked about in the last episode how Kundun was a great history lesson. And I think like Kundun, Gangs in New York is also a great history lesson. But Kundun used a real guy and real historical events to tell its historical truth. But what Gangs of New York does is that it uses fictionalized characters and fictionalized events that are based off actual history to tell a historical truth about New York and America at the time. And in the last episode we talked about how in the 1990s, in my interpretation, in my head, I think that in the 1990s Scorsese deliberately and consciously became the New York City director, where he's made movies like Taxi Driver and Mean Streets, New York, that take place in After Hours, that take place in New York. But I think he consciously started making movies where I want to talk about New York in every form. I want to do Age of Innocence and talk about it in the 1870s. I want to do Bringing Out the Dead and talk about what's going on today in the streets here. And Gangs of New York, I want to talk about where how it started and everything like that. And I think Gangs of New York has a bigger scope in some sense than those movies where it doesn't feel just confined to the city. Like let's say Age of Innocence or Bringing Out the Dead do. This feels like the scope. It kind of just scatters all throughout. It's about the whole country. It's sort of about the birth of America. Gangs of New York.
I feel like it's a little bit about the whole world. It's about the world converging on New York, kind of, right? I mean,
I guess so.
The way the country is handling that.
I feel like it's about the world kind of, or I guess the Western world. When people say like the West versus like in the West we do that, I'm like I don't know what you're talking about. But I feel like it's about the Western world kind of circulating around. Is democracy going to work in some sense? I'll cut that out.
In a sense.
Yes. But the New York that's presented in this movie, I'm just going to call it Gangs instead of Gangs New York because I'll say New York every other word if I do that. So in Gangs, the New York that's presented sort of exists on like the cutting edge of where America as a country is going. And it's sort of the first testing grounds or proving out grounds to see if whatever experiment that the founding fathers set up, which is America, can actually be pulled off. New York's going to be the place where it's we'll know for sure. And Scorsese talked about how he quoted other contemporary writers at the time who said if democracy doesn't work in New York, it's not going to work anywhere in modern America. And I do think this movie is a cool lens that shows you the transition from, you know, the revolutionary days, to colonial days, to the modern America that we now know. Because you have all these primitive precursors to modern American life that we have now. We have the first metropolitan life, or the first city life. I don't know if metropolitan is the right word, but we have, you know, the birth of the newspaper and the mass media. We have mass scale electricity that's being used for the first time. We have, you know, the origins of the fire department, which is, you know, the fact that we could, if there's a fire, we just call somebody and they go, we got it, and then they come over for free.
And they're not going to come over, and there's not going to be another one that fights.
Right,
them
they're not going to
before
stage a fight, and nobody's going to take our shit.
Yeah,
you know.
Yeah. Oh yeah, there's not going to be a riot.
Right, but also you have the Civil War, which, you know, is sort of analogous to, you know, any political division in the country at the time, you know, when this movie was made. You know, I said Gangs of New York shows us the birth of America, but it also shows us, you know, the birth of America's identity as a country of immigrants, and it shows all this mass immigration, and it shows us how we got that identity, and it shows us that we just didn't become a nation of immigrants. Like, it was crazy.
It was a grinding start.
Right.
It was a really grinding, like grimy start too.
Right. Like, if you're going to be a melting pot, for it to melt, you got to have some heat, dog. You got to have some heat.
Yeah, that's kind of dang.
Give you some knuckles for that. I came up with that on the spot, dude. But speaking of immigration, that was a defining characteristic. That's a defining characteristic of America that we know today. But it wasn't always the case, because I mentioned that, this is a microcosm for, you know, the birth of America, and this is an experiment to see if America can work. And, you know, there's a lot of stuff. There was a, you know, huge division of the country that was sweeping over that I just described before, where it seemed like the country was tearing apart at the seams. And to people like Daniel Day-Lewis's character, Bill the Butcher, whose father generation kind of started the country, and they felt that this is what the country's about. It's about us, and we, you know, got this land. We should only belong here. All these people, they're coming too late, whatever. You know, they thought that America was sort of losing its identity, because there was such a, it was sort of like Vietnam, where, you know, shit was so crazy. It was like the perfect kind of mess for all this change to just kind of explode out of the country. Yeah. And, you know, people didn't know what that change was going to be. Is it going to be good or bad? Is slavery going to be legal? Is it going to be, you know, illegal? Is it finally going to be outlawed? Is this going to happen? Are we going to become a nation of immigrants? And, you know, Bill the Butcher's looking around like we're losing our identity and stuff, which is actually understandable, excluding all the bigotry of it, right? You know, he just goes about it in a very bad way, which we'll talk about a little bit more later. But I like that this movie shows that, hey, you know, even though, you know, we were getting torn apart, and maybe we're getting torn apart right now while this movie comes out, but we've done this before. We had a civil war. If we can stay together during the most complicated civil war, you know, in the only civil war in the country's history, then we can stay together after this, whatever. I think it's like I think this movie is basically when we're fucking America. We'll always stick together. We're the best, and this is what we can do. It's not, you know. So I really like this movie. And when I think about this movie, I think of a quote that Scorsese quoted from, you know, some writer somewhere, contemporary to 1860s, where he said that the American Revolution didn't end until 1965. And I think that's true, because from what I know about the history of the founding fathers, it wasn't just 100% of them were like, yes, and slavery is definitely 100% a part of the country. We love it. We love it. It was like, no, half the guys were like, dude. And half the guys were like, no, we love slavery. What are you talking about? And they said, all right, fine. Well, we can't discuss this right now because we have a country to start and we have to fight the British. But we're going to set like the groundwork to change this in the future. Yeah. So it was sort of like, you know, Magneto and Professor X at the end of X-Men First Class. We're like, hey, we're friends now, but if you stick around for the next movie, we're going to be mortal enemies. Yeah. Exactly. It's that kind of thing. So I have no idea what I'm talking about, by the way.
Yeah, so you brought up Bill the Butcher, and one thing I know we want to talk about was how he is not fully... he is one way, but he's not fully that way the entire time.
He's racist.
Yeah.
But he's a deeply closeted non-racist.
Yeah, I guess.
In some sense. We're like, I'm not like vindicating the guy.
He's malleable.
Yes, that's a good way to think about it, because, you know, he talks about like, this is our country, by the way, actually, and I'll kill anybody who doesn't think so. But then he has moments where, you know, Cameron Diaz's character, whose name I forget, but she's an immigrant, I believe, and he, you know, cares for her and cared for her, and she's like, I've never been with, you know, he never made an advance on me. he never tried to exploit me or anything like that. He genuinely cared for me
Mhm.
and stuff. And there's a few other examples of things like that where
Do you think he's malleable only in the sense where if he realizes someone can be helpful to only him, he's malleable? Like he'll change his ideas about someone if they help him, only if they help him, basically.
that's a good point. I think he sort of represents how the country accepted immigrants, or even the guys who hate immigrants the most are like, well, this guy's helpful. Because we were talking about this before we started the podcast, and you talked about how. So talk about how you said John C. Reilly was an immigrant in the beginning, and now he's sort of part of the city.
John C. Reilly is the cop who he ends up being a cop, but at first he was on the Irish Catholic side, who literally fights Bill the Butcher's side in the beginning of the movie, and then you jump cut 20 or so years, and he's appointed as the cop. And then there's one of the other guys on Bill the Butcher's cabinet was also an Irish Catholic, so they must have deemed themselves worthy of being helpful to Bill the Butcher in one way or another, because they're still functioning in the society. It's not like he just cast them away after being on the losing side.
Right, because we talked about how this movie's about how America got its identity as a nation of immigrants, but it's sort of in the same way, like in a Robert Altman movie, where all these subplots are happening in the background. Like let's say McCabe and Mrs. Miller, and you have a scene of like him and Warren Beatty and Julie Christie talking, and then at the end of that scene, from like a camera way far away, you just see the visuals of somebody's relationship play out. In sort of the same way, plot wise, we see. We don't see a guy go, I'm an American now, I'm not an immigrant, but we see them start out as immigrants and fighting for their place in the country, and then sort of assimilating into the American culture, the melting pot culture, which I thought was a good point that you brought up. But you were talking about Bill the Butcher, and one of the things I found interesting watching it this time that I noticed is that he calls themselves, or he his party, the Know Nothings, and the people who believe in his ideology about the country call themselves Native Americans because they were born in America, their fathers fought for this country, blah blah blah, and this is their country, and that's why they don't like immigrants. And I was like, holy shit! So that's why, because there's a discrepancy between like the updated term for indigenous American people called you call them Native Americans now. But it used to be you call them American Indians. And so, but if you notice, if you watch this podcast, every time I bring them up, I say, the thing about Native Americans / American Indians is that, because I don't know which one is the right, because, some people say Native American, but I know that there's a substantial, from what I understand, there's a substantial population of the Native Americans, American Indians, who don't like being called Native American because they believe they're being associated with people like Bill the Butcher from the beginning of the country, because they called themselves Native Americans. So I don't know. I'll let you guys fight over that in the comments and see who wins. I don't know which is the right one.
Which side are you on?
But so yeah, I thought that was an interesting thing about the like seeing that was sort of not surreal. I don't want to say surreal, but it kind of stuck with me. Like, oh, they're calling themselves. That's where that term came from. We talked about the draft. There's in our first episode on Scorsese, we talked about this documentary he made, Street Scenes, in 1970. That was about all the riots after the Kent State shooting, where the National Guard killed like several college students. It was like, imagine those riots as like the George Floyd riots of 1970. Whatever you think about it, I don't care. But that that was a giant scale riot that happened throughout the country. And Scorsese and Verna Bloom and Jay Cox and Michael Wadley. I edited his name in because I forgot it. They went to like New York and Washington and started filming all these protests and these riots and stuff. And that was just protesting the country and the state of the country in Vietnam and stuff. And one of the things I talked about when we were talking about that, there's a book called The Working Class War, which is right behind me if you're watching on YouTube. And it was written by Christian J. Appy, so you can find that on Amazon. It's a great book. And one of the things they talk about is the demographics of the men who were drafted to fight in the Vietnam War. And what they found is, it started out as the poorest of the poor, guys who were, high school educated, who couldn't afford to go to college or didn't want to go to college. And then later in like 1968 or 1969, they got rid of the student deferment thing. So like if you were in college, you didn't have to go to the war. But then they've changed the rules. Well, it's like, how long have you been in college? That kind of thing. I'm not exactly sure, but they changed it. So even if you were in college, you were still in risk of being drafted to fight in the war. And, you know, but also it even if you were of age, like let's say you were 18 to 26 as a male, there was a better likelihood that you would be poor because it was harder for you to find a job because you were known as something called draft bait, which is, you know, people didn't want to hire and invest resources in a guy who can get drafted tomorrow. Right. So it was hard for guys to get jobs. And of course, if you were a minority, that didn't help, because if you were a minority in the late 60s, you were more likely to be poor, but also you were more likely to die in combat for reasons that, you know, I'm not an authority to talk about. But what it shows, but also if you were rich enough, you can pay to get out of the draft. And the same exact thing happened during the Civil War, which we see in Gangs of New York, where there's a scene where he goes, I can't go to no war. Or there's even the thing where the immigrants they've been on a boat for like 3 months and they come off and then they get changed and they go right back onto another boat to go fight the South.
That's terrifying.
And that's not, you know, that's just a thing that was, it seems matter of fact in the movie, where nobody was like, but people would go crazy if they were doing that today, right?
Oh yeah.
But also, there's another scene during the draft riots, or the beginning of the draft riots, where they go to a draft office, and the guy's like, well, you don't have to go to the war if you got $200. He's like, do I look like I got $200? And then they start fighting, and then they later, during the riots, they see a rich kid whose dad bought him out of the war, and he goes, that looks like a $200 man. Your daddy want to pay my $200? Like that kind of thing.
Yeah.
So I thought that was an interesting parallel. That's like, this is always going to happen every time there's a draft.
It just repeats every time.
Yeah. I got 2 more things to talk about, and then we can just spitball about our thoughts.
Yeah.
We talked about how 9/11 played a part in the post-production of this movie. And, of course, it was written before 9/11. It was made before 9/11. A lot of it was edited before 9/11, but it was also released after 9/11, right? And when people talk about, there's a thing called the death of the author, whereas, you know, after a movie comes out, the director's not an authority on how to interpret the movie. The audience, it's up to the audience to interpret it. So it's like, imagine, you know, if you go see a movie and you're like, oh, that reminds me of, you know, me and my dad because we did that one time. And then the director comes out and goes, well, it's not about like dads and stuff.
Yeah.
It's like, it's
actually not about
it's
dads.
actually not about that at all. It's like, it's not, there's no way he can make you not think about your dad when you watch the movie after that. You know what I mean? So this movie comes out, and I imagine that showing a story about New York being torn apart and, you know, having this powder keg of conflict explode in the streets, and then but New York staying together and even maybe coming out stronger after it, releasing that in December 2002, a little over a year after 9/11, I can't help but think a majority of the people in New York who saw that movie didn't associate that with 9/11.
Oh yeah, how could you
or
not?
did associate that with 9/11. There's no way. And that was something that's, you know, not an intentional thing. You know, the only I brought up that the only decision that they made with 9/11 in mind was putting the Twin Towers in there. But that goes to show about, like, you know, you never really know how a movie's going to be interpreted.
Yeah.
Because now I'm sure, let's say 30 years from now, something similar happens. People are going to look at this movie and go, oh, I see this in this movie, right?
I mean, even just in the editing process with 9/11 happening during the editing process, it could have changed just the way Martin Scorsese even thought about how he wanted to edit the movie.
Yeah, it's a good point.
Or just what he even thought. Like, he could have totally thought about a whole nother way as they were making it, as they were writing it. And then the meaning of the movie kind of happens during the editing process.
There's a newfound responsibility that you have in editing it after 9/11 happened, probably.
Especially to intentionally put the skyline at the end.
Yeah.
In like a dramatic way where it sort of feels like everything's going to be okay, like life keeps moving on in that sort of sense. That's at least how I feel about the ending. One of
my favorite, because, you know, there's a whole, we can do a whole episode on like how 9/11 affected the movies that came out, like, let's say 2 or 3 years afterwards. Not just like thematically, which we'll talk about. We're going to talk about the Departed, and then we talked about with Dark Knight and No Country for Old Men. But in terms of like, oh, they had to change parts about the movie. So like, you know, 2002, 2003, 2000, like Spider-Man.
Yeah.
They had to change a lot of stuff like that. And one of the things they reshot was all the New Yorkers throwing the, like, you know, they're just throwing like wrenches and stuff and like tomatoes at the Green Goblin. And they were like, you don't mess with New York, baby. You mess with one of us. You mess with all of us.
Yeah.
And I remember at the time being like, oh, yeah, New York, baby. Like, I didn't know, but I didn't know about 9/11. I was like 3.
Mm-hmm.
And so, but now I'm like, I get choked up. I'm like, dude, goddamn, fucking don't mess with New York. I'm not even from New York. But I've watched Spider-Man so many times.
You don't even particularly like being in New York.
Every time I'm in there, I'm like, get me out of here. If you're from New York, I'm sorry, but you got to come in.
Whoa, what, dude?
Not 9/11.
Oh my.
Being made fun of to live because you're living in New York.
All right, yeah. Sorry.
I'll cut that out.
Yeah, I thought you were saying.
No, that's not what I was saying.
Jesus Christ.
The last thing, I know we're spending a long time on this, but I like the movie. In the last episode, we talked about how Rupert Pupkin and Jerry Langford in The King of Comedy, their relationship is very similar to a movie called The Assassination of Jesse James by the coward Robert Ford, the ending of which I'm not going to spoil for the people listening. But you can guess what happens in that movie. But the central relationships of that movie is Robert Ford and Rupert Pupkin. They're these guys who are obsessed. They're a fanatic about this one other guy. They're some elder or some some mentor that they see, and then they start hanging out with him. But it's just something like Rupert Pupkin, kind of forces his way on him. Robert Ford kind of joins his ranks in a similar way that Amsterdam joins Daniel Day-Lewis's Bill the Butcher's ranks. But then out of an act of love, or the ultimate expression of their obsession with the guy, ends up harming them in a way. So Jerry Langford, it's taking over his show and kidnapping him, and then in the assassination of Jesse James by the coward Robert Ford, he does a harmful act, which I'm not going to spoil. But in Gangs of New York, I see a similar thing going on between Amsterdam and Bill the Butcher, but only the inverse. So it's Amsterdam, of course, hates Bill the Butcher because he killed his dad, and his quest isn't for some kind of recognition or anything. It's for revenge, and so he joins the ranks and starts hanging out with Bill the Butcher, and his hatred ultimately manifests itself in not a harmful act, but actually a protective act where he stops somebody from killing Bill the Butcher.
Mm-hmm.
So I thought that was an interesting dichotomy.
And it's almost, he went in wanting to hate him so much, and then Bill the Butcher is kind of caring of him and gives him some advice, and even just brings him into the room and shows him his father, who obviously he doesn't know is his father, but he's like the only good man I ever met, or whatever he says.
Mm-hmm. He was the best. He was the last honorable man in New York.
Yeah, he treats his father like a martyr almost.
Yeah, I like how he's a complicated guy, because obviously we talked about how he's racist and stuff like that, and his convictions are somewhat regressive.
Mm-hmm.
But he also has moments where Amsterdam kind of likes him in some sense, and you kind of like him in some sense because he's very charismatic.
Yeah,
and that's part of that's just Daniel Day-Lewis being a great actor, but part of it is being he does care for Cameron Diaz, he does care for Amsterdam.
Mm-hmm.
He does he gives meat to people. There's a book called Save the Cat, and it's called Save the Cat because there's some kind of tenet of screenplay writing where it's like in the first 5 pages you have to give the audience an excuse to like the main character. So like the cliche version of that would be like saving a cat and giving it to an old lady. You're like, oh, I'm on this guy's side, but it could be something as little as in Leon the Professional, he's a murderer, but he goes home and he takes care of a plant. And you're like, oh, he likes his plant.
Mm-hmm.
It's just a little thing of like an empathetic device to get the audience on the character's side.
Yeah.
And for that would be something like Cameron Diaz taking care of him, or him caring for Cameron Diaz, let's say, which is interesting. He's just a complicated fellow.
Many layers to Bill the Butcher.
Yes. You got any thoughts?
So I do have a few notes. This is the first battle scene that Scorsese has done, right? In terms of big, actual battle scenes. The first sequence is literally his first battle
That's
scene
true.
that he filmed. Just an interesting thing. All the movies he's made, he's never done a battle sequence.
He's never done Braveheart. Has he done one since?
I don't know.
No.
But it's funny that the way he managed to have his first battle scene be in the middle of New York. Still, somehow,
yeah, exactly.
He's like,
what's the only battle that's ever happened in the streets of New York?
Yeah, he figures it out.
Yeah.
And then this was something interesting in some of the battle scenes, especially at the end, talking about 9/11. there is a sequence in the battle sequence at the end where it's all smoky, everybody's running around the street, and it kind of mirrors some of the found footage.
That's a great point.
From the actual events, which is obviously probably not intentional when he intentional when he filmed it.
That's a great point.
But afterwards, it must have been tough knowing. Like I wonder if he ever thought like maybe I should switch this up a little bit.
We were talking about that newfound responsibility after 9/11. He probably maybe he saw that scene and went, "Ah,
yeah." Like
should we cut this out? Like I don't know. That's a good point. I like that a lot.
To think about like what the thought process behind that, or if he had even seen that footage yet. You know what I'm saying?
I'm sure
because there's footage that comes out every day of 9/11.
Yeah, there's always a new angle that drops.
It's crazy. It's to this day something new comes out, so he might not even. I
saw an angle from space.
Yeah,
and somebody in the comments they're like, "We got a new angle from space before GTA 6."
Yeah, dude. Bro, we got GTA 5 before we got GTA 6. This is crazy.
Really quick before we move on, I just want to talk about something I found really funny that I loved in it. Was all the lingo that they used. That's probably one of the most satisfying parts about making a historical movie is that you can use all the lingo, especially like a Western, you know, when you can use like all the big words. Like, you know, there's a movie called Bone Tomahawk, which I think we've probably talked about before, but there's a scene where, you know, if you're writing a movie today and, you know, somebody walks in while somebody's eating breakfast, you go, "What are you doing here?" It's like, I heard that a million times because I'm living in this time. But there's a scene in that movie where somebody walks into Kurt Russell's, you know, house during breakfast, and he goes, "Why are you in my breakfast?" And it's like, I don't know if they said it like that back then.
Yeah.
But all I know is that he said it like that way in the movie, and the writer as Craig Zoller, the director writer, wrote it like that. And now I'm talking about it on a Martin Scorsese podcast. You know, but there's stuff in this where, you know, that stuck out to me where they talk about how, you know, Bill the Butcher doesn't want to sleep with one of the prostitutes because he says, and I quote, "This mort has been Frenchified," or, you know, "I'll send you home in a wooden coat." Like a coffin. And also I love all the gang names where it's like, you know, we got the Huckleberry Finns and the Dingleberry Dingbats.
The Tammany Hall Hucksters.
Yeah, the petty-fucking Tammany Hall Hucksters, as Daniel Day-Lewis says in the movie Lincoln, where I know that there's that scene where, should I recite the scene?
If you want. If you can.
Everybody's talking about, like, we don't need a goddamn abolition amendment. Leave the Constitution alone. And then they're all arguing, and then Lincoln goes on the table and slaps the table, and shuts everybody up, and he goes, "I can't listen to this anymore. I can't accomplish a goddamn thing of any human meaning or worth until we cure ourselves of slavery and end this pestilential war. And whether any of you or anyone else knows it, I know I need this. This amendment is that cure. We've stepped up upon the world stage now, with the fate of human dignity in our hands. Blood's been spilt to afford us this moment, now. And you grousel and heckle and dodge about like pettifogging Tammany Hall hucksters. See what is before you. See the here and now. That's the hardest thing. The only thing that accounts. Abolishing slavery by constitutional provision settles the fate for all coming time. Not only for the millions now in bondage, but of unborn millions to come. 2 votes stand in its way. These votes must be procured.
Lincoln's the next episode, I guess.
That was, I'm not going to lie, I think I fucking nailed that.
You know, you did good. That was good. He kind of dropped with that one. Calling somebody Tammany Hall.
A pettifogging Tammany. It sounds like something. Whenever I think of stuff like that, I was like, that must be where Joe Biden got his insults from.
Yeah.
Because every time, like, remember in 2020 where somebody was like, "I don't like you," and he goes, "What's that? You're nothing but a two-faced Pillsbury pony soldier."
The Aviator, 2004. The script for The Aviator, written by John Logan, came to Scorsese's desk after his manager, Michael Ovitz, sent it to him and told Scorsese to read it.
So around this time, this was right after Gangs of New York, Scorsese was like, all right, finally, I can get Silence made. And because that was a movie he was trying to get made for a long time, ever since he showed a Archbishop Archbishop, Paul Moore. He showed him Last Temptation, and then Paul Moore gave him the book and said, "You should read this. You should make this into a movie." And so he was trying to get that made for a long time. And then he found the script for, he goes, "All right, let me read this." And he sees the title. He goes, "The Aviator." Oh, it's a plane movie. He's like, "I don't want to do planes and stuff, He's like, I'm scared of the plane. Because I'm a New York guy. If I see a plane, I get scared, And
That's fucked up. Sorry.
oh, I didn't mean that. No, I didn't mean that.
Okay.
No,
I was like,
no,
damn.
because like he's a city guy. He doesn't like going. Fuck. That's not what I was.
That's okay.
Well, let's get past this. But he goes. But then I realized it was a Howard Hughes movie, and I went, "Oh my god, okay, this is really interesting." Because then, I was 20 pages through the script, and I go, "Oh my god, this is about Howard Hughes making Hell's Angels," and he remembered seeing Hell's Angels when he was at NYU and being like, "Holy shit, this is insane." And he said it was one of his favorite movies, and so then he found out that Leo and Michael Mann. You know who Michael Mann is?
No.
He directed Heat. He directed Collateral.
Okay.
Miami Vice, Manhunter, which was actually the Silence of the Lambs is a sequel to Manhunter. It's not. I don't know how much of it is a direct sequel, as it's based off the book that is the sequel to the book that Manhunter was based off of. I don't know. But they were developing it, and then when Scorsese came along, he asked Michael Mann, like, "Why don't you direct this?" And Michael Mann had just done Ray, the Ray Charles movie where Jamie Foxx plays Ray Charles.
Yeah.
And he goes, "I'm biopicked out, dude. I can't do another one of these goddamn things." So what we talked about in our Christopher Nolan episode, which you can watch on YouTube, Spotify, and Apple Podcasts, we talked about Christopher Nolan was developing a Howard Hughes movie, and he wrote the script for it. And right when they were about to make it, he found out that Scorsese, was ahead of him in the pre-production for The Aviator. During the research for that, when we were doing that episode, I found an interview with an author who wrote a book on Howard Hughes, the book that Christopher Nolan's movie was, one of the books that Christopher Nolan's movie was based off of, and he went on, Good Morning America or something like that, and he goes, "Yes, this is about Howard Hughes. He was a great man. This happened, and they talked about Howard Hughes for about 15 minutes, and he goes, "All right, I'm sorry, Mr. Whatever, I'm gonna have to stop you there. We have breaking news: a plane has just hit the World Trade Center."
Oh wow.
And that was crazy. I don't know why 9/11 keeps coming up and everything we research. It was insane. That was one of the things, because you see it now. You see clips of it all the time on like social media. But that was one of the most recent times where I saw like a piece of 9/11 media that made my stomach drop. Where I went, "Oh fuck."
Yeah, it's like.
So, but and also just a quick thing about Howard Hughes. Of course, everybody knows who he is. I saw a thing that said one of the reasons he was so paranoid is because he was hard of hearing. And he thought people were whispering. So they'd be like, "Hey, Howard, what's going on?" He'd go, "Huh?" And they go, what's going on? And he's like, "Were you just fucking talking about me to somebody else?" Like they thought they were whispering to him all the time, talking behind his back.
That's scary.
So like, imagine if I was having a conversation, or you were having a conversation, and me and my dad were behind you going, "Oh, you look at that plane up there," and you go, "Were you just whispering?" And we're like, "No." You're like, "They were talking about me, son of a bitch." But there's a great movie that I think I mentioned during our Paul Thomas Anderson episode, which you can watch on YouTube, Spotify, and Apple Podcasts. I'm sorry, I'll stop. When we talked about The Master is influenced by a movie called Melvin and Howard that was directed by Jonathan Demme in 1982? 1983 maybe? 1980 something? 86? I don't know. But that's about, this guy, he's going on the road. Spoilers for this movie. 3, 2, 1. He's driving on the road and he sees like this homeless looking guy on the road. And he goes, you need a ride, sir? And he goes, "Yeah, thanks." And they talk for like 50. The movie opens with a 15-minute conversation. Just it's Jason Robards and Paul LeMat, I think, who I've met.
Nice.
I watched this movie and went, "Yeah, this movie, Melvin and Howard's great." He goes, when you met him when you were 5, right? And I go, "What?" And he goes, "Yeah, at the car show at the Jackson Outlets. He was there. He had his car there." And I went, "What?"
Oh, yeah.
5, why did I know? So, but then he goes, "All right, see you, Howard." He goes, "Thanks for the ride." And he goes, hey, Melvin, can I have some change?" And he goes, "Yeah, sure. Here's some change." And like Melvin's just a nice guy. And then however many months later, Howard Hughes dies, and Melvin finds out that Howard left him in his will.
Oh wow.
And he gets like $1 million trillion or whatever. And it turns out that Jason Robards is Howard Hughes. And so he just gave him money because Melvin was a good guy, So yeah. That's all I got for the pre-production stuff.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I did some research on Howard Hughes, and I'm pretty sure he like his will was like a big controversial thing when he passed away because he left a bunch of money to like he had so much money where he just left it in a million different places.
And it was probably like, before you open this letter, make sure you wash your hands 7 times.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Filming began on July 7th, 2003, with Leo DiCaprio, Cate Blanchett, and Kate Beckinsale as the main leads. Filming ended 5 months later in November 2003.
So, of course, Scorsese saw Cate Blanchett and a bunch of stuff. She's a great actress. She's like Meryl Streep to me. Mm. She's like one of the best of all time. Mm-hmm. He saw her in the Elizabeth movie, and he was like, all right, she can do this. And when in her research for playing Katharine Hepburn, she just watched every single Katharine Hepburn movie. So she basically just did one of these podcasts, except it was the Actor Dossiers instead of the Director Dossiers. Mm-hmm. So once Scorsese looked at Titanic as, can we do these visual effects? And I know that they used a lot of miniatures. Like I was like, they didn't really use like, that much visual. It was only like the plane flying scenes when they really use visual effects or whatever. And then I saw the behind the scenes where there's a shot of like, let's say it's the spruce. They're building the Spruce Goose, mm-hmm. and you see everybody walking around. You're like, I never even considered like, they probably built that. I didn't say that, but my brain never my brain never. It was so real that I never questioned like, how did they get that in the shot?
Yeah.
And then what they did is they just hung a miniature of the Spruce Goose in front of the camera.
Oh, that's cool.
And then superimposed it of the shot of the warehouse and stuff. So they did a lot of miniature work like that, which is very impressive. Another thing they did, if you look when they're playing golf, when Katharine Hepburn and Howard Hughes are playing golf, mm-hmm. I paused the movie and then I played a round of golf and then I came back and continued to watch it. But if you look, the grass is blue.
Dude, I wrote in my notes, I said, I want to golf where the grass is blue.
Yeah. Well, you know why it looks
so
like that?
Nice.
Because what Scorsese did, and it's similar to what they did in The Irishman, which we'll talk about later, is they used however the movies or film like would have looked at the time.
Yeah.
They used. So for, let's say, the first half of the movie, they used a certain whatever it was called, like Technicolor, that only had 2 strips of color in it. Like, we have 3 strips of color now, or eventually that was the full range of color spectrum. But the original film that they had was 2 colors, so it would be very like greens would be very blue, and lipstick would be very like purple or something like that. Mm-hmm. And so they knew this while filming it. So she would show up with red lipstick. And Scorsese would go, well, that's not, it's red, but like in the movie, it's going to show up, purple. So you need to make it actually orange, so then it looks like red in the movie, like something like that.
Yeah, okay.
Which I thought was interesting. And the only really funny story I could find from the production that involved like the actors or whatever was Alan Alda was about to do a scene with Leo. It was the scene where he invites Howard Hughes to his townhouse or whatever, and they have dinner. And Alan Alda's like, listen, you son of a bitch, we're going to get you if you don't, Do you remember that scene? When they serve the fish and he's like, oh, fuck, the fish is gross.
Yeah.
And so they were filming that scene. And he goes, all right, let's do this or whatever. And then he show up. It's, the call time is like 9 o'clock, let's say. It's 9:05 and Leo's still not there. Mm. And Alda's like, all right, he's probably late. He's just probably traffic. You got to, I'm Alan Alda in 2003. I've seen The Irishman. I know that's 15 minutes. You have to account for traffic.
Yes.
And then, time passes, it's a half an hour, and he's like, this motherfucker.
Never make a man wait more than 15
Exactly.
minutes.
So he's like, this son of a bitch. I hate Leonardo DiCaprio. And then, whatever time it was, Leo finally gets there, and he goes, all right, I'm going to be nice. I'm going to be fine. I'm not going to be mean. And then Leo gets there. He's like, all right, let's do this. Like, he was like this.
Yeah.
And they did the scene, and then they do this, and it's great because he was so frustrated with Leo that it helped him do the scene. And he goes up to Leo, and he goes, were you late on purpose so that I would be mad for the scene? And he goes, no, but that's a good idea. I should start doing that more.
Yeah.
So that was pretty funny. Alan Alda's great. He's one of those guys you can just, he's like a Christopher Walken type in a sense where you can just tell it's him by the way he talks, more so than any other people. Like Bill Hader does him on SNL where he goes, that is a great line.
Yeah.
He has that way of talking. He's great.
I like how Leonardo DiCaprio is also one of those people who can just show up rudely late, and somehow or another the other person working with him was like, Genius.
Yeah, right. Like that's funny as shit. Like, he shows up late, and everybody's like, "Wow." It's like there's a movie called Velvet Buzzsaw that I believe Dan Gilroy wrote and directed, and it's like it's about like art and how art's become corrupted because it's more about the money than the art now. And there's a scene where like an art critic shows up to John Malkovich's house, who's an artist. And he goes, I'm working on a new piece or whatever. And he goes, okay. So he brings him upstairs, and there's like a trash bag on the middle of the floor. And the critic circles it and goes, wow, it's very, very avant-garde or whatever. And John Malkovich goes, that's the trash. And he points to his painting. So, yeah.
On December 25th, 2004, The Aviator was released in the U.S. It made $214 million worldwide off a $110 million budget. It was nominated for 11 Oscars, 5 of which it won. Wow.
So, yeah. So, it won for a Cate Blanchett cinematography, editing, art direction, and costume. Mm-hmm. And if you adjust the budget in the box office for inflation, it's about if a $188 million movie came out today and it made $66 million, it's basically the exact same box office performance as Gangs of New York. And also, like, let's say a movie comes out, but also you have to take into account that the movie being nominated for Oscars and being a Martin Scorsese movie, if a Martin Scorsese movie makes $30 million at the box office, it's not the same as, a movie by Joe Schmo making $30 million at the box office with the same budget, because nobody's going to look at Joe Schmo's movies however many years from now and, like, talk about them. Like, nobody would watch After Hours if it wasn't Scorsese's movie. You know what I mean? Because there's guys like us who go back and rewatch him over and over again because it's part of his filmography, right?
Losers.
Yeah, there's losers like us. So that's very significant when you're taking into account. And that's like Paul Thomas Anderson. If you look at a lot of his movies, a lot of them don't make money theatrically. But the people, he's loved in Hollywood, and the industry knows that. Well, if you give him a movie, people are going to watch it forever. Yeah. So you'll eventually make money back, and he's a good director to get invested in because there's a good chance that your movie will get publicity from the Oscars. It might win a couple Oscars, Mm-hmm. So yeah,
it's like Raging Bull. People didn't really right. I remember when we talked about that. Raging Bull was one of those things where 10 years later, people were like, "Oh, whoa, this is good."
Yeah, it didn't really make that much money. Like it was like, let's say it was I forget exactly. You can watch the episode, but let's say it was a $12 million budget and it made like 18 million. No, it was $17 million budget and it made like 22 worldwide. And also the box office numbers in the 80s you got to account for because they're a little bit inaccurate because we don't have the proper information for that. Mm-hmm. But it kind of the movie kind of faded into obscurity immediately because United Artists collapsed and it kind of got embroiled in that. And then 10 years later, somebody was like, "This is actually a fucking outstanding movie. This is like one of the best movies of all time." And then now it's known. A lot of movies like Shawshank bombed.
That's incredible to think about.
Yeah, and now it's like the movie of all time.
It's like the movie that they have posters of at the movie theater.
They have exactly. They have a poster at the movie theater of Andy Dufresne hanging the poster that covered up the tunnel. If you've seen that movie, you know what I'm talking about. So all right, so let's talk about our thoughts on the movie. What did you think about it?
So there was the whole OCD thing. I was struggling at first to figure out like where they're going with it, and then obviously it grows into this bigger thing. But I thought it was interesting. There's a lot of things about Howard Hughes that frustrates me. I mean, in the movie when he's talking about like, "Oh, we got to refilm this," after I'm like, this guy sucks. But no, I thought it was a good depiction of. I didn't know anything about Howard Hughes.
What did you know about him before this movie?
Nothing. I did a whole deep dive on him after I watched it.
All right.
And it was very interesting. It's interesting to know that he's basically real life Tony Stark.
Exactly. Well, I think he might have inspired the character of Tony Stark to a certain extent.
Because that's shown because in the Avenger movies, Tony Stark never lets anybody hand anything to him. Which is
because I don't like people to hand me things. Yeah, you're right. That's a good point.
Hughes thing.
Iron Man 2 is a great movie, by the way.
I didn't make that connection.
No, you came up with that idea. You were on set and they stole that idea from you.
Yes, exactly.
If for anybody watching, Iron Man 2 is my favorite Iron Man movie.
Nice.
Anyway, so like Gangs of New York, how I talked about how Gangs of New York was basically showing this transitory period into a modern era for America. Mm-hmm. I think this movie sort of does a similar thing. Like whereas Gangs of New York, the modern era that it was changing in the transition and the primitive precursors that existed in that movie, those were more like sociological and historical, let's say. And I feel like the primitive precursors we see in this movie are more technological. So like the way that movies are made, the way planes and stuff like that. I guess somewhat of the media to a certain extent.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that was like just an interesting parallel between those two movies, because I feel like a lot of directors, like there's always some of a director's last movie in their last current movie. It's like whenever a director comes out, I feel like there's always something, especially with Scorsese, you can always tell there's something that's still left over from his previous movie, and that's something we'll talk about with his next movie, The Departed and Shutter Island, which I see something there. Hugo and Wolf of Wall Street, maybe not.
Yeah,
Complete opposite.
Those are different.
But in terms of, I think this is Scorsese's first kind of dabble in modern, blockbuster filmmaking in the digital age, where we can kind of do anything now because of CGI. So like, how are we going to do this? And it's not a totally like a modern traditional blockbuster, like it's not San Andreas or something like that, right? But it has scenes like that, and the planes flying around and stuff. So like, let's say 20% of it or like 10% of it is that, and the rest is pretty dramatic, traditionally dramatic biopic stuff that Scorsese is really good at. But I think, for example, the first I like the flying scene in the beginning, I think is good when they're filming Hell's Angels. But then there's a scene where he breaks the airspeed record.
Yeah.
Where I'm like, is Scorsese, for me this time around, that didn't click for me. That flying scene where he breaks the land speed record, like I didn't feel the momentum. I felt like there were some shots missing or something like that. I'm like, is Scorsese, I mean, this is his first time sort of doing the CGI stuff on a large scale, so maybe he didn't really know how to navigate that. And a good example, but I do think having his style in this traditional blockbuster genre does work. I think that's just one example of how it didn't work, but I think it does work because Alan Alda talked about. This is a good example of to explain how he's operating in that genre. So Alan Alda goes, my favorite scene in the movie is when he's flying the Spruce Goose at the end.
Yeah, I love that.
And, traditionally a lot of other directors would just, they show the turbulence and they go, whoa, whatever. And then they would, the music builds up and then cuts out. And then all of a sudden you just see the plane lift just a little bit off the ground. And then it flies and the music crashes in and the guy goes, yahoo! Like that kind of thing. But he's like, no, but what Scorsese does is he shows the turbulence and stuff. And then all of a sudden he keeps you in the plane. You never see the plane take off. And he just shows you with Leo's face that the plane is taken off and the sound cuts out, right? So rather showing us that the plane is taking off and trying to make us feel it with music, like a traditional director would do, what Scorsese does is he makes you feel how it feels to take off through his expression, like where his eyes get like the turbulence smooths out, the sound cuts out, and he does that face. And it's like, I know how it feels to take off a plane now. Yeah, because I watched that shot. I wouldn't
Especially
have
a plane of that size.
Yeah,
I'd be terrified.
Do you think? All right, where do you think this is better than Gangs of New York?
No. That's more just because I'm a dumb man who likes to see violence in movies more, and it's more entertaining to me in that aspect. But this is more on the side of like Great Gatsby, fantastic kind of movie. I still enjoyed it, but I didn't get the same enjoyment level.
Right. That's like it's probably just as well made, but the subject matter.
The subject matter is more why for me.
Right. You just prefer the subject matter of Gangs of New York. Mm-hmm. I think this is. I think they're both similarly great to me.
Yeah.
The thing I like about this is really how it wraps up in that whole. Because in the editing they talked about we didn't really know how to end the movie because we had the press conference and then we had the plane taking off and it was like okay. But then him and Thelma found out, what if we just intercut those two scenes and just show the plane taking off and that build that up with, the end of the court hearings with Alan Alda's character. Also, that's another thing. When I talked about, all the primitive precursors, it's also a primitive precursor to the birth of corporate America. Because now you're seeing corporations for the first time sort of go, reach into the government and go, no, well, why don't you do this? Because now it'll be good for this. We're buddies, right? Don't even worry about it. Did you see the movie Babylon that came out a couple years ago?
No, I haven't seen Babylon.
I
yet.
fucking
I
thought
should.
that was a fantastic movie.
Mhm.
It bombed hard, and it was kind of fitting. Like it bombing kind of fits the theme of the movie.
Yeah.
Because it's all about like a transitory time in the history of Hollywood, which is analogous. That movie was about Hollywood going through the silent era, which is very similar. It's basically it follows the same timeline as the beginning of this movie, and it basically juxtaposes that, or kind of uses that as a metaphor for how movies are changing in the age of streaming, which I really liked. But that basically in this movie. And in Babylon, to a more extreme extent, it shows movies are this great thing, but like the industry has never been. The industry is just as corrupt or bad as any other industry. Like there's terrible, but it's and during this time, it was just we're gonna send 100 planes up there. We're gonna pay everybody like 2 cents a day. And we're just gonna fly 100 planes. If somebody crashes, don't even worry about it. It's fine. Yeah. Like send a $20 check to his family, whatever. Right? You couldn't do that now, and that's probably. I always think how is that movie so inexpensive adjusted for inflation? It's like because they probably didn't fucking pay anybody properly. I don't know.
They were getting away with a lot more.
Right, movies are a lot safer. There's a lot more regulation, and that's regulation. There's always pros and cons. Yeah, there was nothing back then. In Babylon, it basically shows yes, movies are these great things, and they make. They're this amazing thing, but they're also born out of this fucking disgusting, perverted, violent, terrible industry. Mm-hmm. That's obviously improved since then. But if you look in Babylon, it's basically showing you Hollywood's bad just like any other thing, but it's worse than you thought in the 20s.
Yeah.
Because these people, because there was no such thing as movie stars in 1900. And then all of a sudden in 1920, there was movie stars. There was no build up. It was just boom, right here. So all these people were just like, holy shit. And there was this extreme decadence and fucking just disgusting. Mm-hmm. Oh my God. Watch Babylon. There's one scene in that movie that's like, Jesus Christ, what the hell's going on over there?
Yeah. I just wanted to talk about the logistics of that plane crash. I don't know much about how they filmed it, but I just remember specifically thinking about that one guy who just is in his house and a plane crashes into it. He's just in his hallway, just gets cut in half by a plane wing. It's like, dude.
And nobody ever
mentions it. Everyone's like, Howard, are you okay?
So what year did that take place?
Oh, I couldn't tell.
Was it 40s, 50s?
Yeah.
So that probably, I'm not saying this is intentional, but again, interpretation. It's what the interpretation that counts, not what the director meant. I interpret that as a great homage to the movies of the 50s where during the climax, there's a movie, an Alfred Hitchcock movie called, I think it's Strangers on a Train. I think this is the climax where they're at a circus. Oh, no. Is it? I think it's Strangers on a Train, I believe. It has to be. It's the one where he chokes out the girl in the glasses, whatever. Yes, it is. So at the end of that movie, the killer's running around the circus and the cops and the protagonists are chasing him and stuff. Mm-hmm. And for zero reason. There's just, they go to, the guy's running away and they go fire and they shoot. And as they start shooting, an old guy walks into frame and goes, go! And they shoot him right in the head.
Yeah.
And then the guy dies and then they cut back to the cops and they go, poor guy, too bad. Anyway, let's go. They don't give a fuck.
They just completely ignore him.
Yeah. So that's when you say that, I think about that.
Mm-hmm. Shout out to all those characters in any movie who just catch a stray bullet and nobody ever mentions them again.
Shout out to all those people who catch a stray bullet in a movie and it wasn't scripted and they just stuck with it because it was the 1920s and nobody gave a fuck if anybody died.
Just covered it up.
Yeah. I mean, Babylon's all about that. A guy dies, who gives a fuck?
Yeah. Just add it to the script. Write it into the script.
But you gotta, part of me is why did they let, it's now because movies are sort of, we grew up with them, we're not we don't beholden them as much as we used to. But you gotta remember, it was this time where all this, it was like the Prestige, all this inventions happening. It was an extremely exciting time from a technological standpoint. And all of a sudden, there's this giant new art, there's a new art form. Mm-hmm. And you're like, what? We can make pictures of stuff and video. And so I'm sure a lot of these people, I'm not justifying them getting treated terribly, but a lot of people were able to go an extra step and do things in terrible conditions because they wanted to be a part of this fucking giant big deal in culture,
Mm-hmm. Oscar's Whale Wash is now open for business.
The Aviator was not the only Scorsese masterpiece that came out in 2004. Do you want to tell us what the other one was?
Yes, it was a movie called Shark Tale, and from what I understand, it was the only reason Scorsese was supposed to direct it, but he didn't because he didn't feel like he was able to. He didn't feel like he learned enough. He didn't know he was ready if he was ready to direct it, which is why they needed 3 directors to direct this thing. Because
there's no way.
There's 3 directors.
What, Kubrick?
No, but he is in this movie. It's hilarious. I
actually love this movie.
This is such a funny. I watched this a bunch of times. De Niro's in it as well. I think he plays like the villain shark.
It's so funny to think that they were all like, let's do this.
Yeah, like why did he do that?
Tale.
Because it's like his last acting performance was in Akira Kurosawa's Dreams.
Yeah.
So why did he do?
Yeah. Why did he do Shark Tale?
I think it's funny that he did this.
Yeah, it's awesome.
I watched this movie a bunch when I was little, and I haven't seen it since I've learned that subsequently, like I've never watched this movie while I knew who Robert De Niro and Martin Scorsese were. But when I found out that Scorsese was in the movie, I went, "Oh, he's the eyebrow guy."
Yeah.
Like I immediately could picture. I know it.
They just made him look like Scorsese, but a shark, right?
Yeah, he's a fish.
Oh, okay.
I think he owns the car, like the whale wash thing.
Oh, okay.
And he has the big eyebrows. It's so hilarious how they got him to do that. He has a lot of good stuff that he pops in, like acting wise. Like he did that American Express commercial.
Yeah.
Where he plays, he's picking up photos from his nephew's birthday party. And he goes, I'm here. It's been an hour. It's like a 1 hour photo. He goes, it's been an hour. And the guy's like, oh shit, Scorsese. And he goes, it's under S. And the guy's like, yeah, I know. And then he opens up the pictures. Have you seen this?
No.
He opens up the pictures and he goes, oh no. He goes, look at this. Look at this. There's no life to it. and he goes, look at this. And he goes, I think it looks pretty. And Scorsese's like, he goes, this one's forced. The composition is off. And he goes, say cheese. This one's good. Say cheese. Good direction, Marty. And then he goes, nope. There's no way we can. We're gonna have to reshoot. And he gets some more film. And he calls. He goes, hey Timmy, how would you like to turn 5 again? So that was a funny commercial.
No Direction Home. Bob Dylan, 2005. In the mid-1990s, Bob Dylan's manager Jeff Rosen began scheduling interviews with friends and associates of Dylan. After all the interviews were filmed, Jeff Rosen contacted Scorsese to edit the footage into a cohesive documentary.
So Scorsese came on in 2001 while he was in production or post-production for Gangs New York. And then subsequently throughout the years when he was doing, The Aviator, he sort of worked on it a little bit, like on and off. And then after The Aviator, he was like, all right, let me just finish this thing. And Rosen I think he had filmed with Bob Dylan many times before, because when he asked Bob Dylan to film for this, Bob Dylan said, listen, man, you better make sure you got, enough film for that camera, because this is the last time I'm going to do it for you. Because he was just so sick of giving interviews and stuff. Yeah. I thought I was going crazy for a second because I couldn't find this on IMDb. I'm like, this is a big deal, right? Like, he did this. It was definitely him, and I'm looking it up. It's not coming up. It doesn't have an IMDb page as a movie. It has an IMDb page as an episode of a show, American Masters, which is like a PBS thing. And so it doesn't have its own IMDb page. But it was nominated for like 4 Emmys, and it won for Outstanding Program or something, but Scorsese didn't get an Emmy for that. But I want to look at, because he won a Grammy for this as well. This was his first Grammy win. He got a Grammy before he won an Oscar, which is insane to think about. And then I was like, wait, well, let me look at his Emmy history. Like, when did he win his first thing? So in 1995, Scorsese was nominated for Outstanding Cultural Program at the Emmys for Eric Clapton, Nothing But the Blues, which you would probably like.
Yeah,
I guess he produced a documentary. He didn't direct it because I would have seen that in the last episode.
I watched that.
And then Outstanding Nonfiction Series, The Soul of Man in 2003. Which I guess he produced because, again, I would have seen it if he directed it. And then he was also nominated for an Emmy for Outstanding Multi-Camera Picture Editing for a miniseries, movie, or show. It was Robert De Niro's Lifetime Achievement Award for the American Film Institute. And then, of course, he got nominated for this for best directing in a program, series programming or something like that. And then his other Emmys we'll talk about when we get to Side Projects Part 2 later. But when I watched this movie, I wanted to watch it on my TV, but it kept like cutting out because I had to rent a thing on YouTube I had to get a free trial to, like, it was like Quavo concerts or something like that. It was Jose Cuervo concerts.
Okay.
And it was like a streaming thing that I had to get a free trial to watch them because you can't get it on PBS. The DVD is like $1 million.
Yeah.
It's not $1 million, obviously. But I went to go watch it on the TV and it kept cutting out. Like the video would cut out. I'm like, what the fuck? So then I go on my computer and I try it on my computer and the video cuts out again. Like after like a minute. I'm like, what the hell is going on? And I look it up. It's like, you got to go on your computer and update raw processing server question, like whatever. I'm like, I'm not going to do that. And so I had to watch this whole thing on my phone, which sucked. No. But also I have some thoughts on it. I did go through a Bob Dylan phase when I was like 20, 21. So like I know a lot of the stuff that happened. I thought it was very interesting. But you're a music guy. What did you think about this movie?
I just love anything that shows. We'll get into this too, like when we get to the George Harrison one as well. But anything that shows that time period, I feel like this is one of those things where people don't do it as often anymore, where they interview just like regular people and let them talk about it, and then they intermix that. Because nowadays it's like people only care about like what the artist has to say or something. Or if you interview some random person, they end up saying Haktua and they're like the most famous person ever. But no, like I love just seeing the take of people from that time period when they're just talking about like the honesty of this one girl. Bob Dylan goes, "Did you boo me?" And she goes, "We didn't boo you. We might soon, though." Like, they're just too honest. They're just super honest people, I feel like. But yeah, and I love the whole story.
Well, also, I don't want to sound like too boomery like kids these days, but I feel like if somebody's talking about Taylor Swift, not to discount. This is just an example of any artist, but I don't really hear people talk about what her music's about. Mm-hmm. It's more about how it makes them feel, which is fine. Right? But I feel like kids our age or that were younger had a better way of talking back then. But maybe that's just because they were the most privileged kids who had the time to be invested in Bob Dylan on an intellectual level. But like, so they're talking and they're like, yeah, like I like his new music because it was or his old music because it was like this and it was the truth and this and that. But then, his new music, I'm not really that much of a fan of it, like that kind of thing. Mm-hmm. They had a very nice way of talking. And then they also had they showed clips of guys who were debating. And I'm like, they're so good at talking, I have no idea what they're talking about because they were speaking with such big words and stuff. Mm-hmm.
That's like one thing where you don't really... I mean, I sort of understood it, but until I saw this and the George Harrison one, you don't realize how... up front these Bob Dylan and George Harrison, when it came to debates and stuff, they were the ones who people were debating with sometimes. They were like the head of the debate, and they had to sit there with a room of people just being like, "So, what is God?" And George Harrison would have to be like, "Well, it's like he'd have to explain God to people and stuff." So it's just like these kind of documentaries they make you realize how ingrained in culture Bob Dylan and George Harrison were, Yeah,
and also they're both like 3.5 hours long. I don't care.
No, I could watch the whole thing.
It's like a documentary because I feel like in the public conscious documentaries don't really hold the same kind of weight that feature film has, but that there's some that do. There's only a few documentaries that everybody knows, right? And I feel like this is one of them where this is like a giant masterwork of a documentary. Yeah. This is like just as big of a deal as a Ken Burns documentary come out. Mm-hmm. Ken Burns is like the only guy really that I can think. I'm sure there's like Pennebaker and there's a lot of great documentarians, Michael Moore, that whenever one of their movies comes out, it's like a big deal. Mm-hmm. And Scorsese has been, I guess he's a guy that's flirted with that a little bit.
Yeah. Well, this documentary specifically with Bob Dylan, it's the best documentary we're ever gonna get about Bob Dylan in terms of who they got to speak on it. Meaning, like Bob Dylan is in it. Like Bob Dylan was famously wanted to be out of the public eye because, well, you can see in this documentary how annoying it is for him to be in the public eye because he's one of those characters like Jerry Garcia, people they like inflate him. George Harrison, they inflate him to be like some sort of godlike character when he doesn't want that kind of thing. So
I also thought it was very smart of him because a lot of people now, like, you know, if there was like a star, they'd go, "What do you think about this?" And they try to give like an actual answer. But Bob Dylan, I guess, was aware of the mystique that he kind of had in the eyes of people.
Yeah.
So they'd be like, you know, what do you think about the, you know, this situation over here? He's like, well, what do you think about it, man? Like, he would never answer it. He always just gives like a weird response. Like, well, you know, I like banana milkshakes. And they're like, that's not what I asked you.
yeah.
I don't know what I'm talking about.
Well, it's the death of the artist. Like he didn't want to. It's the last thing some people want to know. Like, you know.
That's true. He never explained anything. The only thing I've seen him explain, which was shocking to me, when I have a book called it's like Bob Dylan, a compilation of interviews, and there's one where I think he's talking to either like maybe Richard Schickel, who did Conversations with Scorsese, which is behind us. It was an interview of him talking about a movie they made on the Rolling Thunder Revue tour, which Scorsese also made a movie on, which we'll talk about later.
Yeah, I like that one too.
That it was called Ronaldo and Clara, and it was just a 4-hour movie of him and Joan Baez on the road improvising a movie.
Yeah.
And they went so in depth of what that movie's about, and but it was also it was too philosophical for me, where I didn't really understand any of it. Where it was like, he was like, yeah, it's really all about identity, and you know how that when you have an identity and you have another person with an identity, you start to share an identity, and then your identity becomes more. But then you also have your own. It's one of those things where they're talking, and I'm like, I've never seen him explain something like this in depth before. This is insane. It's written down. Anyway,
I feel like a lot of his stuff is like there's a part in this where Joan Baez is talking about how he would be writing something, and it would just because you know a lot of writers like him, John Lennon, people like that, they talk about how they would write just to write. They didn't mean for it to have a purpose. It just was something that sounded good, and he wrote something I can't remember exactly, but Joan Baez was like, "You sure?" He was like, "What do you mean?" And she was like, "You're saying something a little crazy here." And he's like, "Oh, they're gonna say whatever." You know, he just knew whatever he writes, they're gonna make something out of it. So he just didn't care.
That's a good point. That reminds me of a story about Kubrick when they were on the set of The Shining. It was either The Shining or Full Metal Jacket, where he gets a shot and he says, "Cut." He says, "Let's see what the French critics think about that one."
Yeah.
Because to him it was just like, it's a good shot, but he knew that there's gonna be critics who were like, well, this means this and this means that.
Exactly.
It's like the same thing.
Yeah.
What would you rate this out of 10?
Out of 10?
Would you say this is a great documentary?
Yeah, definitely. Okay. I mean, it's great in the sense that you get a lot of insight on what a lot of his peers thought about him and the people who were actually there to witness it. So I really like that. And again, I said I like any street shot footage of interviews of just, random people. You had no idea who they even are. And they're just talking about, it's like plugging yourself in. It's like probably like street scenes, just plugging yourself into that.
It's exactly. It's exactly.
I love that kind of stuff. I wish we could still just do this. He just was like, he found out that Woody Guthrie was in the hospital. So he was like, so I just figured I'd drive out and just go meet him. Like he just showed up to this guy's, deathbed basically. And the guy was like, oh, hey. And Bob Dylan was like, can I talk to you for a little bit? It's just one of those weird things. You can't just do that now. That
actually reminds me, because I told you I went through a Bob Dylan phase and I sort of knew the bones of this documentary, but there's also a lot of stuff I didn't know. And there's a movie that I think it's a great movie called I'm Not There, which I don't know if I've made you watch. Is the Bob Dylan movie that Todd Haynes directed. Where Kate Blanchett plays a version of Bob. It's basically a universe where Bob Dylan doesn't exist.
Yeah,
and it shows, all the people that Bob Dylan has been throughout his life, like all the phases he went through his life, essentially. Mm-hmm. And there's a lot of stuff in that where I'm like, okay, I don't know what's going on here, or whatever. And watching this, I'd go, oh, that's from I'm Not There. So, like, for example, what you just said, like when he visits Woody Guthrie in the hospital, there's this kid, Michael, I think it's Michael Carl Franklin, who plays like this kid who's sort of, Bob Dylan, like, coming of age and, and finding his footing as a musician or whatever. And this kid's he's like 12 years old, but it's like the best performance I've ever seen because he looks like an adult in a kid's body.
Yeah.
Right. He doesn't feel like a kid acting, And there's a scene where he goes to Woody. He says his name is Woody Guthrie in the movie, and then he goes to a hospital and visits an old guy and like plays music for him and stuff. And I was like, oh, that always just went over my head and stuff. And there's a lot of stuff like that in the movie where it sort of unlocks like, oh, that's what they were referencing, and I'm not there. So it made me appreciate I'm not there more as well.
The Departed, 2006. The genesis of The Departed came from a Hong Kong movie called Infernal Affairs, written by Alan Mak and Felix Chong, and directed by Alan Mak and Wei Kyung Lau. Screenwriter William Monahan wrote a script based off the movie that eventually fell into Scorsese and Leonardo DiCaprio's hands.
So they both read the script, Leo and Scorsese. Also, Infernal Affairs. There's just two movies. They made Infernal, and then they made a sequel. So they both read the script, and Leo was like, "Great, this is great. I'm in. Let's do it." And originally, I think it was gonna be him and Brad Pitt. Brad Pitt was originally cast to play Colin Sullivan, which is Matt Damon's role, and then later he dropped out of it to be in a movie with Alejandro Iñárritu called Babel or Babel, I think. I've seen that movie. I was really young when I watched it. By young, I mean I was in high school. I didn't really understand it, but it was memorable to me. And but then he still produced it through his production company. And I think Tom Cruise was at a certain point was attached to being it. I don't know if that's probably before Scorsese got involved. But yeah, and so after a few weeks of working on the movie, he agreed to direct it, and then he found out, oh wait, this is a remake. I didn't know that, and it was made. I don't know if it was because of that. He sort of had some apprehensions about directing it. But he talks about in this book, Conversations with Scorsese, he talks to Richard Schickel about, I wasn't really convinced that I could. You have to be really committed to make a movie, and I thought the script was great. I thought the characters were interesting, but I really just wasn't. I wasn't sure what I was going to do with it. And Richard Schickel goes, "Well, what made you change your mind?" And he goes, "Well, I put it into a context of this anger I was feeling over the state of the world and how it was changing, and this new kind of war and conflict and paranoia that was, born out of the aftermath of 9/11, and that kind of gave me a context and a perspective to make the movie with." Now I want to talk about Whitey Bulger, who was a big crime boss back in the day in Boston, because Frank Costello is very influenced by him, and there's a movie called Black Mass, directed by Scott Cooper, starring Johnny Depp, where he plays Whitey Bulger. Joel Edgerton plays this guy, I think it's John Connolly, who's the protagonist of that movie, who I think was an FBI agent who was involved with, some informant stuff and some crime. I forget exactly what happened with the movie. And but here's the thing with Whitey Bulger. He was this giant crime boss, and he, when he was younger, was involved in the United States' the CIA's MK Ultra program, which was where they would drug like prisoners and unwittingly drug prisoners and mental patients with LSD and do some other crazy stuff that we'll get to a little bit more when we talk about Shutter Island. And he talks about how he goes, this is what they did to me, and he goes, I have to sleep with the light on now and stuff. He goes, it really fucked me up in a bad way. It's like it's possible that he became a big crime guy because they did all these experiments on him in the 50s and 60s, I guess. I don't know exactly when he was born. But while they were making this movie, he still wasn't caught yet.
He's just like
he was number 2 on the FBI's most wanted list while they were making this movie. And the guy who was number 1 was Osama bin Laden.
That's crazy.
So when Osama bin Laden was killed, he became the number 1 priority.
Is he still?
He died in 2018.
Oh.
They got him in 2011
Wow.
So they got him and Osama the same year. That was a big year for the FBI.
Yeah. What did this Whitey Bulger guy do that he's number 2 on the list? I didn't.
He's Frank Costello, dude.
Oh, I guess
He just
he's
killed
trying to
everybody.
sell-
He's insane.
He was trying to. Was he like trying to sell nuclear weapons or just weapons in general?
I don't know the specifics of that, but from what I understand about his deal is, but also Frank Costello's character, which is played by Jack Nicholson, was Scorsese was sort of made the inspiration of that character was based off of a guy he knew back in the day, and that character was sort of similar to Jimmy in Goodfellas, where he just gets really paranoid and kills everybody at the end.
Yeah.
And Marty talks about how he goes, my father once told me, like I was talking to that guy one day, and he goes, and my dad, his dad Charlie, goes over to Marty and he goes, don't you ever owe that guy anything. Stay away from that guy. Like be polite and smile when he sees you, but don't ever let them do you a favor, because you'll be paying it back the rest of your life.
Yeah.
And you'll never be able to get out of it. And so that was a big inspiration for Scorsese.
Filming began on April 21st, 2006, with Matt Damon, DiCaprio, and Jack Nicholson in the main leads.
I mentioned Jack Nicholson played Frank Costello, but he actually wasn't the first choice. The first choice to play Costello Scorsese's first choice to play Costello was Al Pacino.
Oh.
And Al Pacino declined the role. I don't know exactly why. Maybe it was because he wanted to star in Righteous Kill with De Niro, which is the worst movie of all time. I know De Niro wasn't in the movie. I know he was considered for Costello naturally, but he was too busy directing The Good Shepherd, which was his second movie that he's directed. His first movie he directed was A Bronx Tale, and then he directed The Good Shepherd. I've seen the first 20 minutes of The Good Shepherd. Me and my dad started watching it once, and there's a scene where he's like, because I think it's about like the birth of the CIA. So Matt Damon's character in that movie like goes into some like weird ritual where they piss on him and stuff, and he was like, "What the fuck was that, dude?"
Yeah.
And me and my dad were like, "We're not watching this."
Yeah, no.
But I was also like in middle school when we watched that.
You circle back to it now. Now that you're more comfortable with that kind of thing.
Now that I'm into that stuff. But Jack Nicholson, once Scorsese asked him to be in it, he was like, he was Marty, I'll be in it because you're the best, man. But he goes, give me something to play. And he goes, I agree. Scorsese said, I agree. Like the role, it was sort of just like a regular crime boss. Like we really needed to make something more interesting out of him, and that was basically up to Jack Nicholson, who would just be like, every day he would show up to set and be like, Marty, I've got ideas.
Yeah.
And everybody on the set was like, oh, fuck. Because he would just request stuff. And like Leo said, I remember one day I had a scene with him and he requested a handgun and a fire extinguisher. And I'm like, what the hell is he going to do to me tomorrow? That kind of thing, But like, for example, this is a famous thing, but there was one scene where it's a scene where Nicholson is trying to find out if Billy Costigan, Leonardo DiCaprio, is the rat. When he goes, I smell a rat, right? That wasn't in the script. Leo's just sitting there, and then all of a sudden, Nicholson just goes, I smell a fucking rat. And Leo's like, oh shit. And then he just pulls out a real gun, which Leo didn't know he had. It wasn't loaded, but I don't know if it was it was still a real, like dummy guns are real guns. They just have dummy ammo in them, but he pulls out a gun and aims it at DiCaprio, and he's like, I don't know how much of those lines were scripted, or how much they said the lines, but he was just like, oh shit. But he was like, I had to convince him that I wasn't the rat.
Yeah.
And apparently that's all in the movie. Scorsese said that's all in the movie. There's a scene, like the scene where he takes out the severed hand. Where he goes, Marty, this is a great scene because Scorsese goes, we've seen that a lot of times in movies where a guy goes, hey kid, like what's going on with you? You want a job, like that kind of thing, where he kind of grooms him for a position in the crime organization. He goes, Scorsese says, I saw that a lot when I was growing up, and I've seen it a lot in movies. And Jack Nicholson came up with the idea. He goes, well, what if he agreed that it was kind of traditional? And he goes, well, what if I just have a severed hand in the scene? And he goes, well, okay, well, I'll get Monahan to rewrite it. And he goes, no, like I have the severed hand, but we never talk about it. Yeah, and Scorsese said that's good because Leo looks at it and it adds an air of like. So that was a lot of the effect and influence that Jack Nicholson had over the role. Ray Liotta was asked to play Dingham, which is Mark Wahlberg's role, and he declined. I don't know why. A lot of people are declining stuff from Scorsese. I guess it happens more often. It's just not talked about. But I mean, in retrospect, you're like, why would they do that? But maybe it wasn't so obvious at the time. Matt Damon said that this movie was like a dream come fucking true.
Yeah.
Because we're filming a movie in my home city, my hometown. I'm the protagonist in it. It's Scorsese and all these great people. Nicholson. This is insane. So that was a big moment for him. Scorsese didn't watch the original movies, The Internal Affairs. It wasn't Internal Affairs. It was Infernal Affairs.
Infernal Affairs. Okay.
Did we fuck that up?
No, I mean, I must have said internal, but it doesn't matter.
Infernal
we
Affairs.
corrected
Fuck. So he didn't watch those because he
go back and dub my voice.
Infernal Affairs.
Infernal Affairs.
Say-
Infernal Affairs.
Say Infernal Affairs.
Infernal Affairs.
All right, I'll dub it in. You know the thing on Instagram that's popular, the X's in the Departed. It's like the oranges in The Godfather, where it signals that somebody's about to die.
Oh no!
Whenever somebody's about to die, you see an X.
Oh okay.
So like in the elevator at the end, before he gets his brains blown out, there's a X made out of tape. Or like there's another scene where Matt Damon's in the police department, and the light outside makes an X in the shadows and stuff. It's everywhere. It's in the airports everywhere. And Scorsese got that from Scarface, the original Scarface, from the 30s with I think it was Paul Mooney with Scarface.
Okay, yeah, that's cool.
And then Scorsese said that when he directed this movie, he goes, never did I have an attitude with a movie like this where as soon as we filmed it, I'm like, I'm out of here. I'm done making this movie. I don't know why he felt it was so exhausting.
What, making this movie?
Yeah, I guess maybe he never felt like his heart was in it. But it's weird because it's his first Oscar.
Yeah.
But also the production budget was $90 million. $45 million of that was just to the cast.
Yeah, that's the.
So it might be his least expensive movie in recent years in terms of production
surprising,
budget.
actually. I don't know why. The Departed was released on October 6, 2006. It was a critical and commercial hit, grossing $291 million worldwide off a $90 million budget. It was nominated for 5 Oscars, 4 of which it won, including Best Picture and Scorsese's first ever Oscar for Best Directing.
Adjusting for inflation, this is like a $145 million movie today, making $469 million today, which is exactly what I thought Barbie would do before the Barbenheimer thing happened. I thought it would have made like something around there. I don't know why I'm bringing that up. And Thelma won for Best Editing. Monahan won for Screenplay. And Mark Wahlberg was nominated for Best Supporting Actor. But he was the only nomination where it didn't get. It didn't win.
Damn. Well, but do you want me to get into my thoughts or something? Or?
No, I thought you would naturally, because we've been talking about 9/11, connect that with Mark Wahlberg.
Yeah. Wait, I'm connected with Mark Wahlberg?
Because he's the one who said that 9/11 would have went differently if he was there. Because he was supposed to be on one of the planes.
Yeah, I don't know what the fuck he would have done, but...
what did you think about this movie? It's the best movie of all time, right?
Yes.
Dude.
The Departed is... I had seen it before, but this last time I watched it, I literally texted you. I'm like, that just jumped up to my either number 1 or 2 on my top movies.
Oh shit! Really?
Yeah. It might have Boogie Nights beat because it has that moment in it where it gives me that same reaction where I'm literally like, only 2 movies have ever done that really to me. It's Boogie Nights when the guy gets shot in the head, and then when he walks out of the elevator and gets shot in the head. I literally am like I completely forgot that happened too. Oh, fuck. You know? Yeah. So I got the satisfaction a second time because when it happened the first time, I know I had the same reaction, and then this time I was even more like,
yeah.
It's just, it's one of the most, the story is so unique as well. You know, the way it weaves all this together, it's so unique. But what do you...
I've seen, this is, I think, maybe my 4th time seeing it. So I've seen it 3 times before, and every time I watched it, I was like, yeah, it's good. It's really good. Like, I always thought it was great. But then something about it this time just... Yeah. I was like, this is the most entertaining movie of all time. Like, this is the most engaging and compelling. Like, every second, I'm like, holy shit. I do think that it has a similar premise to Gangs of New York, if you think about it. Because it's about Leo kind of getting close to this guy so that he can, basically end up, like, ending him. Taking him down. And I just thought that was interesting how it was kind of a repeat thing. They're both these bosses of this criminal underworld and stuff like that. This, and I said when we were doing The Aviator that his movies sort of, there's always Scorsese in those movies, there was something left of Gangs of New York in The Aviator.
Mm-hmm.
Like he was still doing that kind of similar, there was a similar thing going on, a parallel thing going on in those two movies. And I think that's true for The Departed and Shutter Island, which exists as two paranoia thrillers. And we'll talk about the history of paranoia thrillers when we talk about Shutter Island. But usually they start, they're these movies that process some kind of tragedy or giant anxiety that the public is going through, and they use it as around some kind of central mystery in the story. But this is not like a traditional paranoia thriller because it doesn't have a mystery at the central of the story. It's sort of all the chess pieces on the board and you know how they're moving, and the suspense is just knowing how, like seeing how it's playing out. It's sort of like the one half of the equation of what Hitchcock said about his bomb theory, where he goes, if you have a scene of two people talking and a bomb goes off in the middle of it, it's going to surprise the audience for 5 seconds. And that's it. They'll never think about it again. But if you show that there's a bomb and have it tick down from like 3 minutes and then show them talking, the audience will be entertained for 3 minutes rather than 5 seconds. And The Departed is essentially 2.5 hours of watching guys talk with a bomb under the table because all the pieces are moving. You know Mark Wahlberg is doing this to some extent. You know that Matt Damon is doing this. You know that Leo's doing this, and watching it play out is amazing.
Yeah. Mark Wahlberg's character is one of the only characters actually where you don't really know what his angle is until like the last.
Right. There is some tributaries of the plot that have some reveals, but they're never carried out as a mystery. Like there's never like Mark Wahlberg never ends a scene and goes like turns to the camera and goes and then some music goes no.
Yeah.
There's never that, but it's always like I know what you mean though. But I talked about how paranoia thrillers, they process an intense anxiety that whatever the culture is going through at the time. So, for example, when they first got started, it was right after World War II. It was the Cold War, and the threat of nuclear annihilation, and people, and the threat of communism. And those movies were processed through, showing, like an alien invasion movie or something like that. In the '60s, the genre evolved after the JFK assassination and Watergate and Vietnam. And then in the 80s, I know there's these two great books on this, which I'll talk about, which is there's this book, Conspiracy Films, which is written by Barna William Donovan. And then there's another one called Conspiracy Theories in Movies and Film. And that was Gordon B. Arnold wrote that one. So those are great. Those are like the sources for this, which we'll get to in Shutter Island. But it talks about in the 80s how there was like a big like Satanist scare that kind of was inspired by the whole Manson family murders thing that kind of got really big in the 80s, and a lot of movies started to talk about like Satanism and stuff like that and like these ritualistic cult type things. And then of course 9/11 happens, and then we have the post 9/11 movie. We talked about it with in the Christopher Nolan podcast with The Dark Knight, how that's a post 9/11 movie, that the Joker is basically 9/11 and terror, and he's a domestic terrorist
of everything.
And then it's also about the Patriot Act. No Country for Old Men is about the same thing. Anton Chigurh and Joker are sort of like the same characters almost. Then, of course, you have The Departed. And how The Departed relates to 9/11 is that it basically shows, there's this new world that's, there's this new sort of complicated moral complexity to the world in this gray area where you don't really know whose side anybody is on, and you can't really see the enemy traditionally. Like, more used to be, there's red guys over there and there's blue guys over there. Let's stand in a big dumb line and wait for them to shoot us, and then we have some,
Yeah.
But now it's like we don't know whose side is. What do you mean? There's a war on terror? How do we know who's what, right? And Scorsese goes, I thought The Departed would be a good metaphor for a perennial war that that was happening in Afghanistan or the Middle East, where it's like it just seemed like a war that was never going to end. And I think that was the significance that 9/11 had. That I think this is because Gangs of New York, was interpreted as a 9/11 movie to a lot of people watching. I'm sure how I explain that, but it wasn't made with the intention of being a 9/11 movie. This is Scorsese's first movie where he says, "Well, I'm going to make a 9/11 movie." Well, this is clearly about 9. This might be like the ultimate post 9/11 movie.
Mm-hmm.
Like The Dark Knight, No Country for Old Men, and this probably are like pedestals of that.
Yeah.
But this, it won Best Picture, and it's it's held on a pretty high pedestal.
Mm-hmm.
But
I mean, it makes sense you saying that because like this is another one of those movies where, especially from Martin Scorsese, where there's no happy ending. It's just kind of the story ends in a way, and you're left to believe that it's just going to keep going. Whatever this like chain of events that people die. Like they're taking everything to the extreme until they die, basically. Like Matt Damon's character, like Dingham's character is probably also going to end up dead too, eventually.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? It's just one of those things that just seems like the story like jumps off and it just keeps going on in one direction.
That's a good point. It ends by showing you there's no end to this because
Yeah.
Dingham is in on this thing too. Like he's a double. So Matt Damon going okay.
Yeah.
It's just like we're never gonna get to the bottom of this. This is gonna go
Exactly.
on forever.
Mm-hmm. He looks at his shoes. He says,
Yeah. It taps into a great paranoia that was felt after 9/11. We even talked about that even in the network podcast because we talked about how cable news got a big bump, like a paranoia fueled bump in viewership after 9/11 because it was like, what are they going to do next? Who's the terrorist? It was very scary because we didn't really know. Do you have any thoughts? And then I want to show you my big theory. And by my big theory, I mean a theory I found on the internet and then confirmed while watching this the fourth time.
let me just look at some of this stuff.
I'm gonna take a big drink of water.
Do you want me to get into some of my funny points?
Mm-hmm.
So this is watching it this time. I also had one of those moments when Mark Wahlberg's character literally goes, "You must be the other guy," and I went, "Oh, wait, oh my, no,
The other guys,
the other guys." I didn't realize, and then I'm like, "Yeah, what?" Obviously, it didn't click for me until that moment.
Well, I heard Adam McKay was watching the movie and went, "Huh."
The other guy.
Guys.
Do you think he actually did? I could imagine because Mark Wahlberg's character literally goes like I was almost expecting him to be like, "You must be the other guys," and then look at the camera and be like,
That movie hasn't come out yet. We got 4 more years left until you understand.
We're gonna make
this.
a really funny movie.
Yeah.
It's gonna be great. You're gonna love it.
I am gonna borrow that line though. Whenever somebody screws something up, they go. If somebody goes, "Who the hell are you?" I'm the guy who does his job. You must be the other guy.
Yeah, you must
That's
be the
such
other
a great
guy.
comment. There's so many great lines in this. Like Alec Baldwin's hilarious in this, by the way, where he goes, I'm gonna have a smoke break. You want to have a quick smoke? Oh wait, you don't smoke. What are you, one of those fitness freaks? Go fuck yourself. He just has a whole conversation, and Matt Damon's just sitting there. You know, I thought that was great. That might be the best delivered line of all time.
Mm-hmm. What, that specific?
Yeah, because
one?
think about like because it's very, you don't really know how awkward a line is until you try it. Imagine you read out, "I'm gonna have a smoke. Do you want to smoke?" Oh wait, you don't smoke, right? You're one of those fitness freaks. What are you, one of those fitness freaks? Go fuck yourself.
Mm-hmm.
Like each one of those words warrants a response that
And
you have to
then-
play off of, and finding out a way to just do that and run through your brain that doesn't seem like you're. I don't know, I'm getting into the weeds with it a little bit, but I think it was impressive. What else you got?
This is one thing where I thought throughout the movie, if someone just during this, if it was real life, they just looked at Matt Damon during some of the scenes where they're like, "I can't figure out who's giving out some of this information." Matt Damon's character is literally like, doing that.
They're like, like we got a big thing about the mole, Costello's mole. It turns out he's in the building, and Matt Damon just like scratching his head like, "Oh no."
He's like, "I gotta make a call."
And he's like, "Guys, you don't." He's like at the thing. He's like, "Yeah, what do you listen to me?" And he's like, "What are you doing?" He's like, "Nothing."
Yeah, the guy,
Queenan's like, "Nothing."
The main guy who's supposed
Martin
to be
Sheen.
investigating that. He's like, "Well, what was that phone call about? You shouldn't be calling."
He's like,
anybody,
"God
right?"
damn it, Frank Costello." Who are you talking to?
Yeah. No, that's about it. That's all I have on that kind of stuff. But I wrote that down because I'm like looking at his face throughout the movie. I'm like, this guy.
Well, speaking about his character, do you want to talk about another? I saw this theory on like Instagram Reels, and I went, "Yeah, sure, maybe, I don't know," because everybody has a thing. And then I watched the movie with this in mind, and I thought it was astonishing how many clues there is to it. Did you ever get the sense that Matt Damon's character was a gay man?
Nah, that didn't come across my mind. Honestly, I didn't really ever think about that, just because I just figured it was pretty obvious that he has like the girlfriend and everything. But
Okay, so I'm going to change your mind.
Okay.
It's 100% that I'm going to change your mind.
Is this your big theory that you're?
It's not an original theory, but I did go through it and try to get every single instance where they were hinting at
Do
it.
you have a full page written about this?
Page in a quarter.
Okay, let's get into it. Wow.
I'm straight as fuck, by the way. So I'm not gonna read off of it, but I do have to look to it because it's basically a list of stuff.
Yeah.
So, one of the first times we see Colin, he's playing rugby. So there's this image of him being like a sweaty and dirty with all these dudes.
I'm
Well, because I went into it thinking that, and I saw the rugby and I went, oh, that's mean because they're hinting that he's gay. And I'm like, no, I'm thinking into it too much because now I have. Because he's like rolling on the ground, he's all sweaty and dirty with all these guys. I'm like, oh, is this like suggestive imagery? And then I'm like, I might be reaching too much. And then he turns around and goes, screw you, you queers. Those guys are a bunch of homos. I'm like, okay, so this is clearly they're doing a thing here. Like
we
he's
should push him in the corner and make him show.
yeah. So they're showing an insecurity around that subject that he has because if he wasn't insecure about that, he'd be like, those guys suck. He wouldn't say that. Later, there's a scene where he catcalls this hot coworker, but he only does it after he realizes that his friend is watching. Like there's a quick thing where he goes, "Hey, Charlene, nice ass," like that kind of thing. Later, he meets Madeline in the elevator, and he rizzes her up so hard, and creates a date with her from thin air, out of nowhere, and somehow does it. And then they juxtapose right after that scene. The very next thing we see is Billy getting his arm wrapped up by a nurse. And she's like, we get the sense that he thinks she's attractive, but he kind of just looks at her and then doesn't say anything. And it shows that he's kind of shy. And what that's saying is that if you're good at talking to women, you must be gay.
Yeah. Wait,
which is why I'm straight as fuck, dude.
Yeah.
That's a joke, obviously.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Later, there's a scene during breakfast where Madeline suggests that Colin had an erectile dysfunction the night before. And this is a reference to the fact that there's no such thing as erectile dysfunction. It just means you're gay.
Oh my god, dude! Are you serious? Is this all just like
no? Those are the last two jokes. That's now I'm back to see. But that is true that he does have erectile dysfunction.
Okay.
And she's like, a lot of it's. Do you want to talk about it? He's like, no, shut up, bitch. Yeah. So and then there's another scene where Frank says they're on the phone and he's like, Frank, you got to do something for me. And he goes, do you like when Madeline sucks on your little dick? And Colin kind of like covers his head and goes like, yes, I do. Which could just be he's uncomfortable talking about her in that way, but it could also be him lying, right? Madeline is unfulfilled with Sullivan as a romantic partner, Colin Sullivan, which is why she falls for Billy because he's straight as fuck and he doesn't know how to talk to girls. He's my hero.
Jesus Christ, dude. Is this actually all just like a joke?
No, this is real. This is real. I'm telling you. Later, Sullivan and Alec Baldwin's character are hitting golf balls at the driving range, and Alec Baldwin says, being married lets people know that you're not a homo and that your cock works. Of course, here we know that Sullivan's cock does not work to a certain extent because he had erectile dysfunction earlier in the movie, right? Which is just a weird thing. Like, that's my primary reason for getting married, so I don't look gay.
Yeah.
That's pretty, you have to have an insecurity about that. And then the very next scene, they cut from the golf course to Sullivan at a porno theater, Frank's porno theater that he owns, and there's heterosexual sex going on. Like, there's a lady, right? And dude, he looks like he wants to throw up. Like, it could just be because it's in a crazy situation, but look at his face looking at it. He's like, this is so gross. And then Frank walks in and he shows him the dildo and he goes, see anything you like, Colin?
Yeah.
Like that kind of thing. And then when Dingham and Sullivan get into a fight after Queenan's death, Dingham says, blow me. And then before that, Queenan refers to Colin as a prom queen, right? Later, there's so much stuff. Later, Madeline reveals that she's pregnant, and Sullivan looks like he can't believe it. His face is almost like, "How are you pregnant?"
He's like, "You want me?"
Yeah, exactly. He's very shocked by it.
Yeah.
Right? Because he's like, "Wait a minute," right? And I think that's actually Billy's baby. I think that's Leo's baby, actually. And finally, when Billy calls him, they're at the end. He's on the roof. He calls him the F word, which I'm not going to say. And when he says it, like, Colin literally, like, physically flinches.
Oh, really? Wow.
He says it like, you goddamn, and then he goes, ugh. So, or he like the phone's barking at him, that kind of thing. So, I thought at first, I'm like, is this just a weird character quirk that they're putting in the movie so that people can look through it later for fun and kind of like, do a detective thing. And then I was like, well, what is the thematic significance of this?
That's
and
what
it's
I
like,
was gonna ask.
it's just him leading another double life.
Oh, he's
like
just
he's living a
fully-
double life as a cop, but he's actually a criminal. He's leading a double life as a straight guy, but he's actually gay. So he's living double. He's living a quadruple life.
Mm-hmm. What an interesting. Yeah, I mean, I like that's not. I guess it never came up in my mind, like, but that does make sense because he is just always living a double life. So why not just add more double life?
It's just another thematic thing. It's like Kubrick.
Do you think that says anything about the sexuality of Leo's character? Like, it's Leo's character, like, because he's actually a really good guy, but he has to live this bad boy lifestyle. Do they ever like well, no, I guess.
I think
Like, imagine he had to go and be like a bad gangster, but also
he had to pretend to be gay.
yeah, like he had to, like he's also living a double life, like fully juxtaposed.
At the end of every scene, he just kisses Frank on the cheek, and you're like, what the fuck?
It's just like,
yeah, I don't know. I don't know if that extends to any other character. The only
just
person
that
it extends to it extends to Leo's character in that one scene where they juxtapose him, looking at the nurse and getting shy and not talking to her.
yeah.
But they extend it to also Alec Baldwin, who literally says, being married lets people know you're not a homo, like that kind of thing.
Yeah.
I don't know if there's anything beyond that in terms of like what it's saying socially that I can get. Like, I'm sure if a gay person watches that, they're like, oh, they might identify with Colin in a certain extent. Like, that feels like I'm leading a double life. I think it's just another interesting subject matter to put it. Because, we said this during the Kubrick podcast. You're always looking for the most interesting intersection of subject matters. And anything you could put in the movie that, you can slice through a different way every time you see it. Because now I'm watching another movie. Because I heard this, and then I watched the movie, and, I think it's really entertaining, but now I have another aspect of appreciation for it, right?
Yeah.
It's just another layer on the cake. So if I couldn't have said it better myself.
yeah, layer on the cake.
I'm so goddamn smart, dude. Holy shit! Don't even pay attention to the first half of the podcast.
Yeah. Any other?
Yes, I have a couple. No, I don't have another wild theories, but I remember I mentioned how Full Metal Jacket might be my favorite Kubrick movie because it feels like Kubrick hanging out with the boys, and this feels like Scorsese hanging out with the boys too. So this is one of my favorite ones because it just feels like he's having fun with the dudes, the bros. Except for the Vera Farmiga girl, lady. She's great in this, though. Do you know the SNL skit? I saw a review on like Letterboxd or something where the end of this reminded them of an SNL skit where I think it was they were doing a parody of the show The OC, and there's a scene where like a character gets shot, and they go and this music plays and goes, "Ooh, what you say?" Like they have like a song, and then everybody keeps walking in and getting shot, and it's like they're just shooting each other. Somebody was like, "This just literally feels like 30 minutes of that at the end," which is like kind of true.
Everybody just getting shot off the elevator.
Seeing people get shot, like the way everybody gets shot in this movie is insane. Like seeing a movie star like Leo, it's like seeing Clark Gable get shot in the head. Seeing that in the theater at the time must have been insane.
Oh, when he
just first, there's nothing.
Nobody knows what's about to happen. Like, you think it's basically over.
Yeah.
I think he wins basically, and then.
Yeah.
But no, that is, in terms of movies that have made you actually feel like shocked about something. Am I right for saying that's one of, if not the most shocking moment in movie history?
I think it is. However, the first time I'm pretty sure the first time I saw that happen is when I was like 12 and I saw it on Watch Mojo.
Oh, okay.
Where I watched a video called
Top 10 most shocking moments.
Yeah, and I saw that as a clip, so I knew it was. I personally never got to experience that.
I got it twice because I have terrible memories.
Oh, that's what I got to do. I gotta
just forget about it for like 10 years.
Well, based off Shutter Island, I have to have a wife and have her kill all my kids, and then kill her so I forget everything, and then I'll watch The Departed again.
That's a good idea. Any lucky ladies out there want to kill his kids?
Good Lord. So, just a heads up, the audio files for Shine a Light and Shutter Island that we recorded have been corrupted. So what we're going to do is switch to the camera audio, which we've made sound as good as possible. So what I would do, if I were you listening, if I was listening to this podcast right now, I would be enjoying it thoroughly, which I'm sure you are. So what I would do is I would go and like the video, and then I would subscribe, and then I would comment my thoughts on the movies we've been talking about, and then I would tell everybody I know how great Danny and Johnny are as hosts. So thanks.
Shine a Light, 2008. In the fall of 2006, at the Beacon Theater in New York City, Scorsese filmed a concert for the Rolling Stones.
So this, I would have put normally under the side projects category, which we'll get to. But the reason I didn't and gave it its own segment is because it was a theatrical release. So the budget was like $1 million. It's just a concert movie that they filmed at some hall, and it made like $15 million at the box office. And it was one of those movies that was like experienced in IMAX. And that was when IMAX was sort of this new thing to the general public, and it wasn't you see an IMAX movie now. There's like 1,000 screens that IMAX has around the world. Back then, I'm sure there was a lot less that they had, and IMAX wasn't as big as a company, and so that was sort of the just the notable thing around it. The only story I have from the production that was pretty funny was we talked about how Scorsese in The Departed used "Give Me Shelter." He also used it in Goodfellas and Casino, I believe, and they didn't play. The Rolling Stones did not play "Give Me Shelter" during this concert, and so Mick Jagger made a joke that it's the first Martin Scorsese movie not to play "Give Me Shelter" in it.
Yeah, how many times did you say he has "Give Me Shelter"?
The one off the top of my head, I can just name 3, which is Goodfellas, Casino, and The Departed.
Yeah, that's a lot still.
Yeah.
Just 3, like playing it in one of your movies and being like, oh, I already played it in that other movie, but whatever, it works.
During this, an executive died backstage. He just collapsed and died, right? And so there's been 2. That's the second Rolling Stones movie where somebody has died while filming it, because there's Give Me Shelter, which is also a concert movie, was about the concert at Altamont was it Speedway or Freeway?
I don't know.
There was a free concert in Altamont in 1969, in I believe December like 5th, let's say, and the Rolling Stones hired the Hells Angels as security. And then I think a woman or a guy died, and that was like a big story about the '60s where somebody got stabbed.
Yeah,
somebody pulled out a gun and Hell's Angels like fuck you. And
the Hell's Angels would literally just beat the crap out of people in the front row.
Yeah, they're not the Heaven's Angels.
Yeah, I guess so. Makes sense. Very fitting.
Bad move by the Rolling Stones.
Yeah, seriously.
It's like hiring a South Pole elf. In the just to talk about them because it's a concert movie. Concert movies to me are interesting. This is interesting. I don't have as much thoughts about it as I do with The Last Waltz, because I'm not really familiar with the Rolling Stones that much. I just see it in every piece of popular media that has their songs in it. But Bill Clinton shows up at one time. He goes, "Okay, how's it going?" And him and Hillary are there. Huh?
Nothing. I was gonna do a Bill Clinton impression, but I don't think I have it.
It's hard to do. You gotta really find like just this little tiny thin frequency to do it. I can't really do it.
A little bit of laughter. Another afternoon.
No, you just sound like Michael Scott doing the murder mystery game.
Oh yeah.
So, but then it opens and it's like Scorsese and them setting up. And Scorsese was like, "No, we got the lights here." Well, I wasn't told that. And then all of a sudden they turn the lights on and everybody goes, "Oh!" and everybody jumps. And Scorsese laughs. He goes, "Oh, that cleared my sinuses that one." That was pretty funny. And at the end, there's an interesting shot where the concert ends and the camera goes into the hall and Scorsese's like, "Come on, let's go." And he keeps directing the camera where to go in the hall, and then all of a sudden the camera just zooms up out to the city.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah. So.
Shutter Island, 2010. The screenplay for Shutter Island came to Scorsese while preparing to film The Wolf of Wall Street. Scorsese read the script late at night and knew he wanted to make it.
So, of course, they were developing Wolf of Wall Street, and at one point he waited 5 months to decide, to hear if he was going to be able to make it or not. So the studio, they were like, "Oh, well, we'll figure it out." They were waiting to get greenlit for like 5 months, and then, after 5 months, like, "We can't make it." He's like, "Well, shit, I just wasted 5 months of my life." He's like, "All right, we'll put that on the back burner. We'll do Shutter Island." And so when he read the script, he's like, "I had to get up early in the morning." So, it was about 10:30, and I said, "I'll read a little bit of the script, and then I'll go to bed and I'll read it later or whatever."
then he started reading it. He just realized that he read the whole thing,
Yeah.
and so he's like, all right, I guess I'm not getting that much sleep tonight. And but he had some trepidation about it because he was trying to get Silence made, and Silence was also a story about two guys going to an island. So he was like, well, this sort of seems too similar to what I'm doing. Like maybe I shouldn't do this. Blah blah blah. And I want to talk about the author. What was the author's name? Dennis Lehane. I definitely didn't have to look that up. I remembered it first try.
Mm-hmm.
So he talked about how when he wrote the book, he goes, I found that, America was in a very similar state to the 1950s. And so I figured if we put it, a story in the 1950s and, to juxtapose or as a metaphor of today's world, that would be a good idea. And we could tap into the sense of paranoia that, the whole country was going through, because the only other time in history we had a paranoia that was analogous to this, what we're going through right now, at post 9/11 at the time, was during the 1950s, during the Red Scare and the threat of communism, nuclear war, that kind of thing. So that continues our talk about 9/11 and paranoia. I know it seems like we're talking about it more often than usual, but you have to understand that, in this era of movies, like something like Christopher Nolan, we only talked about it like once or twice because his movies didn't really seem affected by that, except for the Dark Knight.
Mm-hmm.
To a certain extent, like I'm sure there's other interpretations that somebody can find, like, oh, well, why Insomnia was inspired by 9/11, or well, actually it wasn't. We talked about that because it was made beforehand. Let's say like why Batman Begins talks about 9/11, why Inception is about 9/11. I'm sure there's some interpretations of that, but Scorsese seems like all these movies had to deal with, at least Shutter Island and The Departed had to deal with paranoia much more than let's say a Christopher Nolan movie or something like that.
Do you think? I mean, Shutter Island definitely still deals in that, but not like I don't know if it's drawing from 9/11 as much as The Departed is.
I think it might. I think it might even do it more so.
How?
Let's get to the overall thoughts.
Filming began on
Damn,
March
you were ready,
2008 with Leonardo DiCaprio, Mark Ruffalo, Ben Kingsley, and Max von Sydow in the main cast.
So Scorsese talked about how it was an acting challenge for everybody involved, because you didn't have to play a person doing something; you had to play a person who was playing a person doing something.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Because the movie, there's Mark Ruffalo, right? Leo and Mark Ruffalo were cast, and then of course Scorsese always shows people movies that they have to watch for reference and that's influenced by. And Scorsese showed them a movie called Out of the Past, and the movie turns off. They finished it, and Mark Ruffalo and Leo look at each other, and they look at Marty and they go, "That was the coolest movie we've ever seen."
Mm.
That's all.
What movie was it?
Out of the Past.
Do you know anything about that movie?
Robert Mitchum's in it.
Okay.
That's it.
Mm-hmm.
It's from like the 40s,
Oh,
50s.
Okay.
But Mark Ruffalo said, or rather Scorsese said about Mark Ruffalo, when he's in a scene, he's doing a few things. One, he has to play the part of, Teddy, what are you talking about, right?
Yeah.
But then he also has to play the part of a psychiatrist or a psychologist where, he's studying him to see, if it's working or not.
Yeah.
But then he also is playing the part of, I guess, his friend, because at this point he spent a lot of time with Teddy or Andrew, I guess, right? Andrew? I mean, it's like Andrew Lievis. He has to spend a lot, so he knows it's almost like his friend. So he has to act, study, and also feel for and be concerned about.
Yeah.
With us seeing it, without Teddy noticing it, which is a very, very fine line. Like it required a very, very deft touch to do that.
Yeah, and that's like something where it's more noticeable on your second watch through when you know what's going on.
Yes.
Before the big reveal at the end the first time, you're like, it doesn't. Like you have to watch it. This is like one of those movies where the second time you watch it, you start to pay attention more to like the little facial feature or like the facial expressions that the people in the back are making. Like there's a part where Andrew Lievis literally does something, and the Mark Ruffalo's character and one of the people working at the hospital like look at each other like it's like in the background, but it's a small thing where they're like, you know, they're all in on it, and you don't realize it until the second time you watch it.
A lot of people go, "Oh, this movie's made to be seen multiple times,"
Mm.
but I don't think that's been more like structurally true or mechanically true than this movie. Like a Kubrick movie, Scorsese said, you know, you wish he made more movies, but every time you see his movie, it's like you're watching a new one, right?
Yeah,
And that's true, like an intellectual, you know, perspective. I get maybe an emotional perspective as well, but in this, it's more of a mechanical perspective because, you know, when you watch it the first time, it's a story about two detectives solving a mystery, right?
Mm.
But then when you watch it a second time, it's about, you know, a guy and his friend at this point, and his friend trying to help him get better.
Yeah.
It's like a completely different story, you know, which I think is interesting.
That makes me appreciate Mark Ruffalo's performance even more because I get you telling me that, like, I get that from his performance.
Yes, exactly.
You do understand.
When you hear me say that, you go to a scene where you look at his face,
Mhm.
and you're like, oh, that's what he was doing there, right?
Even from
Because I
the
did the same
beginning.
thing.
Even from the beginning too, because you also have to think they're on this boat together, and they're almost at their destination, and now they're just meeting. What is going? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's where you're like the second time through, you're like, oh yeah, obviously it's just they're just running this experiment because how has he not met him yet? Like how long was this boat ride that he doesn't know his partner's on the boat?
Right.
Yeah,
Like the ferry or whatever.
the ferry. Yeah.
Or even when they get off the ferry and they see all the guards like tightening the grip on their guns or whatever.
Yeah.
They're like, what the hell's going on here? Why are they so, like, oh yeah, it's, this is crazy.
Mhm.
It's not because you're a crazy guy.
Yeah. The first time I watched it, I was like, oh, something paranormal must be going on.
Mm.
That's like just where I thought it was leading to, but then obviously watching it the second time, like the whole time you're just like, everyone's on edge because this crazy guy is
Because they're doing a giant
about to
role
attack.
play.
Yeah.
Max von Sydow's in it, and he's a great actor. He was in a movie called we talked about him last episode because he played Jesus at one point, and I think the greatest story ever told. He's in a great movie by George Roy Hill called Hawaii.
Mm.
He's in another great movie by Sidney Pollack called Three Days of the Condor, which is great. His presence in a movie is like some actors are, like let's say like a pickaxe or something like that. Some are like sledgehammers.
Mhm.
Some actors have a more delicate touch and they're more of, like a sandpaper. He's just this scythe that hangs over and cuts through the movie. Like his performance is always so sharp. His presence never goes unnoticed in a movie.
Mhm.
He has one of the best premises of all time, or presences of all time, should I say. Scorsese became very depressed while shooting the movie, and somebody was like, well, why? And he goes, because I think it might have just been the subject matter was so harsh.
Mhm.
Scorsese saying that is something, because he always does. He did Taxi Driver. And also, but he's a guy who always seems to, I think of him as one of those very anxious people who is sort of like always depressed in a sense.
Yeah, I feel like you mentioned that in every movie where it's like, yep, Scorsese went crazy, and during this one, he was really sad. He was overworked,
exactly.
tired. Just every time he films a movie, he seems that way.
Yeah, he seems like one of those people to me. But that's not to discredit like any negative feelings he has.
Mm-hmm.
But it's just, I don't know, it's notable to bring up. And then this was actually his first use of digital cameras,
Oh, really?
digital photography in one of his movies, because he found that filming in low light environments you can't beat digital.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you can, but it just requires, like if they're filming in the woods on location, it's really hard to get lights out there. So he'd rather just shoot digital.
Mm-hmm.
And then I think he shot Hugo all digital as well.
Oh, really?
I'm pretty sure it was all digital.
On February 19th, 2010, Shutter Island was released in the U.S. and received mostly positive reviews from critics and a C+ cinema score from audiences. It grossed $294 million off an $80 million budget. It received 0 Oscar nominations.
So, adjusted for today's inflation, that's like a $115 million movie making $424, which is very good. The release date, it was supposed to be like I don't know if it was supposed to be an awards contender, but it was originally supposed to be in the fall, which is like awards season,
Mm-hmm.
and the studio pushed it back to February 10th, and there was some speculation like, oh, maybe the studio's not confident in this. They pushed it back because they think it's a bad movie. And Scorsese had to say, no, they just thought it would do better financially, which it did pretty well financially. It wasn't a terrible movie like everybody said it would be, or was suspecting it might be because they pushed the release date back. And we talked about in the last episodes how, good Casino is sort of Goodfellas Part 2, and how Kundun was sort of like Last Temptation Part 2 to a certain extent, not as much as Casino feels like Goodfellas Part 2. And I do feel like this movie, Shutter Island, feels a lot like Cape Fear Part 2, because both of them are sort of throwbacks to something that feels distinctly like Hitchcockian or something. Even I think Cape Fear probably leans into that more than this. Does that make sense to you?
Mm-hmm.
But going into like how my overall thoughts on the movie. When I first watched this movie, I bought into the twist. I was like, oh shit, no way! I thought it was a great movie. And this time I was anticipating, liking it a lot more than I actually did. The second time around, I don't think when I watched this, I wasn't like, oh, this is great. I was kind of like, yeah, it's okay. I didn't really have that that positive of a reaction. I don't think it's a bad movie or anything. I do think that it's less emotionally and experientially stimulating than I thought it would be the second time around, but I do think it's more intellectually stimulating, which I'll talk about. And I'm going to read off my notes for this because there's no way I'll be able to tell all this without rambling, and then people go, what the hell is he talking about?
Yeah.
So, one thing I do like about the movie is that, I said this before, it exists on a very interesting intersection of subject matters. And for example, we talked about how the author was inspired by the paranoia of 9/11, and that was the last time there was a paranoia like this. The last time there was a paranoia like that in the country was during the Cold War and the McCarthy era. So he figured he'd make a movie about that, which is a great idea because that's the era where the conspiracy theory thriller really kicked off, which I talked about earlier, the paranoia thriller. So in the late, so the late 40s and 50s is where the paranoia thriller started. There were sort of precursors to it a little bit, like there's a Hitchcock movie called The 39 Steps where there's a mystery and but in terms of what the idea of an actual paranoia thriller is, it started in the 50s and 40s.
Mm-hmm.
So in the late 1940s and 50s, post-war Hollywood saw the birth of the conspiracy theory movie or the paranoia thriller as we know it now. This was a time right after the atomic bomb ended World War II, and when America was at the height of its first UFO craze, when the cloud of the Cold War and the Soviet communist infiltration and nuclear war loomed over America. In his book, Conspiracy Theory in Film, Television, and Politics, Gordon B. Arnold writes, the forces that caused a sudden surge in conspiracy theory movies took shape in the late 1940s. In the midst of these new political contexts that emerged in post-war America, the post-war context was powerfully shaped, turns page, by a new and fearsome reality. Humans now possess the technology of nuclear weapons and soon would have the capability of not only destroying their enemies, but also extinguishing all human life on the planet. In the United States, this new reality generated enormous anxiety. It was a world in which fear was not irrational, but instead seemed a form of realism. The ways in which American culture processed those fears and anxieties, however, were sometimes extreme. This brings us to a post-war surge in conspiracy thrillers, a lot of them portrayed in alien invasion, like The Thing from Another World, Them, The Day the Earth Stood Still, Invaders from Mars, The War of the Worlds, Invasion of the Body Snatchers, those types of movies. The alien invaders in these movies often represented the looming communist threat at the time, and however, there was also a lot of these movies where the communists were represented by literal communists.
Mm-hmm.
In movies like The Red Menace, Big Jim McLean, The Whip Hand Conspirator, and Invasion USA. During this surge, I stopped quoting Gordon B. Arnold like 3 paragraphs ago. This isn't all from his book.
Mm-hmm.
During the surge, these conspiracy movies processed the nation's anxieties through science fictional worlds and or threats of an external enemy. But in the late 50s and early 60s, these movies inverted their lenses to focus on enemy conspiracies within already infiltrated domestic institutions. So it wasn't an outside enemy coming in, it was an outside enemy already in.
Mm-hmm.
This shift mirrored the American public's paranoia of an internal communist threat during the McCarthy era. which can be seen in movies like Invasion of the Body Snatchers and The Manchurian Candidate. The Manchurian Candidate was 1962, and that's going to be brought up later. The Manchurian Candidate. In the late 1960s and 70s, grand conspiracies were no longer confined to the unrealistic fictional worlds of science fiction. The paranoia thriller dug into the conspiracies of our world, the real world, and this tapped into a paranoia felt by an America still digesting the assassinations of JFK, MLK, and RFK, and revelations about the Vietnam War, the Pentagon Papers, the Watergate scandal. And this paranoia can be seen in movies like The Parallax View, 3 Days of the Condor, The Conversation, and most notably All the President's Men, because that's distinctly about, it's literally about Watergate and stuff. And in these movies, the same way the idea of an external enemy invading domestic institutions evolved into an external enemy already operating in those domestic institutions, the idea of an enemy operating within domestic institutions evolved into the realization that the enemy is the domestic institutions themselves. That's what happened. That's not an original idea by me. That's the idea that those movies present.
Yeah.
Anyway.
AKA Bush did 9/11. That kind
Yes.
of thing. Yeah.
That's more of a me. I haven't thought about. I haven't thought about that. Okay.
Sorry.
So anyway, that's the lineage of Shutter Island. Those are the movies that this movie is riffing off of.
Yeah.
And so it's using the way that so I mentioned those movies kind of evolved as the political landscape changed, and how a paranoia thriller from the 50s was different from one from the 70s, right? Shutter Island also takes its contemporary world and makes a paranoia thriller out of it, but it uses the style of the 1950s paranoia thriller or 1950s movie, which is very interesting. It kind of is an interesting mashup, which makes sense because it's using the 1950s world to talk about our world today. It's not just because you see some movies that are like they take place now, but they make them like they're in the 50s or something, or they do a throwback for the sake of a throwback. And you're like, okay, you just want to make a movie from that. Scorsese talks about that with Killers of the Flower Moon. He says, I thought I would make a Western, but like, why would I make a Western? Because, they've already been done.
Yeah.
That kind of thing. But I think, 9/11 is a lot of, I think this is important to show how, Shutter Island is processing the paranoia of 9/11. And you asked, like, how exactly is it doing that? Let me see. We'll see. I have to read it because I don't want to mess it up. I know I will. And I said we talked about how the author wrote the book in the wake of 9/11, and if Andrew Liatis losing his family is 9/11, right? Does that mean that Andrew growing crazy because of it is tapping into how 9/11 made America crazy? And now this goes into the question of, well, if we're going crazy, how do we solve this? What's going on? And this is, I think this is sort of analogous to how, there's a big controversy in the movie over how to treat Andrew. Like, how should we do it, in this old way or this new way? And I think that has something to do with how we should move forward as a country and process 9/11. What's the right way to go? Do we do it this way? Do we do it that way?
What do you mean by this way or that way? Like the fact that they want to do the brain, like
right? Like should we listen to what these people have to say, or should we stab them in the eyeball with a spike, like that kind of thing? And I think that's sort of a similar thing. Well, how should we go through this as a country? Should we spy on everybody? Or whatever. Like I don't know. I'm not saying I have a big grand thing, but I'm saying I think them trying to. Let me try to make this make sense. Them discussing how to cure mental illness, Andrew's mental illness, I interpret that as something of, well, how can we cure America's illness? That was, So, but also it's just about, but again, it's an interesting intersection of subject matters. So it is also just about the history of, psychiatry and how that evolved and how that used to be a crazy thing. And I know I'm rambling. I hope this is making sense. I hope it's interesting. I'm going to go on another ramble. I'm going to read off of it. So, of course, the treatment of mental illness is a big subject matter in the movie, one that depicts the split between medicinal methods of an old world and a new world. And there's a big paranoia around that because if we are going crazy, who should we trust to treat us? Because because if you say you're not crazy, that makes you look like you're crazy, right? And so can we trust the institutions to help us? in the era of Shutter Island, or in the era that Shutter Island takes place, the field of psychiatry in America, and probably most of the world, historically was in a very bad place. And in a stage of intense, and it was also in a sense a stage of intense reshaping. Of course, with lobotomies becoming popular, there was a lot of discussion of what is helping a patient and what is not helping them, like what is harming them. Because I think the guy who invented lobotomies like won the Nobel Prize
For doing that?
for doing it. I'm pretty sure. I don't know if exactly that's true, but this is gonna tie back. This ties in. I'm doing the weave, Danny.
Yeah,
This is gonna tie in. This is gonna tie in. I swear to God. In the early 1953, the CIA started something called Project MK Ultra. The previous incarnations of that was Project Bluebird and Project Artichoke, and they had 3 essential goals in that project, which was to make somebody go insane without their knowledge. That was number 1. Delete or implant memories in an individual without their knowledge. That was 2. And make someone unwittingly commit acts they knew they would never otherwise. They make somebody commit acts they would never have otherwise without your influence. And this is where the idea of the Manchurian Candidate, which we talked about, came from. That book, The Manchurian Candidate, was sort of, I don't know if it was inspired by this, but there was a story of these American soldiers that were passing through, Manchuria, who were brainwashed by the Chinese or something, or the Mongolians or something like that. And that was a big thing. There was a story about how these soldiers, it was like during Korea or something, these soldiers were captured and brainwashed to think America was terrible. And then they came back, and then America had to brainwash them into thinking that we've never done anything wrong, that kind of thing. So that's where the idea of the Manchurian Candidate came from. One of the first books about this subject, from a reporting standpoint, was called The Search for the Manchurian Candidate by John Marks, which I've read. And so anyway, the CIA director at the time was Alan Dulles, and he officially greenlit MK Ultra with a man named Sidney Gottlieb as its head. This guy was the head of the chemical division of the technical service staff, which was a component of the CIA at the time. His job was to come up with ways to poison Castro. There was a whole book. There's a great book I also read called Poisoner in Chief, which is about Sidney Gottlieb. And he was the guy who was like, well, if we put chemicals in his boots to make his beard fall off, or we could poison his cigar so that he grows very ill, we can kill him. But that was sort of his job for a while. And then they later repurposed that that trickery and deception tactics into the MK Ultra and things they were doing with LSD, experiments they were doing with LSD. And what Gottlieb did was give LSD to prisons and mental asylums throughout the country, and requested that they be the only entity to see the research. The CIA be the only entity to see the research. Like, he would go to a guy and go, "Hey, you can't bring this to other psychiatrists. You have to tell us what you find. We'll give you the money for this, but you can only tell us what's going on." And one of the places that received this funding was the Allen Memorial Institute in Canada. But this hospital was run by a guy named Dr. Ewan Cameron, who not only unwittingly dosed his patients with LSD, but he also did something called psychic driving, which is putting a patient into an insulin-induced coma and then playing a certain message that was related to whatever ailment they had, and played it for months while they were sleeping in their rooms. So when they woke up, the only thing they could think about, there was one guy who went in there for psychosomatic pains in his leg, and he woke up thinking that he killed his mom because the recording was saying that you killed your mom, So he said, "What the fuck?" And another thing that he had was another thing called depatternment. Conventional shock treatment is a form of medicine that I don't know if it's still used today, but at the time was a conventional form of medicine where you would shock a patient with a quick 400-volt shock for 2 or 3 times a week, right? What Dr. Ewan Cameron would do was give them a 2,000 or 3,000 volt shock continuously for like 30 seconds, or until a seizure was triggered 2 or 3 times a day. So people would come out like literally vegetables, like they couldn't remember anything. There was a woman, I'm pretty sure she couldn't. Her name was Linda McDonald, and she went to a high school reunion and didn't remember anybody there, and she went in for like depression or something. It was, so. And I know what you're thinking. This guy is just one bad apple. Surely, this wasn't happening everywhere. He might have just been like an obscure psychologist somewhere. So not only was Dr. Ewan Cameron one of the psychiatrists in charge of writing the first DSM book, the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders. I'm pretty sure that's what it is. The DSM-5 is like the newest version of it. It's like the book. It's like the dictionary for mental disorders. Not only did he have a hand in writing that, he was also president of the Canadian Psychiatric Association and the American Psychiatric Association.
Dang, what the?
It's like if the Martin Scorsese of psychiatrists made a bad movie.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Or that analogy didn't really work, but still. So this was the state of psychiatry at the time. It was insane. The conditions were horrible. I'm sure there was some stuff that was fine, but this, it's Shutter Island taking place at this time is very fitting to that subject matter, because it's another transitional period where we're moving from the old world of medicine to the new world where it's like, no, let's not fucking destroy these people's brains.
Mm-hmm.
Let's talk to them and stuff. But also there's the whole conspiracy part behind that was actually inspired by real life, which was true, because the government was getting involved in that. They were trying to. It sounds silly at the time, but it's the 1950s. So whatever was possible in the realms of science fiction seemed possible to people because the atomic bomb was just made.
Yeah.
So they're like, if we can make this, surely there's aliens.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's another thing. During the 1950s, the UFO thing wasn't just UFOs. It was like people were like, is this real? Mm-hmm. It was the first time people were being exposed. It was a real fever. There was a real UFO fever where people were actually debating whether this might be real, whether there might be aliens. And it seems silly now to think about, to a certain extent. But again, all these possibilities are opening up. People were like, oh well, now we have rocketry, so we can go to space now. Space became a thing in the public conscious, and the idea of aliens were becoming. I don't know why I'm going into this, but yeah, does that make did all that me explain that all make sense of why that all goes into Shutter Island?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Is that clear, or did I just sound like an idiot?
I mean, it was
both.
You weaved a little. You weaved a little bit.
I wrote this down thinking I know this is fine. I don't know if I'll be able to do this, pull it off, but I'm going to do it anyway.
Mm-hmm. No, there's definitely. I mean, all that stuff. I feel like it does tie into it.
Okay. The whole point of that rant was to show, the why I think the most interesting part of the movie is the intersection of subject matters and how in-depth and layered that intersection is, and how putting it in the 50s isn't just a stylistic choice that's a gratuitous stylistic choice that actually has a lot of thematic and historical reasons behind it.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what I really, really enjoy about the movie, even though watching it this time I wasn't as enthused about it as the first time. I think what basically the movie is trying to talk about is how America should heal itself after 9/11.
Mm-hmm.
In a sociological context, but it also, just because Andrew Leidis's mental illness is talking about 9/11 doesn't mean it can be interpreted on an individual basis of it's about overcoming grief and stuff like that, which it is.
Mm-hmm.
I hope that made sense to everybody listening. I hope that was worth it.
Scorsese's Side Projects Part 2. After 9/11, a charity concert was held at Madison Square Garden to benefit the New York Relief Fund. As part of this concert, Scorsese made a documentary short called The Neighborhood, in which he takes his young daughter on a tour of the New York streets he grew up on.
So the New York Relief Fund was set up by this place. It was like Robin Hood Relief, whatever, and they've only been activated. They've only gone out and done fundraisers twice, and it was after 9/11 and Hurricane Sandy. And the concert, it's like 4 hours. It was on TV. I don't know if you can watch it anywhere. I couldn't really find it. But the people who went there were the Backstreet Boys, Bon Jovi, David Bowie, Eric Clapton, Destiny's Child, I don't know who that is, Melissa Etheridge, don't know, Five for Fighting, don't know, Goo Goo Dolls, maybe, Buddy Guy, I think I've heard of, Mick Jagger, I know, Jay-Z, Billy Joel, Elton John, Kid Rock, Paul McCartney, John Mellencamp, Adam Sandler, Keith Richards, James Taylor, and The Who. So that was a big concert.
Destiny's Child is Beyonce's first group. You better edit that.
Oh, so her
out.
mom's name is Destiny?
I don't know. I wouldn't be able to tell you.
I'm not gonna edit. You think who? What? Oh, I didn't know who Beyonce's first singing group was.
Yeah.
Can you imagine?
Mm-hmm.
That makes
You
him.
better thank her right now.
What?
No, I'm just kidding.
Wait, what?
That weird theory that everybody who doesn't thank her is like
Gets killed or something?
Yeah.
Oh,
It's
really?
like such a dumb. It's
No, thank you, Beyonce. Nice. Let's see it. Bring it on. But so this little documentary he made, The Neighborhood. It's like 7 minutes, and he goes around to different streets, and he's showing his daughter, who at the time she was born the same year as us, so like the same grade, and so she's like 2 or 3, and he's just carrying her around showing her the neighborhood, and he's there, he's just saying hi to a bunch of people. They all know who he is, of course, but he all knows them, and because he grew up around there. And he goes to this one lady, and he's like, "Hey, how's it going?" She's like 90, whatever. And he goes, "She was in my very first movie, Who's That Knocking?" There's a scene where, Harvey Keitel and his girlfriend that he's falling in love with, they're on a roof somewhere, and the beginning of that scene opens up on the camera zoomed in on her, on this lady chopping meat, and then it zooms out and goes over to Harvey Keitel and the girlfriend, and then. They cut to now, and she's like 90 whatever, so it was pretty interesting.
Yeah, that's cool.
It's just him going around like talking about how the neighborhood has changed or whatever. There's one where he goes to like an Italian cheese shop in the middle of Chinatown. He was like, when I started the shop, it was all Italians, and now it's all Chinese people.
When he started the shop, Scorsese started his own cheese shop.
No, the cheese guy said that.
Yeah.
Okay. So it's pretty interesting. It's pretty interesting. You can find it on YouTube.
Yeah. In 2003, Scorsese directed the first episode of a documentary miniseries titled The Blues, which covered the origins and history of the blues.
So I did some research on this. It's not a documentary about the color blue. It's just about the music.
That was good. I wasn't expecting
you cannot find it anywhere. So it's it's 13 hours long.
13 hours?
It's like 6 episodes.
Oh, okay.
And the episode he did is like 2 hours. The director Wim Wenders, I know the W in German or whatever is like a V. He was a director. He made movies like Wings of Desire and stuff. He did an episode. He did the second episode, and then Clint Eastwood did the last episode.
Okay.
But Scorsese did the first one, and I looked everywhere. I couldn't find. The only way I could possibly watch this thing is if I paid like $200 on Amazon for the DVD, whatever it was.
Do you know if this was like made in collaboration with MTV or not?
Maybe.
Because I remember listening to a Scorsese compilation album on Spotify that had a bunch of like Eric Clapton, all like blues songs and stuff, and it's just interesting to think about how plugged in he is to stuff like that. And thinking back now to my like origins of being a musician and liking the blues, it came from some album that like Martin Scorsese put together.
Yeah.
Like a compilation.
It was probably like the album that was put like the documentary series, the album.
When American Express and the History Channel commissioned a documentary film in an effort to raise money to reopen the Statue of Liberty to visitors, Martin Scorsese and Kent Jones directed Lady by the Sea.
So there's a guy, Kent Jones. He's a documentarian, another director, and he's going to collaborate with Scorsese in a few other projects that we'll talk about. And his most notable thing is that he won an Emmy for directing a documentary called Hitchcock Truffaut. I've mentioned the book Hitchcock Truffaut, which was this French director Francois Truffaut, who interviewed Hitchcock, and he basically did a podcast about Hitchcock with Hitchcock.
That's cool.
And they just went through every single movie, and but they made a documentary about it, and they had directors get interviewed as well for it, and it was really good. You should watch it if you have any interest in it. So he directed that, and then I watched this, and I thought it was pretty good. And it's just a really good history about
just the documentary about that
about the Statue of Liberty. You can find it on YouTube and stuff. There's a few things. He has some references to Elia Kazan, which we'll talk about, where he talks about a scene called America, America, where at the end of that movie the guy finally gets to America and he like kisses the streets and goes America, America, and stuff.
Have you been to the Statue of Liberty?
I was little.
You probably don't remember. It was probably for a class trip, and you were probably just acting like a total menace the entire time.
I was probably being a dickhead. Like, it's not.
It's terrifying.
Is it?
Because you like climbing it. If you're scared of heights, the stairwell in the middle is just like like a circular, like clear stairwell, so you just see the bottom.
Did you go on a class trip?
I did go on a class trip. I was terrified climbing.
What year was that?
Ooh, probably like 2000. It might have been like right after. Oh no, wait. When was this?
So, one of the reasons they made this is because it was in an effort to raise money, to get the Statue of Liberty open. So I think the Statue of Liberty after 9/11 was closed, and then I think it was closed up until like 2004, 2005, let's say.
It's probably around like 2008, 2009.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Wild.
Yeah, I don't know if I've
Thank
been.
you, Martin
My last
Scorsese.
exposure, the last time I've been to Ellis Island is when I watched the movie Hitch 2 or 3 weeks ago. Because they go to Ellis Island in that movie.
Okay.
You ever hear Hitch?
No.
It's a Will Smith movie, and he plays he's called the date doctor. He's like a Riz doctor, and he's teaching Kevin James how to get Riz. I liked it. It was fun.
Sick. In 2007, Scorsese directed a short film / advertisement for Freixenet Cava Champagne. Fuck you.
I knew you wouldn't be able to. For anybody listening, he has to pronounce a word spelled Freixenet.
Freixenet.
I'm just thinking Fronet. It's French. Frenet.
Yeah.
I don't know. I did that on purpose.
Champagne. Just overpronounce everything.
Yeah. So I know what you're thinking. Oh, it's just a dumb champagne commercial, whatever.
Chanel kind of stuff.
Right, but it is not. So what it is it's about 17. It's 15 minutes long, let's say, and the premise of it, it's called the Key to Reserva, or Reserva, whatever, the Reserva, and and the premise is that they find it's like a it's almost like The Office. It's like a mockumentary type thing, where they find 3.5 pages of a Alfred Hitchcock script that was lost to history, and they get Scorsese to direct that 3.5 pages the same way that like Hitchcock would have done it. So him and Thelma are like talking in the beginning, and so they're playing themselves. It's not a true story, right? And so then they show the stuff of how, they recreated. They actually filmed the recreations of the scene they had, and also the script never existed. This is all a bit. And from the very first shot, you're like, holy shit, he got it. Like it looks exactly like a Hitchcock movie.
Oh, okay, that's cool.
And the protagonist in quotes is the dude from The Mentalist. I forget his name, but then the villain is Michael Stolberg, who will pop up in Hugo, and who's also a great actor who we'll talk about later. And I think I didn't know it was an ad. I just watched it on YouTube and went, nice. That was just a fun little project. And then and then when I had to do the research for it, I was like, that was an advertisement. And I'm like, I guess it's obvious now, but it was I really liked it. It was a really cool experiment on like recreating Hitchcock. But it ends funny. It ends with Scorsese sitting in an office doing saying like, oh yeah, I think we did a good job. I think Hitchcock would be pleased. And then the camera like zooms out into the window outside, and there's just a million crows from the movie The Bird, saying it's like a bad omen that like Hitchcock is pissed off.
He's not happy about it. That's good. In 2010, Scorsese directed a 1-minute commercial for Chanel's men's fragrance Bleu de Chanel.
It's exactly what we were talking about, where it's just like a guy who's a model.
Yeah.
Being, and he's just him exchanging whispers with like a hot girl, being like, "Et je veux toi?" And he's like, "I don't know."
There's almost no reason for Scorsese to even direct it.
Well, it's a fun experiment. I
guess.
guess.
It's cool.
It's fun to do. I'm not gonna sit here and go, "This sucks." Like I'm sure it's great.
Yeah.
It's one of those commercials where it's like sort of because I guess a commercial can be abstract because it's a luxury brand as well. But he's at the press and they're all like, "Oh, what are you gonna do?" And he's like, "I'm gonna do what I want to do." And then they're like, Chanel de Bleu.
Oh, I know. I've seen that before.
Yeah,
There's a new one. Do you know who stars in the newest Chanel?
We're going to talk about it later.
You know?
Timothy Chalamet?
No.
What?
There's a new one.
What?
Margot Robbie's in it.
No.
I just saw it yesterday.
Who directed it?
It doesn't say directed by Martin Scorsese. They only have 30 seconds. You think it says they have time for credits to roll after each?
Well, if they have time in a medicine commercial to go. Also, this causes anal bleeding and death and whatever.
They need to buy that extra time for liability reasons. They don't need to buy extra 15 seconds to say
no. They should buy an extra 15 seconds so that we don't have to look up who directed it when we do a podcast like this. They should know that.
Yes.
We get 700 views an episode, dude.
Yeah. Maybe we'll start running Blue de Chanel commercials.
It's a good idea.
They want to sponsor us. Also, in 2010, Scorsese and Kent Jones co-directed another documentary together. This one titled A Letter to Ilya, focused on the life and work of late director Ilya Kazan.
Elia.
Elia.
It's either way,
Ilya.
whatever. Elia. He said, I heard Scorsese talk about Elia Kazan. He said
Okay,
Elia Kazan.
Elia Kazan.
It
That
was
has
in
more
my
of a
journey
ring
through
to it.
America. It was my journey through Italian cinema or whatever,
Mm-hmm.
or American movies. He talks about, like, I saw a name called Elia Kazan,
Mm-hmm.
a name that was very strange to me. In one of those projects, that's where he said it. So that's,
Mm-hmm.
burned in my brain now. I could not find this either.
Yeah.
I looked everywhere. You can't find it. It's along with the No Direction Home. This is 2 episodes that aired for PBS on American Masters, and this has its own IMDb page, which No Direction Home does not. Which I don't know why. But I mentioned Elia Kazan is a very influential director. He did, I think, A Tree Grows in Brooklyn. He did America, Streetcar Named Desire. And he was very influential on Scorsese and a lot of guys. But they got an Emmy nomination for this. So
Also in 2010, Scorsese directed the pilot and produced the show Boardwalk Empire for HBO.
this is pretty
Fire.
funny. This is pretty funny. Terrence Winter, who ended up writing Wolf of Wall Street, when he was developing the show, his agent sent him a book and said, "Hey, it's called Boardwalk Empire. Like, see, it's just the history of Atlantic City during the Prohibition. See if there's a series in this." So we read it, and they started pitching it around, and then Scorsese got attached to it, and his agent calls him and goes, "Hey, Scorsese just scheduled. He wants a dinner meeting to pitch you ideas for the show." And he goes, "All right, cool." So he goes there and he brings a bottle of wine, and he gets there, and his wife and whoever's there, like his wife or whatever, goes, "Oh, and also he just had oral surgery yesterday, so try not to make him laugh or anything," which is so yeah, so he can't laugh. And so he goes in there and he gives him the wine. And he goes, "Yeah," and it's really awkward. Like, I give him the wine. They're like, "Oh, thanks." And then, at the longer I'm there, the more I realize, wait a minute, this isn't a dinner meeting. Like, my agent just screwed me over. They just told me the wrong information. This is just a regular meeting. This isn't a dinner meeting. Because he can't eat. He has an oral surgery.
Oh,
So, also, he has the ice pack wrapped around his head too. And this is his first time meeting Scorsese. Scorsese's like, "Please don't make me laugh. Tell me about this thing." And then he goes, "All right." So I go, "Do you want to pitch me some stuff?" And he's like, "Well, I thought you would pitch me some stuff." And he goes, my agent told me, or my manager told me this is a dinner meeting where he would pitch me stuff, but in reality, it's just a regular meeting where I'm supposed to pitch him stuff. I didn't come up with anything to pitch, so I just started rambling and stuff, and then he ended up, I guess, liking what I had to do.
Oh, dang.
And then he became a producer on the show, and then he directed the first episode. I watched it. You can watch it on HBO. Unlike PBS, HBO still allows you to watch their stuff. But I thought it was really good.
Did he end up? He didn't end up directing anything else in Boardwalk Empire.
No,
just
he
kinda
was
did
he
the
was a
pilot
producer
and
for
sent
season
it.
1 and 2.
Okay.
He directed the pilot,
Mhm.
and then I believe he won his first Emmy for this.
So he still must have.
No,
been.
he didn't. He won, and he was nominated for producing and directing.
Mhm.
And then I think the show won outstanding series at some point.
Yeah. George Harrison, Living in the Material World. The genesis of making a documentary about George Harrison's life came from his widow, Olivia Harrison, who approached Scorsese about directing the project in 2006.
So she approached him because she's like, "All right, who's the best guy I can get to do this?" Well, she did. She was thinking, "Oh, well, he did the Bob Dylan thing pretty awesomely.
Yeah.
So maybe, I'll talk to him about doing this." And she wanted to make a documentary soon because he died, it was 2001, 2002. And so she didn't want too much time to pass before, it didn't, because in her mind, the more time went on, the less personal and firsthand account
Yeah, the less
oriented it would be. So she just wanted to get it done as quick as they could. But she first approached him in 2006 to do it. But he was like, "I got to do, I got to do this. I got to do this. I got to make Silence. I got to do Wolf of Wall Street and Boardwalk Empire." And then finally he found time to do it. And when they started talking about it, they just had some meetings, and Scorsese would go over to the house and she would give him like, here's this, this little memento of him. He always used to use this, or he always used to play with this, and he'd be like, wow, this is amazing. Can I just keep this for research? Like, and she goes, no. And so there was a moment where she had to like learn to kind of give him stuff, give up stuff to give the team, and then so they can give it back to her and things like that. And the moment Scorsese said he decided to do the documentary was he got a bunch of footage to watch, and he started watching it. And one of the first things he watched was it was just home video of a bunch of tulips on screen. He's like, what? Mm-hmm. And then all of a sudden, George Harrison's face pops up.
That's perfect.
And he just stares at the camera, and he's like, all right, I'll do the movie.
Yeah, it's like the perfect entrance and exit of the film.
Yeah. He uses it to bookend it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so HBO, this was released on HBO. It wasn't released in theaters, I believe. But I even though, like with Shine a Light, I said I put it as a main project, not a side project, because it was released in theaters. And this I put as a main project because it's like the No Direction Home documentary. It's a monumental work, but it's also fucking awesome and amazing. What did you think?
It is so jam-packed. This guy lived one of the most interesting and crazy lives of all time. Like, I think, can you agree with that? It is so jam-packed, and there's so much. We were talking about, I can't remember, someone else is making another Beatles documentary, or there is another one in the process of
Peter Jackson's making, like, or no, I'm sorry, Sam Mendes is making, like 4 movies.
Yeah, and, like, that's fine. Like I probably would check them out, but there is, how can you watch this and, there's other Beatles members, but in terms of George Harrison's story, I feel like they got every single piece of information, and he documented his life so well, his own life, like between the pictures that he was taking, like he was taking selfies, the cool selfies that he took in front of, all these monumental places. No, it's a super inspiring story too on how to, find your inner peace, I guess you would say. It's interesting to watch someone like that who clearly struggled with it go through this really odyssey, like this huge odyssey of a storyline to just get to his peace,
right?
Inner peace,
Yeah.
But
I think the reason why I enjoyed this more than the Bob Dylan one, because this and the Bob Dylan one are sort of like a duology of they're both 3.5 hours, and they both show different stages of a guy's life, let's say, right? But I like I said before, I went through a Bob Dylan phase. I kind of knew a lot about him. George Harrison, I didn't even, like 2 years ago, I wouldn't have been able to tell you the fourth Beatle. Like I knew Paul McCartney and the other guy, John Lennon. I knew him,
Lennon.
But I didn't know Ringo Starr and George Harrison. I couldn't name because I don't.
George is
I don't
my
listen to
favorite
music.
Beatle, I would say.
Yeah, George. Well, he's
Harrison.
my favorite now too.
Yeah,
because he's the coolest one. And also, if for those listening, I have very long hair that looks very big and dumb, and I was very close to cutting it recently. And then I watched this documentary. I said, I'm never cutting my hair.
Yeah. He's like the cool. He's just so cool. Too.
Yeah,
that's the thing. He's so cool. His style, his demeanor, everything about him is just really, really cool.
And this made me want to watch the Get Back documentary as well.
Yeah, that's a good one too.
But also I didn't. But one of the reasons I didn't know anything about him, which is why I liked it so much. So I know he dies at one point, and I didn't know how he died. So then they're telling the story about a burglar came into the house.
Yeah,
he was on drugs. I'm like, what?
I did not know that.
Did he get murdered? Was he assassinated? And I didn't. Yeah, so I didn't know that, and I thought that was insane. And I just thought because I first went to watch this, and I had to go somewhere. Like I was going to go to the gym or something like that. And all right, let me watch. Let me just see. Put this on. To see if because with the Bob Dylan documentary, I had to fucking watch it on my phone. Yeah. So I was like, let me just see if I can watch this on my TV. So I put it on the TV and I just started watching it without headphones, and then I just kept watching it, and then I just watched the whole thing in one sitting. It was so goddamn good.
Yeah, I watched, but it's a 2-episode thing, right?
Yeah, it's a two. It's technically one movie, but on HBO or on Max, it's a 2-parter.
Yeah, I watched both, just like right after one after another. This is another thing that I always find interesting about like the Beatles and music of that era is how you don't even think about it, but how impacted by World War II it was. like how his lifestyle growing up was impacted. And then there's a quote by, this is one of the things that I saw on Ozzy Osbourne's podcast, actually, where they were talking
Holy
about.
shit, he has a podcast?
He has a podcast
Is it
with like his
subtitled?
whole family. No, he's actually, he can talk pretty well. He's actually a really smart guy. Like, it's just people get it mixed up because on the show he was all fucked up, but no, he talks about how when the Beatles came out, for that entire generation, it was like opening the lid, or opening the window, in a sense, of seeing the sun for the first time, because their life was so like gloomy and scary because of post World War II world. Everybody's kind of like, their parents are super, strict and stuff. So that was the first instance of being able to feel like free as a kid almost. So that's like one of the things where you realize the Beatles were truly one of the most influential things that ever happened in the world.
Like going off that, like, this might be a dumb thing to say out loud, but in my mind, I always thought that the Beatles were like the Star Wars of music, where it was like they're the thing that people they're the thing that's like the biggest thing, so they're the thing that people like to hate the most. You know what I mean? Like the most generic, most popular, best thing of all time.
Yeah.
Is like, for movies, it's like the Star Wars trilogy. It's like the franchise. At least it was. So the Beatles, it was always like the same thing. That kind of influence was the same thing for me.
Yeah, because it was. I mean, at first it was mainly just like a girl crazed thing.
So Martin Scorsese won the Emmy for Outstanding Directing for a Nonfiction Programming, and then it was a Primetime Emmy winner for Outstanding Nonfiction Special. Scorsese was a producer on that, along with like 6 other people, and then it was nominated for 4 other Emmys: cinematography, picture editing, and sound mixing. Let's see if it won any Grammys. It did not win a Grammy. Okay. I don't know if it was qualified for that or not. I don't know what made No Direction Home qualify for the Grammys and this one not. I don't know.
Hugo, 2011. The story of Hugo came to Scorsese as a book when producer Graham King read The Invention of Hugo Cabret by Brian Selznick and gave it to Scorsese.
So I thought maybe because it's about sort of like early Hollywood and things, and the author's name is Selznick, so I'm like, oh, is that the same does he have any relation to the old producers from back in the Selznicks from back in the day? No, he doesn't. I looked it up. And Graham King gave it to Scorsese and goes, here's your kids movie, because Scorsese was talking about making a kids movie because he wanted to make a movie that his daughter Francesca could watch. And then I saw in another interview that Francesca gave him the book, where she read it, or like he bought it for her to read, and then she was like, Dad, you can make a movie out of this. So there's 2 conflicting reports. So Graham King's like, I gave him the book. Scorsese's like, my daughter gave me that. I think, or Scorsese might have said both. Who cares? It's maybe it was both. I don't know. But Selznick saw, he was inspired to write the book when he saw Trip to the Moon, and he started to do research about George Méliès. Have you seen the Trip to the Moon, or like the image of it before you watched this movie?
No, I may have, but I couldn't tell you.
It's sort of like the first science fiction movie.
Okay.
Like, imagine, like, I know, I think I've talked about Metropolis, Fritz Lang's Metropolis, how it's like that's the proto, like every single science fiction movie is riffing off of that movie.
Mm-hmm.
This is sort of the first time somebody did the subject matter, but it's not a feature-length movie. It's only like 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Let's say, but also what they did is, of course, they didn't have color film, but they would go through each individual frame and paint it.
Yeah, that's really cool.
I remember my dad showing me that when I was in maybe middle school or high school.
How they would
I was like,
paint
holy
every
shit, yeah, they're
frame.
painting it. It's funny too, because in the movie, like, it's just there's no rocket. They didn't have rockets yet when they when they made the movie. It was like 1902. So in the movie, they just stuff a bunch of people in a big like mortar shell,
Yeah,
and stuff them
like
in a big
bomb.
cannon, and they shoot them, and it just slams it. Yeah, and then they get out and stuff, and it was fun. So that was pretty funny.
Mm-hmm.
John Logan, the screenwriter, he did The Aviator, and Scorsese brought this to him, and he goes, "Hey, I got this kids movie for you." He's like, "I don't want to do a kids movie, really. You know, that's not really my forte." And then Scorsese's like, "No, I'll send it to you. I'll definitely send it to you." And then he gets it in the mail. John Logan gets the book in the mail, and it's like 600 pages. It's a brick, and he's like, "God damn it!" Or whatever. But a lot of it is pictures. Like, it's a picture book as well. There's a lot of amazing drawings in it that inspired the movie. And so then, of course, he read it and he was like, "All right, I have to write this for Scorsese." And the reason of course we said he wanted to do a kids movie, but one of the things that really hooked Scorsese into doing the movie from an emotional standpoint, I guess, is he really resonated. He resonated with Hugo as a kid being trapped in the upper machine of this in the clockworks of this train station, and he was confined to just looking at everybody through the clocks, and he couldn't really go down there. And he thought that he resonated with that because of his asthma. He couldn't go play outside when he was really young.
Okay.
He had to just watch people from his balcony, and that was something that clicked with him when he did Kundun, like how the Dalai Lama keeps looking through the looking glass or the telescope or whatever at the landscape. That was sort of what Scorsese could identify of himself in the Dalai Lama. He identified a similar idea with Hugo, and that's what made him do the movie. That's what got him to do the movie from an emotional standpoint.
Filming began in June 2010 with Asa Butterfield, Chloe Grace Moretz, Ben Kingsley, and Sacha Baron Cohen in the main cast. With a budget of $150 million, it was Scorsese's first movie filmed in 3D.
We don't know how to pronounce Asa or Asa or Asa. Asa Butterfield. But this is the era of 3D. So this is right after Avatar came out. This is when people... I saw a thing the other day that said, nobody really thinks that like Google Glasses or Apple Vision is going to be the future. Or they're not all of them aren't convinced. But all these companies have to have their own version of it, and they have to do their own R&D into it just in case it does take off. They don't want to be behind if it does. So it's sort of like an insurance thing. And I think this is sort of like... 3D was sort of a similar thing, where a lot of people were getting into 3D being like, this might be the future. We don't know. Let's try to... Because, this is... Avatar came out, made like $3 billion, $2.7 billion. And then all these other movies started to do Life of Pi and Hugo. These are movies that were doing 3D properly. But what started to happen was, and maybe it's what killed 3D, was all these movies just saw that Avatar made a bunch of money, and they just started post-converting all their movies to 3D. So like their movies weren't made to be in 3D, but they just wanted to post-convert to 3D so they can go, hey, you can watch it in 3D. It's sort of like the same thing with filmed for IMAX rather than filmed in IMAX. It's like filmed for 3D is different than filmed in 3D.
Yeah.
And I saw Scorsese goes, I saw Avatar and some other movies that did 3D well. And I'm like, which ones? Other than Avatar, that came out, or that was a contemporary to Avatar, because Life of Pi hadn't come out yet. I think that was 2012. But there were examples of movies that did 3D back in the day. 3D was a thing in like the 50s. There was a couple of Hitchcock movies. Dial M for Murder was in 3D, and Hitchcock used 3D very well in that, from my memory. There was another movie, House of Wax, that Scorsese looked at as well in preparation for this movie. And you think like, how they got 3D in the 50s, but really all they do is just they do something with the light, the glasses that it just there's just prisms in the glasses that changes the But Asa Butterfield was casted in the movie when he was like 10 or 11 or 12. He was in a lot of movies after this. He was in Hugo, and then he did movies like Ender's Game and The Space Between Us. From like 2010 to 2015, 16, he was sort of being pushed as like a Hollywood leading man.
Yeah.
And then he never really became one. And then later he found a show called Sex Education, like I think on Netflix, which is where he's made a lot of has made a lot of progress, and that's become a lot of his presence in the industry has been that show. So he finally found like a thing that works. Chloe Grace Moretz was cast in the movie, who was in the movie Kick-Ass.
Hell yeah. I love that movie.
And a few other movies. Scorsese saw Kick-Ass and said, this is absolute cinema. I have to cast her. I don't know if he did. But he casted her, and the role's British. But she's like from the South, right? So the casting lady she was talking with the casting lady, and Chloe Grace Moretz just pretended to be British in the audition. Like she was like,
And
"Hello,
nobody
hello,
spotted her.
Martin Scorsese," like doing that, and then she ended up getting the part because I think like one of the casting agents like told her to or whatever. She's like, "Don't tell Marty though that you're whatever." And then on set, he's like, "Yeah, she's British, yeah, okay." And then like the first time he met her parents, they were like, "Yoo, Mr. Scorsese," and he was like, "Oh, what the hell?" And then so he kind of realized like that he was just she lied to get the part and it worked. But he wasn't like, "What the hell?" He was just like, "Oh, that was pretty good." So okay, let's get into the behind the scenes in terms of the 3D. So what they did, so how you film, I probably should have gotten this before, but how they film the 3D is they have basically there's two ways you can do it. It's sort of similar to like how we talked about on the Kubrick podcast where they do front projection where they have the camera and 90 degrees below the camera they have a projector or something, let's say. They have the projector shooting through a one-way mirror, right? And then the projection bounces off the reflective surface in the background and then bounces off the other side of the one-way mirror into the image of the camera, and the camera is placed 90 degrees below the projector, and then you get like a real-time green screen, like an analog green screen. There's a method of doing 3D that is like that, where you have a camera on the top and then a camera at 90 degrees, and there's also a specialized mirror that only sends some of the light signals to the camera on the bottom, and then lets the other half pass through to the other camera, because you need like the same image. And then there's another way where you just have two cameras that are next to each other.
Mm-hmm.
I don't really know when the cameras are both next to each other, they're not in the same spot.
Yeah, like
how is the image the same? Like I don't know. But what they did is they did the one where there's two cameras that aren't next to each other. There's one that's 90 degrees below, and then there's one that's pointed regularly.
Mm-hmm.
And they had to come up with like Steadicam grips for that. And because of because it made it super super complicated to like wiring the rigs and things, but also. This was the first Scorsese movie that was filmed in all digital, because doing this with film cameras, I don't even know if they could. It would have been
just been annoying,
extremely complicated because the budget was already going up so much because they had to build. Dante Ferretti was back to build all the sets, and he built these giant clock sets and stuff. And the budget went really, 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 really high. And I think this was probably adjusted for inflation. This might be Scorsese's most expensive movie.
Is it just with all the extra CGI and all that?
But also like there's always it takes place in a train station, so a lot of the scenes have extras. The sets are huge. There's a lot of CGI and miniature work, which we'll get to. One of the miniature works they did is the train crashing out of the train station. That was taken from an old movie from back in the day, like one of the old silent movies, and they wanted to recreate that. And there's a behind the scenes like featurette on the DVD that shows how they did that with a miniature, and they had to make this miniature that would fall in that exact way every single time. So they took like whatever model of the train that they used for that film, or whatever train model they had, and then they recreated it with like balsa wood or something like that, and then they added parts on the train that are gonna bend at will, and things that would flip open, like the exhaust when the train goes burr, burr, and there's that little flap on the exhaust that covers it, that would have to flap down when the train falls, and these little minute details. And they only had 2 takes to do it, and they nailed it, and it looks great.
Yeah.
There's a lot of work like that. Sacha Baron Cohen's in this.
Great. I love him.
Scorsese goes, oh, yeah, I saw him in Borat.
That's
so
hilarious.
I can't imagine what it would have sounded like with Scorsese watching Borat in that theater.
Mm-hmm.
Just
yeah.
But the really funny thing they did with him, because they want to play to their assets, right? So they had this comedian who was like hot shit at this time. He was like the man at this time. He still is the man.
Yeah.
But this might be the height of his popularity, like post Borat. And on the behind the scenes features, it's all like Chloe Grace Moretz being like, "Oh, awesome!" and Scorsese, they're great boys to work with, and it's like just like minutes and minutes of them like everybody's amazing, and then they get to Sacha Baron Cohen, and they go, "How'd you like working with Sacha, Marty?" He's like, "Oh," and Sacha Baron Cohen's like sort of like in character. He goes, when I was cast in this movie, I walked into Director Scorsese's office and I ripped up the script in front of him and I said, I'm going to say whatever I'm going to say, and you'll have to film it and make it work. Like, he just like totally, and like it's just like shit like that. It's so funny. And there's never a part where they're like, I'm just kidding. He's a great guy. It's just they totally commit to that bit for like 10 minutes, and everybody on the cast is like, yeah, he was kind of a piece of shit. What a dickhead.
When you know he probably was that. He's actually like super professional in.
Oh yeah, it was like he was probably like it's like Tom Cruise working with, Scorsese on Color of Money or or Kubrick with Eyes Wide Shut. He's like, I'm whatever you need me to do.
Yeah.
But what he talked about is a lot of the visual comedy that we're sort of riffing off of in this movie was on a 2-dimensional plane. Like the camera, they didn't invent a dolly yet.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't have they didn't pan that much in these movies. It was just a 2-dimensional plane that they would like they're on a stage, right? But now that we're filming in 3D, and the not only we have the Y and the X axis, but now we have the Z axis that we can work with for the physical comedy. So he worked with Scorsese, doing stuff like that would be funny on a 3-dimensional plane. And they talked about his character, the train station officer. They talked about like developing his character, and he went to the writer and he was like, can you give me like a dog? Like, I want to make him more like iconographic, like somebody you can recognize their silhouette, and that's why they gave him the dog. And the dog was actually 3 Dobermans. There's 3 different dogs that they used, and Scorsese said directing the dogs on this was like the most hard thing he ever had to do. Like the Doberman was okay, but then the little dogs, getting them to walk over to, because they don't care. They do whatever. Like the Doberman, you can get his attention. He'll be like, hey, what's going on? But the little ones, with the old couple that likes each other, those old dogs or those little dogs were like impossible.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I like those little storylines that go on throughout this, like the couple that likes each other. It's kind of just there,
right?
But it's nice.
It's sort of similar to what I brought up during Gangs of New York with Robert Altman's movies, where there's all these subplots going on in the background. Mm-hmm. That felt very Robert Altman to me when we just saw all these subplots, and a lot of them were without dialogue, because it's riffing on like silent and visual cinema.
Speaking of the 3D stuff. I didn't watch it in 3D, so I don't know where or when they incorporated it. But now that I'm thinking about it, because they mention at the end of this, when they're talking about like the history of cinema, how they played the train, the story of they played the footage of the train pulling into the station and people in the theater like literally got up and ran away. Did they do that? Like he must have like incorporated the 3D part when the train is pulling in and it's the dream sequence and the train like kind of runs off the tracks. Did they make it look like the train? I can't remember in my mind.
Maybe, but I don't even think I still think you can see the 3D effect even if you just watch it. I just watched it on my normal TV and I'm like, why does this movie look better than any other? This is like the best looking movie of all time, and maybe it's because they filmed it. Like, if this is the case, then movies should just be doing this anyway.
Yeah.
Even if you're not going to play it in 3D, because you still get an enormous amount of depth.
Yeah, it adds
from the
an
frame,
extra dimension.
And I'm sure, and also like Scorsese doing 3D. A lot of 3D back in the day, traditional studio directors would just, we'll film it in 3D. We'll have like one shot, like in Shark Boy and Lava Girl, or fucking Spy Kids 3 or Spy Kids 4 Game Over.
Dude, watch where you're going with this. Don't talk about these movies in bad light.
There's just one shot of
like a guy going.
Yeah, like we're getting thrown into the air, or like there's one where like a piece of metal like flies at you or something like that.
Yeah.
Scorsese, I think he did that once in this movie, but I'm sure his interest in doing things with 3D extended beyond that.
Yeah,
and it wasn't confined to that. Getting back to Sacha Baron Cohen really quick. Originally, and this actually has to do with the 3D, because originally his character had an artificial leg. And the scene where he gets stuck on the train and he's like, stop the train, and he gets like hit in the crotch with the suitcase or whatever. Yeah. Originally in the script, it was the leg gets stuck on the train and like his artificial leg pops off his leg. And he goes, that was abandoned when we were developing the script, because like a kid, it's a kid's movie, and now we're gonna see somebody's leg get dismembered, like it wasn't right. Yeah. So that's how we came up with the leg brace idea. I mentioned Dante Ferretti's sets, which were giant and huge, like the clock when he's hanging from the clock. They built that whole clock tower, but it was only like a foot high off the ground. So they had Asa Butterfield like hanging from the minute hand, and he was like 8 feet above the ground. He was on wires and stuff, but that was all. I can never see the line between the green screen and the sets in this movie.
Yeah.
This is like the gold. This is sort of part that's like the golden age of CGI, because this is where, because now like once Marvel got popular and all these studios started moving towards like the CGI centric movies. It used to be, on a movie you'd have, let's say, 3 departments or like 3 companies working on the CGI for a movie, and that's the only thing they're working on. But then what the model changed to, and I'm sure you can find more information about this more in depth on YouTube, but what the model changed to was, okay, we need this. We need a shot of, a train popping out of a thing. Who can do it for the cheapest? Yeah. And then all these companies bid, and then all these CGI artists are getting crunched because they have to do it for the lowest bidder. And now you don't like, the original Spider-Man, let's say you had 3 companies working on the CGI for that. Now you have like 17. So maybe there's, a lack of consistency or whatever. So this was sort of like, a perfect equal meridian type, era where the industry allowed for the best CGI to be made as possible. And I'm not saying that there's no good CGI now, because there is, but
it doesn't have. I mean, I can't speak for all of it, but most of CGI that you see is made to look as real as possible now, as like Spider-Man, where it has like, it doesn't look necessarily super real most of the time, but it has a lot of character to it.
Yeah,
that's like one of the things we talked about when we talked about Spider-Man 2, where the CGI has a lot of character to it.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Worrying about it being like super uber realistic.
Yeah, but I'm not, and also I don't want to be one of those guys who's like CGI sucks today, because like you only notice bad CGI. But I there's something about the CGI from this era of movies that I feel is more towards the peak of, the peak of its potential than it is now. Let me see what else I got here. Oh yeah, I didn't know what an automaton was, because like I'm watching this movie and the automaton starts drawing, and I'm like, oh, so there is like a level of fantasy to this movie, because like there's no way they could have built a machine that did that. And then on the behind the scenes on the DVD, they show the history of automatons.
That's cool.
And how they actually had things, like they had these things in like the 1500s, like old.
Wow. And they would actually draw, like,
and they'd be able to like write and draw stuff.
Whoa.
And I had no fucking clue. And so they built one for this movie.
They built that thing?
They got a guy to build one, I'm pretty sure.
I wonder, do you think it actually did that drawing of the
Maybe.
moon?
It's possible. Because all it really is like there's the gears that kind of like the machines rub against. Like I have no idea how it works. But it's sort of like a vinyl. Like you scratch the vinyl a certain way that it makes the music. You put like a certain pattern to the grind on these rotating pieces, and it makes the arms move. So that was pretty interesting.
Yeah, that's cool. On November 23rd, 2011, Hugo was released in the U.S. It was a critical hit, but flopped at the box office, making only $185 million worldwide off a $150 million budget. However, it received 11 Oscar nominations and won 5.
So I forgot this. So I think I mentioned earlier The Departed and The Aviator were the only movies in the 21st century. Yeah, I got it wrong. It was Hugo. So it won cinematography. It won Best Art Direction, Sound Editing and Mixing, I believe, and then it won Best VFX, which I think was warranted, because I think the VFX are amazing in this. And I'm thinking, like, why did this bomb? Because this is actually really... the first time I watched it, I'm like, all right, this is fine, whatever. I don't really like it that much. And I watched it this time. I'm like, this should have been successful. Like, why was this not successful? I know the budget was high, but why is this a bomb? And then I looked at the weekend it came out. And it was November, right? So it came out like, around Thanksgiving. And then I looked at the competition that it had.
Yeah, it's probably bangers of like kids' movies coming out at that time, right?
So number 1 at the box office, it was one of the Twilight movies was in its second weekend. Okay, that's not the same demographic, so there's some counter programming there. Then number second in the weekend. What?
Nothing. Number second.
Because I said number second.
Yeah, it's just a funny
second.
one.
That the other movie that came out this weekend was the Muppets movie. That was its
Okay.
first weekend,
Mm-hmm.
and then Happy Feet 2, or Happy
Yeah.
Feet was in its second weekend, and then Arthur Christmas was in its first weekend. Jack and Jill was in its third weekend. Puss in Boots was in its second weekend.
Yeah.
So you had all these movies that it just drowned.
It's a
all
lot
these
of competition.
None of these, like, some of them were successful, some of them weren't. But for Hugo, it couldn't get a big enough piece of the pie in that market.
Yeah, because Hugo, I mean, it is a kids movie, but it's not like that. That's one of the thoughts that I have about this as a movie, that it's definitely Scorsese's most Disney-like movie in a way. You know, it has that Willy Wonka thing going on, sort of, but it's still not as childish as other kids movies that you would probably take. Like, I could see someone, like a kid who's like 5, being like, "This is boring," or, you know,
Right.
not really understanding.
Yeah, I guess
it
I see
fully.
that. I think it's instead of like a movie specialized for, you know, let's say ages 2 and 12, it's specialized for ages 2 and 90.
Yeah, yeah.
So like you know,
It works for a lot, but if he's going for that kid, you know, age bracket, I get why it might have been drowned out by all those other movies coming out.
yeah, I see what you mean. But I think parents probably enjoyed this movie out of all of those.
Yeah, definitely.
And by the way, I haven't seen any of those movies.
You haven't seen Puss in Boots?
I've seen the second one that came out recently.
Wait,
I really liked it a lot.
why did you see Puss in Boots 2 but not Puss in Boots 1?
I don't know.
How did you keep up with the story, bro?
Huh?
How did you keep up with the story?
They should have named it Puss in Toots.
Puss in Toots? That's nice.
So, what did you think about this movie? Had you watched this before or heard
No,
of it?
that was my first time.
Okay.
That was my first time. Like I said, that I enjoyed it. Again, it's like a miniature history lesson almost on cinema at the end. You know, where they talk about that. That was a cool thing, learning that they would literally hand draw or hand paint every film. I really like that kind of stuff, and the imagery of the moon, the train. I actually thought about that while you were talking about that. Like, it's funny of him to explain that train sequence later in the movie when he had already like kind of remade it in the movie itself. But yeah, it's definitely his most Disney-esque movie, and
Yeah,
it has that.
that makes
it
sense.
has that atmosphere to it. And I
Yeah, if you
like it.
slap Disney on this, I'm like, yeah, that makes sense.
you wouldn't. Yeah, you wouldn't think about it twice.
I think this is probably because we talked about Shutter Island being a throwback to like the paranoia thrillers of the 1950s,
Mm-hmm.
and we talked about in our Sergio Leone podcast, which you can watch on YouTube, Spotify, and Apple Podcasts, that Once Upon a Time in America was Sergio Leone's silent movie, where, you know, all of his movies were visually oriented, but, you know, that movie felt like a deliberate throwback to a movie of, like, let's say the 1920s or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's exactly true for this. You know, even more so because the subject matter is actually about the silent era and is inspired by George Méliès's movies. Méliès or Méliès,
Mm-hmm.
I don't know exactly how to pronounce it. But, you know, one of the things about this movie, we talked about how there's all these other subplots going on in the background. And what made it feel like Robert Altman to me is, like, you know, I said how in like McCabe and Mrs. Miller, you just see like a subplot go on in the background where they'll shoot a telephoto lens at, you know, some kind of thing acting out in behavior, almost like a stage play. And in this, they do the same because Hugo has to stay up in the clock. So he's looking at all these people down there. And one of the first things we see is the lady with her dog. And we see the old guy who has a crush on her. And it's clear from their body language and the way they look at each other that they like each other. There's no words. And then they're like, oh, hello. And then the dog starts barking and you're like, okay, I understand the problem with that relationship now. And then you see that play out through visuals. They're never really talking to each other. And if they do, it doesn't really mean anything.
Mm-hmm.
Because, you know, and then he buys the dog and then they get whatever. And there's another thing with Sacha Baron Cohen's character where he has a crush on Emily Mortimer's character, the flower girl.
Yeah.
And he's like, oh, I'm nervous. You know, you get the sense that he's nervous, but he doesn't go up to her in one scene and go, you know, I really think you're pretty, but, you know, I just think I'm not good enough for you because my leg. There's no scene where he says that. Like, he never says that. Instead, what we get is a scene of, Sacha Baron Cohen trying to work up the courage to go talk to her, trying to raise her up, because he just saw the movie The Departed and was inspired by Matt Damon's Riz in that movie, where he's like, I can do that. So he goes up and he walks over to her, and as he's walking over, you just hear his mechanical leg brace lock up and squeak, and then there's an echo, and just based off his body language and based off hers, there's a pause, and then he just walks away. So now there's no words. It's just a simple little scene, and now we know that he doesn't have the courage to go up to her because of this self-perceived deficiency he has from his background. And then later he says, "I got it in the war," and then she goes, "Oh, my brother died in the war," and then they bond over that, and she gives him the flower. That's a really good romance, and it works really well. And then of course Hugo, that's the thing where they wrap it up, where Hugo makes a nice little.
That I was gonna say that's also a great way of keeping that information from us, that how he was injured is a good way of almost, because you're built up to not like this guy, and then you find that out and you kind of have more leeway with him, and it's a good way of bringing back, because there's multiple characters in this story where they kind of build up where you could think they're a bad person, and then in the end they're able to wrap everyone up in like a nice way where they all kind of have this happy ending.
Right, that's what makes it a kids movie in my mind, because in a Scorsese movie the villain would just like die, or the antagonist or something something crazy violent would happen or depressing. But in this, it's there's every villain in the movie, it gets redeemed, or because for a kid they don't want to see a bad guy go to hell. They want to see the bad guy learn, like, oh, he wasn't really a bad guy. The way they do that kind of reminds me of, I think it's a Charlie Chaplin movie, or maybe Buster Keaton, like one of those silent era giants, where there's a scene where there's a funny physical gag where one of their hats goes off, like gets blown off by like a truck passing by, and then goes into like a gutter or sewer grate, and the audience laughs, and then the character says something along the lines, like the title card says something along the lines of, "My wife gave me that hat before she died." And then now the audience feels bad for laughing at him. Yeah. It's almost a similar thing with his character when he says, "I got it in the war." And he was an orphan as well. And so
and then you're sad that you feel bad about laughing about the fact that he got dragged by a train.
Yeah, exactly.
From the same thing that happened to him in the war. But yeah, I want to clear up too. Like I was saying, this is the most Disney-like movie, but when I say that, I mean it in like, it feels like one of those classic Disney movies, not like Disney movies nowadays are kind of up in the air on whether they're good or not. But
you're saying that you've had enough of the woke bullshit. Is that what you're saying, Danny?
No. I'm saying I'm comparing it to movies like, what's that train movie?
The what?
Cut this out.
Thomas the Engine?
No. The Christmas one.
No. Oh, Polar Express.
Polar Express. I don't even know if that's a Disney movie, but is that a Disney movie?
Probably. It's too scary to be a Disney movie. Maybe it might be DreamWorks.
DreamWorks. Well, it's in that same vein where it has that atmosphere of like the classic movie. Right. That's why I mentioned like Willy Wonka, those older movies that have that like good classic childhood feel to it. Compared like that, I just wanted to clear that up.
And also, this movie is sort of a representation of where Scorsese was in his life at this point, because this is when he got really passionate about film preservation as well. And we talked about in that documentary, the Scorsese Machine, in our last episode 2 of the Scorsese podcast series, where he has like 4,000 tapes of all these movies that play on TV, and he's obsessed with like preserving all these movies. And in this movie, one of the subject matters is how there's all these he talked about this during the press, like, there's how many masterpieces have we never seen because they were melted down or something like that, or lost or scratched up, and we never saw it. And so this movie is sort of, there's a lot of stuff going on in this movie in terms of subject matter.
Yeah, there is a lot going on.
So I thought I appreciated that about it as well. There's one shot that reminded me of something there. The shot where Chloe Grace Moretz's character is like, he's trying to chase Hugo while he's running, and she falls, and then everybody starts like stepping on her, and there's the shot of her face dissolved with like shots of people's feet walking on top of her and stuff. That reminded me of the first Alfred Hitchcock movie I've seen, in terms like chronologically, like the first silent era movie I saw. The first one was 1927. I think it was called The Lodger, and it was sort of like inspired by Jack the Ripper. And there's a scene where it's a silent movie, right? So there's no sound, but he suggests sound by somebody's walking upstairs and there's not supposed to be anybody up there. So the lady, there's a shot of her looking at the ceiling, and Hitchcock dissolves to a shot of like feet walking over where the ceiling is in the frame. And it's very similar. It's basically the same template for the shot of Chloe Grace Moretz on the ground, and then in the other corner showing all the people walking on top of the camera, which I thought was interesting.
The Wolf of Wall Street, 2013. The genesis of Scorsese and DiCaprio's fifth collaboration came when screenwriter Terrence Winter got a call to read a book titled The Wolf of Wall Street by Jordan Belfort.
So Terrence Winter talks about when he first read the book, and he goes, I read it in one sitting. He goes, it was at night, and I started to read it, and then I went to bed, and then I immediately woke up and finished reading it in the morning. And he said he finished writing the draft Labor Day 2007. And that seems early because it's like 5 years, before or 6 years before the movie came out. I swear I can do math. But this was sort of embroiled in all the change up and schedule changes. There was like 4 movies happening. It was Wolf of Wall Street, Shutter Island, Silence, and Hugo. Because this was supposed to be the first movie he did after The Departed, and then it got changed. They go, we're having trouble with the financing. They were waiting for like 5 months for the, I mentioned that when we talked about Shutter Island. They waited for 5 months to see if they can get the green light. They didn't get the green light. He wasted 5 months of his time. Then they said, all right, we'll make that another day. Then they made Shutter Island, which was supposed to come after Wolf of Wall Street originally. And then after Shutter Island, they were like, all right, well, let's do Hugo because we're still waiting on the Wolf of Wall Street stuff. And then after Hugo, he's like, fuck it, I'm going to do Silence. And then he couldn't do Silence because he couldn't get the financing for that. And then finally they got the financing for Wolf of Wall Street. And that was a big thing because a lot of it was, all right, like they had to wait for the financing for, the movie, but they also had to wait for the proper creative control. Because he's like, I don't think I can have the energy to do this movie if every single time I do it, there's going to be a guy going like, well, no, can we put less drugs in the movie? Like, I think that might have been one of the first, like when the early days of developing it, I think some executive or somebody involved in making the movie was like, yeah, we just don't like all the drugs in it.
You need to tame it.
And it's like, we'll have the drugs. What?
Yeah, there's no story at that point. It's
yeah. So it's like, well, what's the point of doing anything without drugs?
Exactly.
We can't even do it with this podcast without drugs.
Yeah, exactly.
What drugs do we do, Danny?
I'm messed up. I don't even remember. We did it so many that
well,
I don't
they say
even
one
remember.
of the side effects of drugs is that you forget stuff.
Like the drugs we did.
So the people listening can be on drugs right now and they wouldn't know.
Yeah, don't gaslight our audience into thinking they're on drugs.
If you think this podcast sucks, it's actually because you're high. Are you high right now? How dare you? I'm sorry if you're actually.
We're really
high.
working hard to retain this audience.
We're the worst trip sitters. If any of you are on acid, yeah, dude, you guys look fucked up right now. Are you on acid, dude?
Bro, you need less.
Dude,
drugs.
are the cops? The cops are here, dude.
Okay, continue on. Wolf of Wall Street. Back to it.
So anyway, so Terrence Winter talks about how meeting with Marty and Leo in the pre-production because. Near the end of pre-production, we're like, all right, we're going to make this movie. We got the green light. This is the date we're filming it. We're starting it here. The 3 of them, Terrence Winter, Marty, and Leo, met every day and, talked until, let's say they met at noon. And they stayed and talked until 1 a.m. going through the script line by line. Is there a single word in the script that we can change or a single thing in the script that we can change before we go into it? And, it's a lot of dedication when you take into consideration that, they do improvise a lot of the stuff. And also, they improvise stuff. It's not just like they sit down there and go, say whatever you want. It's they kind of, during rehearsals, they'll try to change stuff up. And they go, well, what if I sit here? Or what if I don't say that here? And then I say it in another scene, like that kind of thing.
On August 25th, 2012, filming began on The Wolf of Wall Street with DiCaprio, Jonah Hill, Margot Robbie, and more in the main cast.
So Jonah Hill... His casting was a big deal in this because he was in Moneyball, and he was, he was known as like, an idiot character who would be in a movie and stuff. and then he did Moneyball, and then he got an Oscar nomination for that. And Moneyball, dude, Moneyball's such a good movie.
Yeah,
and every
I love
time I see a
Moneyball.
clip from it, I'm like, I have to watch that tomorrow. And then I end up not watching it, but I have to. So he's great in that. And Scorsese saw him in that. And that was the catalyst for Scorsese considering him to be Donnie Adolph or Donnie Mazoff or something.
Yeah, something.
And in the movie. And so there, he was up for it. And he was in Mexico for something. And I think Leo was also in Mexico at the time. There was somewhere at the time, and Jonah saw Leo having dinner somewhere, and he went up to Leo and said, Leo, you know there's nobody else who can do this. Like, I need to do this. And he said Leo was impressed with how, forthcoming and determined Jonah Hill was for the role. So he went called Scorsese, and he was like, hey, I think we should put Jonah in the movie. And there's, and now there's all these stories that go, Jonah Hill was so dedicated for working with Scorsese. He accepted the bare minimum of this role, which was $60,000, and I'm like, oh, poor guy.
I don't think there's no way that's even true. By the way,
what?
$60,000 for the Wolf of Wall Street? I just don't buy that.
Really?
Like
I think it is true. It was a hugely reported thing.
Really?
Yeah.
But then he must have made money somewhere.
Maybe there were some back end deals,
Yeah.
but also maybe he wasn't that big of a star enough to have a back end deal as well.
Yeah, he needed that. He wanted that opportunity. That would make sense.
And
I mean,
also,
I get it.
like James Woods, when he was casting Casino, we talked about how he said any time, any place, any role, anywhere, any price. He said, I'll do whatever you want. So it's probably a similar situation to that. Scorsese talked about the first time he saw Jonah Hill. They go, where did you see Jonah Hill that impressed you? And he goes, yeah, I saw him in Moneyball. And then I sat behind him at the Academy Awards. And I was sitting there with my wife going, look at this guy. I can't believe it. Look how he's just sitting there. He's great.
He doesn't even know he's like getting his biggest role by just
yeah, just clapping. I think he was more joking in that interview, but it was pretty funny. And then Leo and Jonah Hill had dinner with Jordan Belfort.
Yeah. And
they talked about how there was one where they go, did you feel, guilty at all that you were, ripping off these people and stuff? He goes, I was on drugs. I didn't really I tried not to think about it. Like I consciously did it.
No.
I consciously did it unconsciously, like that kind of thing.
Yeah.
And he goes, that's, I personally wouldn't do that. And then he turns to Jonah and goes, you, on the other hand, your guy knew he was fucking people over, and he loved it.
Oh, okay.
And then Jonah was like, that's okay. I knew
Okay,
exactly what my character was from that point on.
That's good.
And Scorsese didn't want to meet Jordan Belfort because he knew that he was so charismatic and convincing.
He could make the movie into something different.
Right. He didn't want any of his stamp on the movie. He didn't want, or at least from Scorsese's perspective, because he was afraid that,
Belfort would be on set being like, no, it was
he
like
didn't want,
this.
He didn't want Belfort to massage the movie in any way because Margot Robbie got the role because she was in a few things. She was in a movie called Pan Am. She was in About Time, which I think came out in the same year as this. But she did a couple movies, and she was in Pan Am. Pan Am was probably her most notable role as an actress. But she went into audition, and however many callbacks later, it was her and a few other actresses were doing scenes with Leo. It was like a charisma test or whatever, a chemistry test. And there was at one point during a scene, she just slapped Leo in the face. She's like, I need to do something.
Yeah, yeah.
And so she just slapped Leo in the face, and she fucking boom, and Leo's face goes like white, and then she just looks at him and doesn't break character. And there was silence, and she's like, "Oh my god, I'm gonna go to jail. I definitely didn't get the part." And then she heard Marty go,
Of course.
and then she got the role. From what I understand, that's the story, which is pretty funny.
Yeah.
The next time I see Scorsese, I just gotta slap him in the face.
Yeah.
He'll be like, "You want to direct my next movie?"
Yeah, I'm sure that'll work.
But also that was sort of set the tone for her the rest of her experience on the movie, because she talked about whenever they did improvise something, they knew, the whole cast said that they knew that they were doing something good when they would hear Scorsese laugh in the background. Like they would do a scene and just hear him go ha 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 ha. And
he probably cracked up when she does slap him and he goes, "You."
Yeah.
And
She's like, what are you, a fucking owl? Who is she? I can't imagine how much fun it was filming this movie.
Oh yeah, I bet.
Another improvisational moment in the movie was Matthew McConaughey's scene. They filmed that. Scorsese said that was like the fourth day of shooting, somewhere during the first week, and they were still trying to find the rhythm. And he said during that scene, it's it's a pretty long scene when you think about it. On the page, I think it's like 5 to 10 pages of dialogue, which is a pretty long dialogue sequence to have at the beginning of a movie when the audience is sort of ready for anything. But it's like the perfect introduction into that world. And Matthew McConaughey does a great job with it. And there was one thing where they're about to film the scene, and Matthew McConaughey is just sitting in the corner going, and which we all know. And Marty and Scorsese and Leo were like, what do you see that we see what he's doing over there? What Matt is doing over there? And they go, yeah, what is that? And they go up to him, they go, what is that? And he goes, oh, it's like a warm-up thing. And Scorsese goes, hey, use that in the beginning of the scene. Like, your guys are gonna be sitting there, and he's gonna be waiting for you to talk, and you're just gonna be going,
Yeah.
And then they do the scene, and near the end of the scene, at the end, Matthew McConaughey just starts going, which he didn't tell him to do. And you can see Leo look over at Marty going like, should I? And he's like, yeah, keep going. And then that became the chant of greed that he does with his Stratton Oakmont crew, that they all go, oh. So I can't imagine, Matthew McConaughey is like, sick, I'm in a Scorsese movie, and then he sees a thing that he did in that scene kind of snowball into this big moment at the end, or near the end of the third act, let's say, where he's like, oh, they used that later. And Scorsese said, like, that gave us a freedom to kind of go, all right, we have the confidence to have this kind of freedom and loosey-goosey approach to this film. And
that's one of those things that snowballed into something even bigger outside of the movie. You go to a stadium now, they have like the whole crowd.
Yes. If you go up to any person on the street and do that, I guarantee you they'll know.
At least
most guys,
any
guy
like,
our age. Yeah.
You do it for like 2 seconds, and every guy around you is just like, let's go.
Yeah. Yes, exactly. But like, in terms of the fun, you said like it must have been so much fun to be on set. There was one I couldn't find it this time around when I did the research, but I remember back in the day seeing it. Jonah Hill was talking about how he was filming the scene where they're eating the Chinese food, or like sushi, and Leo goes, "You're gonna eat that yellowtail, pal. You'd eat that last piece of yellowtail," and then every time in the take he had to eat it. And so Jonah Hill just started messing up the line on purpose, and they'd have to do a retake of it every single time. And there was at one point, like, Leo was throwing up into a
just to get it out of his system.
He was throwing it up because he was just like ate like 20 of them, and Scorsese was laughing and stuff.
Yeah, Jonah Hill said he had to do so much like fake cocaine that he got like some sinus infection or something.
Yeah, what was it? It was like vitamin B or something.
Yeah, they had to like snort a bunch. I'm sure that stuff wasn't as fun. And Jonah Hill got actually punched in the face by the one guy.
Oh, John Bernthal? Dude.
He's great.
Okay, we got to say, because...
Okay,
you know how, like, if you're listening, you probably know by now, we don't try to go, the performance was amazing, we're like, the cinematography is gorgeous. We don't try to do that. We just try to do it, through, like, try to talk about the thematics of the movie or whatever. We don't really try to give our opinion of how good or bad something is. We try to do that a little bit. Wolf of Wall Street is going to be us spitballing. There's nothing, because this is like a fanboy movie for us, where it's it's the movie of our
for us to
adolescence. So
this came out. Think about this coming out while we're freshmen in high school. Very malleable brains.
Yes, dude.
Very, I watched this movie and straight up thought I was going to be on Wall Street. I do that with a lot of movies, but this one, like, I literally started taking like accounting classes. I thought I was going to be like Jordan Bell. We'll talk. We'll just keep going.
I have a few more stories. There's Hurricane Sandy stopped production. I think they delayed it maybe 4 days, maybe a week or two. I'm not sure exactly how much the time frame was, but it was enough time where Scorsese said, all right, well, I'll go edit with Thelma. And they couldn't edit because Sandy had torn apart a crane that was across the street from their editing. So there was a crane that they had to clean up. It was like falling down.
That's terrifying.
So they couldn't edit it as well.
He had to do nothing, basically.
Yeah, there's one more funny scene where, or story that Leo had, where they were filming a sequence where Jonah Hill's character, they're partying or whatever, and Donnie's wearing like a candy with a bunch of like ladies' underwear as the candy on like a necklace, like that kind of thing. And there's a shot where one of the prostitutes has to like eat the candy off of the string, and so they're all doing it. And then in between takes, one of the ladies eating the candy she goes, Leo, I met you when you were 18 on the set of Basketball Diaries. I was an extra on that. And then Marty goes, action. She goes, excuse me. And then goes back to eating the thing. So that was pretty funny.
On December 25th, 2013, The Wolf of Wall Street opened to great reviews and great box office numbers, making $407 million worldwide off a $100 million budget. It was nominated for 5 Oscars.
So Jonah was nominated for Best Supporting Actor. Leo was nominated for Best Actor.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't win. Winter is nominated for Best Screenplay. Scorsese Director. Best Picture. Those
No wins, though.
No wins.
That is unacceptable.
Yeah?
Unacceptable.
12 Years a Slave beat it at the Best Picture.
All right.
What are you trying to say, Danny?
Never mind. I didn't know.
How does it feel to be a huge piece of shit?
I guess so.
So, adjusted for inflation, it's crazy that I'm adjusting a movie for inflation that was released like 11 years ago, but whatever. If adjusted for inflation, if this movie comes out today, the $100 million budget turns into $135 million, and the $470 million gross turns into $550 million. So if this movie came out today, this would be a big deal. This would be a big story that it made this much profit off of that. Because today, $100 million is like a medium budget now, it seems like, which is true to a certain extent. And, again, like this, I'm not going to have a big grand theory about whatever history or thematic significance or whatever of the movie. All I can say, because we're going to fanboy too much on this movie, because this is the movie of our adolescence. But the one thing I will say is, I do think this is sort of similar to... This is like almost part of the quadrilogy of Scorsese's gangster movies in terms of the structure of it, where the structure is the same thing as Casino and Goodfellas, right? And I talked about Casino being Goodfellas Part 2. This movie kind of feels like Goodfellas and Casino 2.5, where... Because Scorsese... He was conscious of the fact that the story was very similar. The structure and the way that it plays out is very similar to those movies. But he said the one thing that I found that kind of made me feel like I can have another perspective on it was about not so much the gangster stuff, but the more about unchecked financial crime in the age of like unchecked financial capitalism or something like that. And which was interesting to me because that's sort of I guess what stops it from being just a repeat of those movies. Because like we said earlier, this movie is essentially Goodfellas for our generation, right? And like you said earlier, we were talking before. You said this made you want to go become like a
Wall Street
guy,
yeah.
Which is that idea was embroiled in some kind of controversy when the movie came out because they were like, "Well, you're just glorifying this," and it's like.
Yeah.
Well, at the end, it's pretty because every one of his movies, it's always about. We talked about this with Goodfellas. The first half is always showing the allure and the pleasure of doing this, and then the second half always shows the consequences.
Yeah.
But you can't expect a 12-year-old kid to watch this and go, "Oh, this is about how capitalism is going unchecked, and we need to do something about." I don't even know. I didn't even know what capitalism was until I was 19.
My mindset on the movie changed, obviously, watching it as a 26-year-old compared to when I was 14. When I was high 14-year-old, just like, nice, Margot Robbie, sick,
dude.
Yeah.
There's two moments in my sexual history that I'm willing to talk about on the podcast. And it's seeing Hot Velma and Scooby-Doo 2 when I was little.
Oh, yeah, that was your...
And then seeing Margot Robbie in this movie. Yeah. Everything else, it's private. I'm not going to talk to you about that.
Yeah, thank you. Please keep the rest private.
Hot Velma was my sexual awakening. That was the first time I realized, oh, wait, girls are hot?
Yeah.
So, yeah, what did you think about this watching it again before I interrupted you?
Watching it again, that's what I'm saying. Obviously, I have a different interpretation of it. I've watched it a million times, but watching it now, you watch it the first time when you're in high school and you're like sick. All that stuff looked really sort of fun. Now I'm like, I don't want to do any of that stuff really. And I did because Katrina. I watched this with Katrina,
your girlfriend.
Katrina's my girlfriend. She was pissed at the end. Because she obviously really enjoyed the movie. She had a lot of visceral reactions to things, but she was pissed because in her mind, she felt that it was like glorifying a little bit of like Jordan Belfort. And I kind of, listen, like, I get it. I don't think it really is, but it is sort of still a happy ending for a terrible guy. And just because he said that in the conversation with Jonah Hill and Leo, like, oh, I didn't consciously do it, but that other guy, if he knew that other guy was doing it and he still went along with it, I still don't view Jordan Belfort as a good guy.
Oh, no, I don't think you're supposed to.
Yeah, no, I don't think you're supposed to. But I get why some people might think, like, hey, that was a little... It might have glorified just a tiny, tiny bit.
Yeah, I can imagine, because it's not like he goes to... I mean, he goes to jail, but he goes, yeah, but I'm rich.
Mm-hmm.
But that goes into blaming... Like, showing him sort of being fine at the end is not so much, you know... I don't know how much of that is glorifying his character, and it has to do with, you know, indicting the system that allows him to not have his life ruined.
Yeah.
Or allows him to not be in jail for the rest of his life, let's say, for a long time. I understand. It kind of toes the line between, you know, does this glorify, does this condemn it? Like, what is it exactly doing?
Mm-hmm.
But I can't imagine anybody who watches this movie and goes like, these guys were, I want to do what they would. You know,
Yeah.
I want to do the second half of this movie.
Mm-hmm.
Like everybody watching knows that he should just make a deal with the SEC. Or the SEC. SEC is football, right?
Yeah.
Everybody knows that he should make that, or the FCC. What is it?
I don't know.
Whatever
Yeah,
CC, whatever conglomerate it is, or a government entity. Everybody knows that he should make the deal there, but he doesn't because of greed and the energy that he gets from the thing. And that's what the
Mm-hmm. But in terms of entertainment value, this movie is still just
dude, it's sky.
10 out
It's
of 10. Like, everything is so entertaining.
There was never, because if you look at like stories of guys who are older than us, there's a lot of stories of media that they weren't allowed to watch, that they had to secretly watch. I never really had that growing up. The only time, this is probably the only movie like that, because I remember the first time I tried to watch this, I didn't really go to the theater when I was little. This is 2013. So this is freshman year. And I watched it with my parents. I rented it on Optimum because I was like, "Oh, it looks fun." And then like halfway through, there's the gay orgy scene shows up, and my parents were like, "All right, not because they're homophobic, but they're like, I'm not gonna watch I'm not gonna watch any orgy scene with my son." Yeah. And so they turned it off. I was like, "Fuck!" So I had to figure out like another way to watch it in
just
secret.
like your favorite part of the.
Yeah, it was just getting good. But. So I had to like secretly watch it. So that's why I feel like, you know, it kind of hits a little bit more for me, because I had that forbidden. Yeah. It has that forbidden feel for me. Yeah, I just think this is there's not a single boring moment in the movie. Everything I'm saying right now, everybody's heard a million times.
It's kind of comedic, a lot. It's
a sort of like a satirical comedy in some sense. Yeah. There is some discrepancy because Leo said he saw it as a satire, and Marty said he never saw it as a satire. He just saw it as a comedy, and there is a difference. We talked about that in Network, the Network podcast we did. It's going to be hard to talk about the I want to go off your notes because I didn't write any notes because I was just so excited to talk about the movie and fanboy over it because every single scene is just done as possibly as good as it could, and. Yeah. I don't have any
philosophical kind of notes. I just have like going off the comedy. Like this time especially, I was cracking up, dude, when he comes out and he's just jacking it to Margot. Yeah. She's so fucking hot. Bro. He's gotta fuck her. He's gotta fuck her.
Yeah. I think this might be the funniest movie of all time for me.
Really?
Because when I'm watching a movie by myself, I usually go, It's usually like I need other people to laugh for me to start laughing, laughing, like the contagious part.
That's fair.
But with this, the whole time I was just laughing out loud, dude. Like knockout punches the whole time. You know?
And where are the lewds? They're up my ass. Don't worry about it. Like that kind of stuff is just so, because you know, like knowing something's up. If you were like something that I want to consume later on, and you're they're up my ass, and I'm just like, oh, thank God.
Or even in the same scene, the jump cut to where he's like, what? He's like, no, you were pretty bad, and they cut to him like humping the flight attendant. Yeah. That's the thing. It's like just any because when you do a movie, there's especially when you write on like final draft, there's always a kind of a constriction you feel where, oh, the character has to walk, he can't really move this way or whatever. But Scorsese's characters always feel very loose in the frame, and what this does is go, well, no, like why can't you just have them on ludes and like crawl into the car, and shit like that? And there's so much stuff like that I. Again, like I don't know if we're breaking any new ground here. I'm just enjoying talking about.
Yeah, it's
this is us being bros and like and just nerding out.
And Leo is so good at acting, fucked up on lewds. Talking about when he's crawling to the car.
Yeah,
that's probably really difficult to get into that state as an actor. Like, hang up the phone.
Yeah.
Like
oh my. Well, even. But it's also because you're seeing high art, right? But it's almost like you're seeing low humor in that, like just like the physical comedy of being like, because usually you see that in like a stoner comedy, but you're like, I'm seeing like stoner comedy right now, but it's in a Martin Scorsese movie, and that's not an indictment on like it's bad or anything. It's just a very interesting, kind of surreal thing to see in a movie, and I kind of get jealous that like, oh, somebody else thought of that,
Kind of makes sense that you say stoner comedy because like. Thinking about me as a freshman, sophomore in high school watching these completely stoned off my mind, and we would either watch Wolf of Wall Street, This Is the End, which is just like straight up stoner comedy. It was mixed in with all those movies, and I never thought twice about like the fact that This Is the End is one kind of movie, and then Wolf of Wall Street is supposed to be some Martin Scorsese. I didn't think about it at the time. Like, oh, I'm watching a Martin Scorsese movie. I just didn't even think about it as a Leonardo DiCaprio movie. I was just watching it for what it was.
John Bernthal in this movie.
So funny.
I've been practicing the line because his introduction to him when they're at the thing, he's trying to get the ketchup. He's like, "Can I get some motherfucking ketchup here?" And then they show him working out in his backyard, and they're like, he was always petting lewds to all the kids around his neighborhood or whatever, and he's talking to all the kids. And he goes, "Why don't you bring a pair of her panties next time, your sister's panties or whatever?" And he goes, "Why don't you bring some of those your high school girls around and why don't you bring them down here every once in a while?" He goes, "Let them watch, let them watch." And I practice how to say "let them watch" because he doesn't say "watch" because that's British. It's almost like he's adding an R. Or he goes, "Why don't you bring those girls down here sometime? Let them watch, let them watch, watch." It's hard. I don't know how he did it. He's so great in that scene. And then he goes, "Ma, we got chicken or what?"
Yeah.
Ma. There's like little things like that take 10 seconds and add so much character than anything that a lot of movies do these days.
Silence, 2016. The story of Silence came to Scorsese during post-production of The Last Temptation of Christ in August 1988. When Archbishop Paul Moore of New York gave Scorsese the book Silence by Shusaku Endo.
So Paul Moore he was invited to a screening of Last Temptation before it was released, sort of like as I don't know if a test audience thing, but Scorsese was showing close associates the movie to see, because he didn't want to make sure it wasn't doing anything. He wanted to make sure it wasn't doing anything wrong. And so Paul Moore gives him the book and goes, "You should read this. It goes, if you want to go deeper in what you've been talking about in your movies, then you should do this movie." And Scorsese read the book. I saw him in an interview where he said, "Yeah, when the first time I read Silence, I read it and I didn't get it." He actually read it when he was. I mentioned in our Shark Tale analysis that he read, or he was in Akira Kurosawa's Dreams. He played Vincent Van Gogh in that movie. And he was actually in Japan to go film that movie. He, filmed it. He went over and filmed his scene because they were waiting for him. The production was done on that movie, but they were waiting for him to finish stuff on Last Temptation, I believe. And then right after he was done, he went over and filmed like a day or two as Vincent Van Gogh. And while he was staying over there, he read Silence. And he said, the first time I read it, I didn't get it. And then I read it again, and I read it again. And by 1990, him and Jay Cox had a first draft. And they were, starting to shop it around and develop it as actually making it. And they stopped, and Scorsese said, I don't think I'm ready for this. I think it was just that he read the first draft and he goes, I'm not ready. I haven't lived long enough. I need to do some more stuff before I do this. And, you know, after that, he was always trying to make it. And then the late 90s, after Bringing Out the Dead came out, Charlie Rose said, what are you doing next? He mentioned Gangs of New York, like I said earlier. But he also mentioned, I want to do this other movie, Silence. And, you know, I'm trying to do that as well. And then, of course, he was almost, you know, he tried to make it. And in 2008, he was going to make it again. And then he didn't. And then finally, after Wolf of Wall Street, he said, all right, screw it. I have to, because he was supposed to make that movie before Wolf of Wall Street.
Mm-hmm.
And then he's like, screw it. I have to do this movie. I have to do it right now. That's going to be my next thing after Wolf of Wall Street. And he also got sued by the company who was going to like finance it because he said he was going to make it in the 90s. And then he didn't because he said he wasn't ready. So then, I think it was around the time Wolf of Wall Street was coming out and Silence was going into pre-production, that the company sued him because he was supposed to make it in the 90s and he didn't. So he owes them. He took money from them.
Oh, did he actually take money from them?
It was settled out of court, I'm pretty sure, and everything was fine. But they were suing him because he delayed the production, and doing so delayed the production of the movie.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah.
Okay. After almost 30 years, filming on Silence began January 30th, 2015, with Andrew Garfield, Adam Driver, Liam Neeson, and a wealth of Japanese actors in the cast.
So the original cast, because this movie's been in development for forever, or had been in development for forever, it was going to be Daniel Day-Lewis as Father Ferreira, which is Liam Neeson's role, and then it was going to be Benicio del Toro, who played Father Garupe, which was Adam Driver's role, and then it was going to be Gael Bernal Garcia, who in Adam Garfield's role, Rodriguez, who was in the movie Old, where the beach makes you old in that movie.
Mm-hmm.
They go to a beach and it makes them old.
Yeah. I haven't seen
get
that.
it?
I get what
You get that if they go to the beach, it makes you old.
Yeah, I guess. Are you trying to make a point about it, or I haven't seen it?
No, I'm just making
so
sure
I
you
don't know.
understand the movie Old.
Do you like that movie?
Yeah, it's good.
Is it actually? I feel like you're talking about it in a negative way, right? I can't get
There's a rapper in that movie called Midsize Sedan.
All right,
That's
let's
his
move
rapper
on.
name.
Let's move on.
So Andrew Garfield, Scorsese cast him, and he was. I originally saw him in Boy A, and I saw him in a couple of Never Let Me Go. I saw him in that. I saw him in Spider-Man, the first half where he isn't a spider, particularly.
Yeah.
I didn't care for the spider, but he is a spider part. And Andrew Garfield said he when he auditioned, he was auditioning with Michael Stolberg, who was in the Key to Reserva and was also the professor in Hugo. Yes. Remember I said the guy in Key to Reserva, the villain, Michael Stolberg. He's a great actor. He's in a lot of stuff. He was in Call Me by Your Name. He was in Hugo. He was in was it A Simple Man? A Single Man? No, it wasn't A Single Man. There's a Coen Brothers movie that he's in. I think it's called A Simple Man. A Single Man is the Colin Firth movie where he's gay and stuff. I don't know. Anyway, Michael Stolberg's a great actor. And so Andrew Garfield auditioned with him in front of Scorsese. And Andrew Garfield went through like the Catholic priest exercises and stuff, which is it's this crazy meditation stuff that he had to do, and which is apparently a great achievement that they talked about how he did that. Adam Driver was cast. Scorsese saw him in the show Girls, and he said, I saw him in the first 2 seasons of Girls, not the third season because that sucked. I think that show sucked near the end. I don't know. I never watched it. That's just what I've heard. But he said, they both had to lose weight for this, Adam Driver and Andrew Garfield. If you look at Adam Driver in this, he's rail thin, dude. And this is after he sort of got like bulked up for Force Awakens, I believe. Because Force Awakens was filmed in like 2013. So they were talking about how there was a scene where they were both on a boat. And then while they're on the boat, somebody goes, lunch! And then they're just left on the boat, and they just watched everybody on the coast just eating and like throwing noodles at each other and like
having a fun time.
Playing catch with dumplings and like dumping stuff in the garbage. They're like, God damn it! And so but they got really really skinny. Liam Neeson was cast. Ferrero was a real guy too. This is just as much based on historical fact as I guess Gangs of New York, maybe a little bit more, because of course Bill the Butcher was based off of a real guy, but it was sort of an amalgamation of a few guys. Was Bill the Butcher, but there was a guy named Bill the Butcher, and this Father Ferreira, went to Japan as a missionary, and then he apostatized publicly, and the Catholic Church was very embarrassed about that.
Yeah.
But one of the producers, Emma Tillinger Kosgoff, I think is how you say her name. She said that, she basically had to see a different side of Marty because usually, of course, he's a guy that it takes a lot to make him compromise. We talked about that. And he always wants to do however many takes he wants to. He's not known as like a guy who does a lot of takes, but sometimes he does do a lot of takes. And he needs a lot of time to rehearse with the actors. Like we talked about with King of Comedy. He takes a long time to make his movie somehow. But he talked about how like they didn't have the budget for this was about $46 million, right? Yes, $46 million, and they only had a very, very strict schedule to shoot because they were shooting on location in another country, and they were going to film in Japan, but they didn't but they filmed in Taiwan because that was more that was cheaper to do. And I'm going to put in the rogue state of China for the Chinese version of this podcast. By the way, when I say Taiwan. You think I forgot about China since the last podcast? Since we talked about Kundun, I don't forget his thing.
Oh yeah.
My mind's like a steel trap.
We gotta be careful.
China's never done anything wrong, by the way. Did you know that?
Mm-hmm.
So she said she saw a different side of Marty because if she goes up to him and he goes, no, we have to get this shot of him on the mountain, and then he comes down and she's like, Marty, we can't get it, and he goes, all right, let's figure something out, and then he'll figure out a way to do it. So
okay.
that was something that apparently by all accounts a lot of people had never seen him do before. He would always try to fight for those extra shots, but he understood that this story is too important to tell to put it in jeopardy in that kind of financial way.
Yeah.
The Japanese cast was excellent. He had it was not only was it filled with all these Japanese actors, but also sometimes directors. There was a few directors that were in the movie as well. And Andrew Garfield talks about the guy who played the Inquisitor. He's great. What? He's great, right? He was like 20 years younger than his character was supposed to be. Oh. And Andrew Garfield's like, yeah, so I figured like when I met him, like, yeah, maybe they put some makeup on him and stuff. But then he showed up, there was no makeup. He just made wrinkles with his face. Like he just held his face at a point where it would make wrinkles on his forehead and stuff. So he just looked older.
It's impressive to do without seeming like you're just literally going like.
Yeah, it's a very subtle thing. I mean, if we could do it, we would have been cast in the movie, I think.
Yeah, that's true.
So it was a 73-day shoot.
Mm-hmm. On January 13th, 2017, Silence was released in the U.S. It received excellent reviews, but was a box office flop, grossing $23 million worldwide off a $46 million budget. It received one Oscar nomination for cinematography.
So I was wondering, like, why? Because part of me was like, when was the Harvey Weinstein thing? Was he a producer on this movie? I don't know. He wasn't. So in my foggy memory, I thought that maybe this got embroiled in the Me Too stuff, but it didn't. It had nothing to do with that, from what I understand. So I was like, why did this bomb so hard? Like, this is a Martin Scorsese movie. It was the first thing he did after Wolf of Wall Street. Like, why did this go under the radar so much?
And Adam Driver and Andrew Garfield.
Adam Driver and Andrew Garfield are huge guys. Yeah, so... And it didn't get nominated for any Oscars. And I tried to figure out why, and all I could find that was written about it was just... It was a super competitive year that year for the Oscars. Mm-hmm. And this was like a very long and contemplative movie. And like La La Land and... I think Moonlight.
Yeah. Okay.
And I can't name all of them right now, but the award season was very crowded when it came out, and they were trying to do a limited release with it where it would start with like a few hundred theaters, and then they would climb up as it made more money, and then they climbed up to like 1,700 theaters, and then it went back down. It didn't really make its money back. It had its premiere at the Vatican, I think, though.
Oh wow, really?
So that was a pretty big deal. But I don't know. It's just, I think it probably should make, because I watched this for the first time and I was like, holy shit, this might be like.
Seems like an Oscar-worthy performance from Andrew Garfield too, actually.
Yeah, but then you just look at who was nominated that year, and I'm sure it was just, it's tough. It's sort of like Hugo bombing at the box office because there was all those kids movies. Mm-hmm. This is like sort of like an Oscar rebate type movie in like a studio executive's eyes, not in Scorsese's eyes. This was sort of just, it got released at a point where an analogous situation.
Mhm.
But you hadn't watched this, right?
No, I
You hadn't heard of
watched
it?
No, I hadn't even heard of it really.
So what did you think about it?
This movie, in terms of like a historical standpoint, I always find it fascinating what people were willing to go through for their religion. And even still, I mean, I'm sure people are still the same way, but this is one of those movies that really shows the importance of religion in people's minds, how they're literally willing to lay their lives down or literally willing to get burned on a cross for their religion instead of stepping on their God. They would
Apostatizing, yeah.
literally rather be burned by water. So that's like my big
Burned by
takeaway.
boiling water.
Burned by boiling water. That's one of my biggest takeaways from watching this movie. I was so, because I don't know, this is based on a true story or
Yeah, this actually happened.
Mhm.
I don't know. Like the book is based off a true story.
Mhm.
It's true that Father Ferrer apostatized, and it was true that 2 guys were sent.
Yeah. But yeah, for 2 people to leave their home and just go to this very incredibly hostile place after knowing that it's a dangerous place and they still just feel like it's their duty to do it. I think I always find that kind of stuff impressive.
Yeah, because you look at this and you go, oh, another religion movie after Last Temptation, because you think, oh, he did Jesus, like what else can he do with religion?
Mm-hmm.
And of course, this is also another history lesson where it's like, hey, this was happening in this corner of the world back in the day.
Mm-hmm. That's the other thing where, for me, coming from someone who loves World War II history, I like learning about Japan in any way, shape, and form, and how it ended up in certain places. So learning that part of the Japanese history is cool too.
Yeah. When I think about this movie and the reason for Scorsese doing it, I remember when we talked about Inherent Vice, which is a Paul Thomas Anderson movie. We talked about that on our Paul Thomas Anderson podcast, which you can watch on YouTube, Spotify, and Apple Podcast. Him and Paul Thomas Anderson and Mark Maron, when he was promoting the movie, were talking about Inherent Vice, and they were talking about the author Thomas Pynchon, who is known for writing about the 1960s and stuff like that in that era. And then in 2007, he writes Inherent Vice, or somewhere around there. He writes Inherent Vice, and Paul Thomas Anderson and Mark Maron were like, why does he have to go back? Like, why is he doing another book on the 60s? Like, what is there that he needs to do? And they're like, I don't know. I feel that like a certain way of that with Scorsese, with this movie, but also when I hear that he's doing another Jesus movie, like called A Life of Jesus or something like that. Like Andrew Garfield might play Jesus or something, is rumored. And I'm like looking at that, like what else is there that he can? Not in like there isn't stuff. I'm genuinely curious. What is waiting for him that he thinks is there? I want to know. But I remember the first time watching this, I watched it maybe 2019, and I thought it was amazing the first time I saw it. I was like, holy shit, this is like his most mature. This feels like a new stage in Scorsese's career.
Yeah.
And the scene that I just thought was like probably the best scene I've ever seen in the movie was when he goes to apostatize at the end and he hears Jesus go, "Step on me."
Mm-hmm.
Like I thought that was one of the best scenes in movie history. And I thought, it was like, how did nobody watch this movie? This is so goddamn good. And I think the main interest in it to me is it has a premise that's similar to, I guess, Jesus's premise in Last Temptation, is that like in order to prove, or to enact God's will, he has to, like do a self-sacrifice by killing, basically, dying on the cross. And in this, Scorsese talks about how there's a paradox in the premise where in order to prove one's faith to God and to act out God's will, he has to publicly denounce God and live, a life in secret.
Yeah.
Live a life practicing his faith to God in secret, and everybody thinking he's a coward and that he apostatized and stuff like that. He apostatized out of, the ultimate form of, faith to God, which is like a paradoxical premise. And I thought that was very, very interesting.
This is one thing also where you get the sense that, some of these people's lives were literally so tough in the real world that the only hope they really had was hoping that their afterlife was going to be better.
Holy shit, that's a great point.
That's what I got. That's one of the other things where I got the sense of, where it's like these people's lives, because there really isn't much to it. Like, they all are really struggling, at least the ones in these outer rims of the communities where they're kind of just out in the middle of the woods. There really isn't much to their lives.
Right.
And the only way they find solace in the struggles that they're going through is that maybe their afterlife will be heaven.
Can you imagine if like life being so bad for life being so bad for everybody that you go, the only explanation for this is that there's
Something better.
there's heaven as a
after I die.
reward.
Uh-huh.
Holy fuck.
Yeah.
That's a crazy idea.
Mm-hmm. That's one of the things that I pulled from it. I just felt like these people are struggling so much that they literally are willing to be tortured and killed
Right. Well,
just
and also,
because they don't want to mess up the chance of, like, they don't want to step on this thing right here because they're afraid that messes up the chance for them to. It's like, what's this all been about? Kind of
yeah,
thing.
exactly.
If I can't scuba,
I was just about to say, if I can't scuba,
it's like,
what has this
if
been
I
about?
get, like, I'm already struggling.
Yeah.
Like, why am I going to step on this now and then
Struggle
more
forever.
and then not be able to? Yeah.
That's a great idea. I'm glad you brought that up.
Your breath is sweet, your eyes are like two jewels in the sky.
Rolling Thunder Revue, 2019. The idea to make a documentary on Bob Dylan's Rolling Thunder Revue came after Scorsese and Jeff Rosen finished work on No Direction Home, a Bob Dylan story. When Rosen talked to Scorsese about all the footage they have from the tour, the two decided to make a movie out of it.
So that was like 2005, like right after the thing came out, the No Direction Home. And then I don't know. There's not much about stories about how exactly they got it through and everything. But the only thing I know is that Netflix just came along and gave them the funding for it.
Mm-hmm.
And the one thing I watched this with my dad when it came out back in 2019
Yeah.
during my Bob Dylan phase that I mentioned earlier. And
Was this that made the Bob Dylan phase?
What?
Did this start your Bob Dylan phase?
no, this is in the midst of
Yeah.
it.
Okay. Cool.
So I watched it and I went, oh, nice, cool, interesting, good. And then this time I watched it, because I know more stuff and I'm older. And I have one question. What the fuck is going on here?
I don't know.
Because I'm watching the movie and I go, all right, this is good, yeah. And then all of a sudden I see an actor named Michael Murphy pop up. Michael Murphy is in a series called Tanner 88, which is like a sort of like a mockumentary thing that Robert Altman did, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the premise of that show is Michael Murphy played this guy Jack Tanner, who basically they would like film scenes like sort of like a sitcom show, like not like a one camera thing, but like as a comedy TV show. And then they had scenes where they would go out on the campaign trail during the 1988 presidential election, and they would go up to like somebody like, I don't know, like Al Gore or Walter Mondale or Bob Dole, and Michael Murphy would go, "Hey Walter, how's it going? Good to see you again." And Walter Mondale's like, "Yes, good to see you again." Like they've never met, right? And so it was sort of like a satire, poking fun at the whole campaign politics thing. And then in this, it says Jack Tanner, former presidential, congressman or whatever, former congressman or presidential candidate. And he's like, "Yeah, so I was friends with Jimmy Carter." I'm like, "What the this is fake. They're doing a fake scene here."
Yeah, they're just adding like fake shit into history.
Right. And then I look into I go into the IMDb trivia, and it says there's no such thing. The camera. It was said that the movie was filmed by this cameraman who was like the European looking guy with the haircut, who's like, "Yes, I started smoking a cigarette like this, and then Bob Dylan started smoking like that." He's Bette Midler's husband. He's not the guy that they said. There is no guy that the guy that he plays doesn't exist. He's doing a character. Because I remember in the original, when we were watching the first time I watched it, me and my dad are watching it going, "This guy's weird. Why is he talking like that?" And then this time around, I'm like, that's why he's talking like that, because he's not actually that guy. This is all, some of this is fake.
So if you dig into this, it's like a mixture of a story /
Yes,
documentary.
it's like fake stuff. It's like
Pseudo.
it's like a half pseudo documentary.
Interesting.
So like Sharon Stone's in it, and I always thought, oh, yeah, Sharon Stone, she was a roadie for Bob Dylan on the tour. But then apparently that's her anecdotes aren't true.
Oh,
It's very strange.
I have to rewatch it now.
I don't know what. I guess it's. I don't know. I have no idea thematically. I guess thematically it's like, oh, well, we'll never know what's real and isn't real with Bob Dylan. I guess, but I mean, it's. Watching it the second.
The whole like thought of his tour that time is that he wears like the makeup and is like a little bit more extroverted, right? I mean, I don't remember much about it actually now that I'm thinking about it, but all this stuff is like it's hard to tie into the storyline of like it just being a story of his tour that he had, right?
Yeah, like when the tour happened. I don't. If you have any idea why this is like this, please comment because I don't know.
Maybe it was just one of those weird things by Bob Dylan that he wanted it filmed and also have like an extra weird storyline intertwined with it. That
Yeah, he
made
said
no sense.
50
to throw
years from
people
now.
off.
In 50 years from now, I want Scorsese to direct a documentary, and I want you to, you know that show that doesn't exist yet. I want you to Jack Tanner to be in it.
Wait, you see now I'm even more confused. But it weren't they filming it? Like they didn't. It was like a film documentary that just never was made, and then Scorsese took the footage later on, and
Yeah.
so like some of the stuff that was filmed intentionally to be like this, like the cigarette thing.
No, I think I don't think that was intentionally. I think they just saw that and were like, all right, let's make a story out of that.
Oh, okay.
But I don't know. I have no idea why Jack Tanner comes up. Like, why? How does he? Why get Michael Murphy to show up as this character from a Robert Altman TV show?
Mm-hmm.
Right? I don't.
Yeah.
It's weird to me.
The Irishman, 2019. The story of The Irishman came to Scorsese when he and De Niro were developing another project to do together, but when De Niro was gifted the book titled I Heard You Paint Houses by Charles Brandt, Scorsese and De Niro found their next movie they'd make together.
So they were originally developed. For those of you listening, we had to retake it because I started talking and didn't have the mic in my hand. So they were originally developing a book called The Winter of Frankie Machine, which is about this old hitman, ex-hitman in San Francisco, and he lives a life of monotony and mundanity or whatever. And then one day somebody tries to take out a hit on him, and he has to figure out who did it. And he goes up to the chain. It's sort of like John Wick if he's old and didn't have a dog that got killed. Spoilers for that movie. But then Scorsese was talking about like, yeah, we had this other thing, but I wasn't really sure I could do it because it was more of just a genre piece. Like I didn't know if there was enough meaningful stuff to chew on behind it for me to actually do the movie. There was another thing that they were developing, which was sort of had to do with the history of Hollywood, where they're going to do, a movie about the golden age of Hollywood, let's say, or the Hollywood that Scorsese was familiar with. And I know there was another movie. He's been in development for a Frank Sinatra movie since like the 90s. He was going to do a movie about, I think, called The Neighborhood. That was going to be about his parents. Mm-hmm. Not like exactly his parents, but inspired by his parents. And them growing up in New York as immigrants. And then Eric Roth gifted De Niro the book, I Heard You Paint Houses, and because he was doing research for The Winter of Frankie Machine. And Scorsese also said that he was doing research for The Good Shepherd in another interview. So I don't know which one was which, but The Good Shepherd is about sort of like the birth of the CIA and American espionage, intelligence, that kind of stuff. That was the movie where Matt Damon gets peed on, and me and my dad were like, "What the fuck?" Yeah. So I'm sure that's a good movie. I gotta watch it again. It's really long. They did a script reading at Tribeca Film Festival in 2013, which is around the time that Wolf of Wall Street came out, and they had De Niro, they had Pacino, they had, I don't know if they had Pesci. Yes, they did have Pesci, and a few other people playing reading the lines, and they just said that it went so well that they really wanted to do it, and they were thinking about doing this movie since before Wolf of Wall Street, and it took a long time for Joe Pesci to agree to come out of retirement to do the movie, and they said, "All right, great, like we got the momentum from the script reading. Let's go do the movie." And Scorsese said, "No, I got to do Wolf of Wall Street in silence first." And they go, "Can't you wait?" And he goes, "I can't wait anymore because I've been trying to make silence for 30 years. Just let me goddamn do it, please." And they said, "All right, fine." So then he did Wolf of Wall Street and then silence, and then of course, The Irishman was the next movie, and they got Steven Zaillian to write the script. Oh yeah, I went to the script reading. So before the script reading, Steven Zaillian wrote the script. Steven Zaillian wrote Schindler's List. He wrote Awakenings. He wrote The Girl with the Dragon Tattoo. He's a fantastic screenwriter.
Mm-hmm. I don't know why every time you say Steven's Alien, I just think of it as like some guy like Steven's Alien.
Yes, the
and
screenwriter Steven's Alien, not an alien who happens to be owned by a guy named Steve.
Yeah. That's what I'm hearing every time. I'm like, this guy's Alien is great at writing movies.
All right, what do we got next?
After securing financing from Netflix, filming on The Irishman began on August 29, 2017, with De Niro, Pacino, Pesci, Keitel, and many more in the cast. The budget rose to almost $160 million due to the CGI work required to de-age the main actors.
So they talked about, well, why don't we just film actors when we're young, and then when I'm old, I'll just be Frank Sheeran. Nero was talking to Scorsese about, and Scorsese considered it, but he said at the end of the day, I said no, because then we'd only be doing half a movie together, and the only reason I'm working with De Niro is because we don't have to talk about what the scenes are about.
Yeah,
like we're on the same page. He knows where we came from, and I would have to tell that to a kid, and I'm like, I don't feel like doing that. I want to make this movie, and so they had to figure out a way to de-age him, because by the time they got to it, they couldn't do it with makeup or anything. And so in 2015, while they were filming Silence, Pablo Herman, who's a visual effects artist, said, like, let's try a camera test with De Niro and see if we can de-age him a little bit for The Irishman. And so they had De Niro go in and they put some stuff on his face, and they had him do the scene from Goodfellas where Jimmy yells at the guy from buying the pink car. Where he's like, "You stupid son of a bitch, what's the matter with you? What's the matter with you?" Like that thing. And also he does it because old De Niro, like De Niro as he gets older, you haven't really seen him, like get red and freak out in a movie. At least, and I haven't seen him go like ballistic in a while since like the 90s. But I saw him. It's like modern day De Niro doing that scene, and he's doing it so well.
Yeah.
It's like, "What, you stupid son of a bitch? What's the matter with you?"
Still so much energy.
He still has it. He just chooses not to use it.
Yeah.
So then they did that test, and they said, "Oh, that looks pretty good. We can do that." He looks, he doesn't look 70 there. He looks 40, let's say, or 50. And what they did with the de-aging is, because I heard Scorsese talk about when they were filming it, he goes, we had three lenses on each camera. 3 lenses, and I was like, 3 lenses on each camera, like how does that work? But what it was is Scorsese said with the de-aging, he didn't want a bunch of ping pong balls in the actors' faces because it would be too distracting for the actors. So what they did is they had a normal camera, and then they had 2 thermal cameras on either side of the camera, and those picked up all the light information that they would need when they do the de-aging, and they can when they start to sculpt his face, they have all the lighting information that they need. And then they had these dots on their faces that were only picked up by the thermal imaging. You couldn't really see on the camera, so it wasn't distracting. And then they subsequently went into the information they had, and also the stuff that they were doing is incredibly complicated. Like, people talk shit about the de-aging, and I want to avoid doing that here to a certain extent. But the work that it's unbelievably complicated, the work they were doing on it, and some of the models they had were very, very impressive. And but I think that the de-aging stuff we'll get to. I think it doesn't work sometimes, but I think it works enough to where it's not. People still consider this a fantastic movie.
Yeah.
They go, yeah, the de-aging, maybe a little shoddy, but still great, right?
I think de-aging or anything involving the face is definitely the hardest thing for people to get past, because how good humans are just naturally at recognizing faces and stuff. It's like the main thing we're good at. I feel
that's a good point. It's like the one thing that we know when it's real or not.
Yeah.
The thing we can tell if it's real or not the best is a person's face, I guess.
So anything is going to throw people off or want them to not like it, I guess.
Yeah.
It's sort of a natural thing for them to not like it. But
there was a technique that they used that was similar to the Aviator, where they had 3 different types of film that they were using for or film emulation technology that they were using for the movie. So there was the Rodrigo Prieto, I think that's how you say his name, who's Scorsese's cinematographer. He talked about, for the stuff that was in the 1950s, they sort of used like a Technicolor looking thing, or technochrome. It was called a technochrome feel to it, right? And then for when they got into like the 60s and 70s, they had something that looked more like Kodachrome. And then they had another thing that was called monochrome, that made it look more like steely and gray.
Yeah.
So like when at the end, when they're all old, It looks very desaturated at the end. They did some kind of film technique there. They had 295 sets and locations.
Jesus.
And also Frank Sheeran's granddaughter actually worked on the movie. She worked in the costume department. And she goes, well, I have a couple shirts still. Like my parents, you wanted guys to take a look? They're like, no, we don't.
Yeah.
There was a scene when they were filming. There was what's his name? Whispers. The guy who gives him the job to blow up the Jewish laundromat.
Yeah.
I think is it a Jewish laundromat?
I think so. Yeah.
Because Harvey Keitel's like, I own that. They couldn't really find a diner. Scorsese was like, no, that diner wouldn't work because I couldn't do that shot. And he goes, there was a diner we did in Goodfellas we shot, and that was pretty good. Why don't we do that one? And they go, yeah, sure. And they go back, and they renamed it the Goodfellas Diner.
No, that's hilarious.
So then they went back and filmed that scene there where they're whispering.
In the Goodfellas Diner.
With whispers, yeah.
That's cool.
But there's a lot of stories about this because filming this was a big deal in Hollywood because not only is it a Scorsese movie, but it's got De Niro, Al Pacino, Harvey Keitel.
Yeah.
Like when I remember because I listened to people finding out about the movie in 2018 when they were filming it, and they would list off the names like Keitel, De Niro, Pacino, Pesci, and they go, oh, it's like that Vince McMahon meme where he's like, oh,
let's go.
So this is big. So there's a lot of great stories, and so they had to convince Joe Pesci to be in the movie because he's like, gangsters, we've already done this before, and Scorsese's like, oh no, but this is different, like whatever. And eventually they convinced him. There was a moment when they were reading the script where Jimmy Hoffa gets shot in the script, and Joe Pesci sees, Pacino still like flipping through the script, and Pesci goes, what the hell are you looking for? You're dead. There was another thing where, of course, Scorsese and Pacino had never worked before. Which is, you're like, what?
Yeah, that doesn't even make sense.
And so it was the first day of filming with Pacino, and they're filming the scene where they're watching TV. Jimmy Hoffa's watching TV with his family, and he's like, that son of a bitch, Kennedy, I hope I hate him. And he gets up out of the chair and storms out of the room. And he goes, and, Scorsese's watching, he goes, excellent, let's move on. And then I think it was Rodrigo Prieto comes up to him and goes, Marty, we got to do it again. And I go, why? What was wrong with that? And he goes, he's supposed to be 49 in the scene. Al Pacino at this point is like 78, let's say. And so he goes, he's supposed to be 49. And Scorsese goes, all right, you tell him. Because he was his first day working with him. He didn't want to, So he goes, fine, I'll go over and tell him. So he goes over and he goes, Al, everything's great. He goes, what's wrong? I go, no, everything's great. It's just, he's supposed to be 49 in the scene. He goes, all right, I'm sorry, I got it. So then they do the scene again, and he gets up out of the chair.
He's like more energetic.
Yeah, more energetic in the way he sets up because he doesn't get up like an old man. And they go, all right, cut. All right, that was good. And Pacino goes, 62. So they just went down and down until they finally got it. What else we got here? Bobby Cannavale and Ray Romano have some interesting stories. Ray Romano, which we'll talk about later, was in a show called Vinyl with Scorsese, which is how he got discovered. And Scorsese talks about how they were casting him in Vinyl, and they saw Ray Romano's audition. Ray Romano is like, I know him because he's like a household name for me because my parents grew up watching Everybody Loves Raymond, so I know him. And Scorsese watched his audition tape and said, I like this guy. Who is he?
He didn't know
who Ray Romano is. He goes, I like this guy. I like him. Who is he? But he talked about how when he was on set, one of his first days filming, he's like, yeah, I was in Vinyl with Scorsese, but that's a TV show. It's different. This is like a big deal. And they were filming a scene, and he's like, he couldn't tell. Everybody's just silent. They go, all right, good, let's move on. He's like, I don't know if I'm fucking this up or not. Like, am I gonna get fired? I have no idea. And so he goes back to his hotel and he sees De Niro, and he goes, hey, Ray, and he sees De Niro. And he goes, hey, Bob, what's going on? And Bob just walks over and hugs him and then kisses him and then leaves. So he's like, am I going to die? Am I going to get killed? Like, what was that about? And there was another thing. Who was it? It was Bobby Cannavale and Ray Romano were in a courtroom. And it was a courtroom scene, and De Niro and Pacino were there, and they were filming a scene. And as the camera's panning, what's it called? As the camera is dollying across the shot, it passes by Cannavale and Romano's characters, and they're supposed to be like whispering to each other, like usually on a movie you just go, "Hey, how are the kids? How are the kids? What's going on? Are you good? Oh, you see the game last night?" But there was one take where Bobby Cannavale just goes, "Can you fucking believe we're getting to do a movie with these guys? This is insane." Cannavale talked about the way Scorsese directed him, where they do a scene. It's the scene where he's eating the steak, and Frank Sheeran walks in. He's like, "You like steak?" And he's like, "Yeah, I like steak," And they're talking, and then they go cut, and he goes, "Bobby, why don't you just try to get angry?" He's like, so I'm angry at him. It's like, yeah, it's like, who's, you're trying to enjoy your steak, and this guy's asking you if you like steak. Like, who the fuck is he? Like, you don't, it takes. Yeah. So that was just an interesting anecdote about how Scorsese directs. Like, no, who is this guy? You're trying to eat your steak in peace. He's walking up to you like, what the hell's going on here? Mm-hmm. And then you start to catch on, like, oh, I understand what's going on here. Sebastian Maniscalco. Who my mom loves, and he's sort of like another Ray Romano type in my house because my mom discovered his comedy in the last, let's say, 10 years. Mm-hmm. She's an Italian woman.
I listen to Sebastian Maniscalco's voice all the time because my grandma just listens to his podcast and forgets how to turn it off. So it's literally just Sebastian Maniscalco talking in the other room all the time. Yeah. I love it.
And so I remember I saw him on Rogan before the movie even came out. And there was a clip like, Sebastian Maniscalco talks about being on The Irishman for Scorsese. And he has a couple of things. And Scorsese talked about, like, why'd you like Sebastian Maniscalco? And he just said, I can tell he was from the type of Italian that I am and that he would get it, right? And the first story he had is they were filming his first scene, I think, was when they were at the Copacabana. And he goes up to Joe Pesci. He's like, what do you got that Italian-American thing on for? You really believe in that bullshit? And he's like, hey, now is not the time. And he goes, we're brothers, right? We're brothers, right? And right in between the takes, they go cut. And in between the takes, he goes, and Robert De Niro, he fixes my thigh. And he goes, no, Gallo would never wear a tie like that. Yeah. So he cinches up my thigh. And which is funny. And then, what was the other one?
De Niro.
And then he was talking about, it was the scene where Joe Gallo gets shot and he goes through the window and they're on the set and Marty goes, all right, so Sebastian, you're going to go through the window after he shoots you. And I'm thinking like, wait a minute, they don't have a stunt guy for this? But if Scorsese tells me I'm going to go through the window, I'm going to go through the window. And then, right as they're about to say action, they go, wait, no, Marty, we got a stunt guy for the window. He's like, okay, I don't have to go through the window. And then the stunt guy actually ended up like cutting his hand on the window or something like that. Because it's sugar glass, but it could still, I guess,
still get sharp,
pierce you. Stephen Graham, who plays Tony Pro, he was in Gangs of New York. He was the friend. Do you remember? Did you recognize him in Gangs of New York? He was the one where Amsterdam was like talking to him, and he's like, well, I bet you're, I don't know exactly what they were saying, but he was like, yeah, well, I bet I'm better than you. And then that guy, he was like, son of a bitch, and they started fighting, and then John C. Reilly came in. He was the guy who was fighting with. Stephen Graham's a great actor. He was also in Snatch. And so he played Tony Pro in this. And he talks about his first scene that he had with Al Pacino. They were in the prison, and he was like, hey, what can you do about my pension? Like, I'm really fucked up. And so he asked, he wanted to do something to impress everybody. And he asked the prop department, like, hey, how many ice cream bowls you got back there? And they go, like, 1 million, dude. And he goes, all right, I know what I'm going to do. And at the end of the scene, he's like, you people, what the hell are you talking about? He goes, I'll fucking tear your head off. And he smacks the ice cream and, like, tackles Pacino. And then they go, cut. And Pacino goes, Marty, look at this kid, huh? And so he was like, fuck yes, dude. Like, anytime an old guy like that calls you kid, you're like, yes,
dude. This kid, huh?
And then there was another one when they were filming the scene with, Pacino and De Niro and the other guy when they meet in Florida, and he's wearing, like, he's wearing the shorts and the button-down shirt, and he's late, and they're debating how much time you should account for somebody account for traffic when somebody's late. And they start, talking, and they go, no, it's 10 minutes. 10 minutes is good. He's like, nah, 15. You gotta account for 15 because of traffic. And he goes, and in that scene, I just, I was kind of panicking, and I just went over to Bob De Niro, and I said, right, Frank, 15 minutes is good. And then he just, that wasn't scripted. He just went over to Bob De Niro, and he goes, and I got Bob De Niro to improvise. It was so exciting. And Bob goes, 12 and a half. And the guy goes, beautiful, right down the middle. And it, like, opened up the scene in a great way. And he just started walking. He just started getting up and, like, walking. Like, him getting up and walking, and then he sits back down. Like, wasn't in the script as well. Stephen Graham was a great actor, and those were funny. I love that scene, though, the guy's reaction when he goes, how about 12 and a half? And he laughs. And I go, it's beautiful, right down the middle. That's like the best dialogue ever for me.
And that's just all improvised.
Yeah, it's
That's nice.
Yeah, it's improvised.
That's one of the feelings you get from this film is that I feel like a lot of it was easy for them, in a sense, because like you said, you love the movies where Scorsese feels like it's just him and the boys making a movie. This is that to a T.
Yeah,
this is that, and
this is him and the men making the movie.
Yeah, this is that to a T, and them probably knowing it's the last time too.
Exactly, because in let's say like Goodfellas, Casino, and in Wolf of Wall Street, filming those, I'm sure there's a lot of energy to filming those. We gotta get this done. But this one, it's like we're old. We're not going anywhere.
Yeah, let's take our
Let's
time.
improvise. Like we'll just, I'm sure it was a lot. I'm not saying it was boring or anything, but I'd imagine that the energy behind this was just a little bit slower and more calculated than
and
in those
shows
movies.
in the movie. Like that's how the movie kind of feels too.
Yeah, I mean, it's not in a hurry to get anywhere, really. It's not afraid to take its time. There's one last thing that I saw on Sunday morning that made me depressed. Sunday morning, it's a TV show that I think CBS does every Sunday morning, where it's like a news program. And my parents like watching it in the morning, and every once in a while they have like a movie film like section, like Martin Scorsese's new movie, and they do an interview. And I remember watching it, and Scorsese was like, "It's very hard to get financing for the movie. Netflix was the only people who would give us the money to do it." And he goes, "That's the hard thing these days is the studios don't want to make the movies I want to make anymore. It's over."
He said that,
and that just made me so depressed. He just goes, "It's over."
He just
fuck, dude, god damn it. And then of course he got Killers of the Flower Moon made. But we'll talk about that.
That's sort of, it's funny talking about this and how those guys probably knew it was over. It's funny thinking, I mean, we are on part 3 of over how much of this movie, like that's kind of how I feel getting to the end of this. Like, it's weird.
We've done 15 hours of podcasting. We're like, finally, this is about to stop.
No, it's weird. It's been a fun journey watching all these movies, because we even just like referring back to seeing The Irishman coming from like Mean Streets is just it feels like full circle in a sense.
Yeah, and you can see the progression.
Yeah.
How did based off doing this we should probably save this for the end, but I'll do it now. Based off doing this podcast, how has your perception of Martin Scorsese changed as a director?
I see the mystique was there already, but now everything feels a little more personal with him, because like I feel like you definitely feel like the guy after you've watched this much of the movie
and like talked about
his
however many stories of him.
Yeah, so. Everything just went from more of like a mystique, like, oh, Martin Scorsese, I know him, but I don't really know him, to now it feels like I personally know him in a sense.
Yeah.
Like, obviously, we don't know him, but maybe something happens.
You don't know him. Me and him are best friends. Yeah. I saw him in person once.
Yeah, sick. But it feels like we did right by him. So
yeah, I hope so. The comments will decide that.
Yeah, right.
The comments have been very positive so far. Highlight so far.
So far, yeah. On November 27th, 2019, The Irishman was released on Netflix and a limited theater release. It received some of the best reviews of Scorsese's career and was watched by over 26 million accounts globally with its first week of release. It was nominated for 10 Oscars, none of which it won.
So in terms of if this movie is a success or not for Netflix, I think it definitely is. And it's funny that this is the first Scorsese movie that was made in the streaming age and was released on streaming and didn't have a wide theatrical release.
Yeah.
But it's also the first Martin Scorsese movie that I did see in the theater, because the theater I worked at the time, Xscape
had one.
Theaters in How. Yeah, they just had a screening of it. So me and my dad went and I loved it. It was awesome. But in terms of how much this would have done box office wise, I think look at it this way: Killers of the Flower Moon made $158 million worldwide, right? Every time I go up to somebody and I go, "Hey, did you see Killers of the Flower Moon yet?" And they go, "No, I haven't seen it."
Yeah.
Or they go, is that Scorsese? Right? They haven't seen it. Every single time I go up to somebody and I say, "Did you see The Irishman?" They go, "Yeah, The Irishman was good. I like it. It was long, but it was good."
That's the same reaction. It was long. but
everybody's seen it, and I'm like, all right, is that so? If The Irishman came out in the theater, would all those people have seen it, or, I think part of me is like, okay, well, they only saw it because it came out on Netflix and it was easily accessible.
yeah,
But it would have been easily accessible on Netflix anyway after the fact if they did give it a wide release, so people would watch. I like to think The Irishman probably would have made a little bit more money than Killers of the Flower Moon. Maybe it would have broke 200. And also, this is before COVID as well. You gotta
yeah.
So I think like something like maybe 250 million worldwide, 300 million worldwide, I think would have been a very good number for it. And, I think...
I do remember specifically when The Irishman came out, it was for like a week, everyone was talking about it, which is kind of strange for a movie now, in a sense. Like, especially The Irishman, where it's, it is obviously it's a Martin Scorsese movie, but I specifically remember people being like, did you see the new Martin Scorsese movie? It's so long. That kind of thing.
Movie dominating the cultural, conversation for so long is becoming less and less common.
Yeah.
So, like, Barbie and Oppenheimer was a big deal for a long time. The Irishman was a big deal.
Yeah.
So,
but I do feel like part of that is because it came out on Netflix. Like, people who probably wouldn't have talked about it were talking about it because it was on Netflix.
And it's a big experiment too.
Yeah.
Like Scorsese, he goes, we didn't know if the de-aging would work. And because there was de-aging that did work before this, like Kurt Russell in Guardians of the Galaxy 2. That's for a very short time frame, and he was less of an age difference. I guess we'll talk about overall thoughts on the movie now. But he did say it was, it's a big experiment. It's a movie where, it's a blockbuster movie, but the subject matter isn't consistent with the blockbuster movies that were typically coming out at the time and are still coming out. And it's an experiment in this de-aging technology, and it's an experiment in the release technology where it was probably the biggest budget movie with the most high profile cast and director for a streaming movie ever. And maybe even since. I don't know, budget definitely not, but in terms of the cast, yeah, and the caliber of movie. David Fincher's been doing some great stuff with Netflix. And we're not going to get into a discussion about, what a streaming release means versus a theatrical release, but I'm content with the fact that we're just getting the movie anyway.
Yeah, in general.
When was the first time you watched The Irishman? How many times have you watched it since? And how did that change when you watched it?
The first time I watched it was 2019, probably like 2 weeks after it was actually released. Because I remember being in the discussion with people and them being like, it's 3.5 hours long. And I just didn't have enough time at that point to watch it. And then when I remember just feeling super excited to just watch it. And my first reaction to it was, for some reason, Sebastian Maniscalco's performance was like my favorite part of the first time I watched it. Just,
my birthday. It's my birthday.
And then watching it this time, especially in the spot that I am, how we just talked about how Martin Scorsese feels a lot more personal to me. This felt like his way of just accepting the fact that he is growing older and it kind of is over. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And it also, in terms of theme-wise, like what I felt like I got from it was the fact that he grows old and just kind of dies alone. It's implied that he just dies alone. It's totally the opposite of glorification of that lifestyle. Like it's a warning message to anybody who wants to live that kind of way. So I think emotionally it hit me harder the second time. The first time I was more just like, oh, Sebastian Maniscalco, that was cool, that was great, 3.5 hours,
Yeah.
I probably didn't have the capacity to really understand it like I did this time.
Yeah, movies, I saw a quote from a director, I forget who it was, but it said, I'd rather feel a movie when I watch it than understand it the first time.
Yeah, yeah.
Or I like to feel a movie before I understand it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I feel like that's how it kind of went for me.
You said earlier that, The Irishman kind of feels like it's coming full circle in his filmography. And I think that's true. Because if you look at the first movie in this quadrilogy, one day I'll get that on the first try. The last podcast I did the same thing. If you look at his gangster quadrilogy of movies, obviously it starts with Mean Streets, Goodfellas, Casino, and this one. It started off in Mean Streets as Johnny Boy and Charlie, right? And the whole point of that is that Johnny Boy cannot see consequence, And Charlie's like, dude, please just, I'm trying to help you. You wrote the same thing.
I wrote that down. Yeah.
I'm trying to help you, dude. You got to understand, like, this. There's consequences if you do this. Please. And of course, at the end of that movie, it was inspired by Martin Scorsese's relationship with his uncle and his father's relationship with his uncle. Right? He had an uncle who was like that, like Johnny Boy. And in Mean Streets, Charlie fails to just give up on Johnny Boy. He's like, no, for some reason, whatever we talked about, it was guilt or whatever, he had to feel like he needed to protect Johnny Boy and know that he was okay. And he fails to do that at the end, and it ends up destroying him when they get shut up. They get shut up at the end, right?
Yeah.
In this movie, it's the same dynamic between Frank and Jimmy Hoffa. And he's like, please, I got to talk to him. And Joe Pesci or Russell at the end goes, you got to talk to him and tell him it's what it is. And Frank goes, he wasn't listening. I got to make him listen somehow. I got to make him listen. It's the same thing as Mean Streets. And then, of course, the outcomes of those two relationships, even though they're the same, the outcomes are the polar opposite, where Charlie fails to give up on Johnny Boy, whereas Frank succeeds to give up on Jimmy Hoffa and ends up killing him.
Yeah.
And I thought that was I thought it was a way to come full circle
Yeah.
in his filmography. Marty's film career started with his dad and his uncle, and it sort of ended in a way with his dad and his uncle. Yeah.
That's I also, that was like one of the main things that I noticed this time was how similar the relationship between Hoffa and De Niro is with like Keitel and De Niro. It's like De Niro switched roles or something, he's at the same point. And yeah, I mean, with that same thing, like how he does give up, it feels like he really had to wait, and like he waited until the last second to actually give up on him. Like he really, really did try with him, which I don't know what that says about him as a character, because like he tries so hard for this guy Hoffa when he won't and he just kind of ignores like all his other relationships. Do you know what I'm saying? Like he sort of ignores his relationship with his kids until it's like way too late.
That's a good point. And I mean, in terms of the perspective of this movie, it seems like he's ignoring his family to a certain extent, because they're not really they're not that big a part of the movie. Yeah. Except for his daughter, played by Anna Paquin.
But I mean, the daughter is definitely a bigger part in the movie. But in terms of their relationship that they have with each other, it's kind of a point to be showed that they don't have much of a relationship.
Yeah. And going back to the the Mean Streets, Johnny Boy and Charlie with Frank and Jimmy, I think what it could be saying is, because it's weird, because Frank does what Charlie Boy should have done in Mean Streets, minus killing him, of course, but giving up on I have to let him go, right? And that's the tragedy of that movie, is that he didn't do that. And in this, the tragedy is that he did, and it shows, well, what the fuck was he supposed to do? And it's like, well, it's going to be a tragedy either way in this lifestyle. Yeah, like there's no such thing as non-tragedies in this life. It's always going to come back to bite you. It's like Wolf of Wall Street. You can't get away with it, dude.
Yeah, that's another thing that is even more implied by every time they introduce a new character, they say shot in the eye 7 times.
Yes.
Or found with their head cut off. Just random.
Right. Like he's trying to find a new thing. And what's also great about that is there's a great joke where it goes, Tony Bonini, well liked by all. He died of natural causes at 78.
Yeah.
I enjoyed that a lot. And then, we talked about how in the last podcast, how Goodfellas to Casino doesn't feel like Casino doesn't feel like as much of a step up from Goodfellas as it needed to be to not be considered Goodfellas Part 2. Did I phrase that correctly? Does that make sense? So, let's say Mean Streets to Goodfellas, there's a big jump there, right? Goodfellas to Casino, there's a little jump. There is some progression, but it's not as much to warrant not being known as Goodfellas Part 2. And then in this, Casino to Irishman, I think there's a big jump. And the big jump and the difference in the story that's similar to the different perspective that Scorsese saw on the structure of the story for The Wolf of Wall Street, from the the unregulated capitalism point of view, is in this, what he does is he takes the Goodfellas structure that he sort of, I guess, maybe he invented, and puts it in the context of an American historical epic, where these characters aren't just confined to the gangster world. It's like these guys are connected now to the fate of the country, and that's that's the tippy top of the food chain in terms of the subject matter we're dealing with, and there's nothing else after it, which is why the movie is saying like, hey, this is it. There's not another chapter. In Goodfellas and Casino, it's like we're moving so fast because we need to get to good Casino. We're moving so fast in Casino because we needed to get to the Irishman. But in the Irishman, it's like, all right, we're here. There's nowhere else to go. We're going to take our time. We're not in a rush. We're old men.
The FBI agent at the end literally says, "It's over."
Yeah.
He says, "Why are you holding on to this? It's over."
Yeah.
And the guy, he still just doesn't really learn, I guess.
I love that moment where he goes, your lawyer, Buffalino's dead. My lawyer's dead? Yeah. Who did it?
Who did? Yeah. it's
Cancer.
like-
What do you mean?
Yeah.
I thought that was a great...
I also think one of the important things to point out too is with that being connected to like the fate of the country and all that higher up stuff and how they are older, none of the, I guess you would say, like action scenes or like assassination scenes are super dramatized. It's literally just like
they're not drama. Yeah,
to the point. Everything is to the point, like business wise.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying?
They're not.
It's like done in a business like manner. Like he just goes and just kills him and walks away.
It's not dramatized at all. It's he films it the same way you would film a character picking up a cup of coffee. In the morning.
Except he just killed the guy, shot him right in the head.
There's a lot of moments that, like, because when I know a movie's good, I know my dad's liking a movie where something happens and he goes, "Holy shit!" And I remember my dad doing that like a few times while watching this movie.
When he just kills the guy who got him to bomb the laundromat.
Whispers.
Yeah, Whispers.
Yeah, he kills Whispers. He does the same thing with
Hoffa.
With Hoffa, with Bugsy. What was he called? Bugsy, like small.
I can't.
Sally Bugs.
Oh yeah.
But the guy with the glasses. He's great.
Yeah. And then they go, he didn't actually do it.
Yeah, it turns out it was a bad hit.
Yeah, it's so.
Oh shit. In this, I like to talk about Russell, Joe Pesci's character, because I didn't notice this the first few times I watched it, where he actually has multiple reasons for wanting to kill Jimmy Hoffa, or because like he goes Frank is on Jimmy Hoffa's side where he goes can we do something about Tony Pro? He's like, no, we can't. Are you kidding? That's no. And Frank has this loyalty to Jimmy Hoffa, but he also has this loyalty to Russell, but Russell doesn't like Jimmy Hoffa, and because he's messing all this up. But I think he does have a dislike for Jimmy Hoffa, or like a jealousy type thing, because Russell always wanted, because he didn't have kids and he always wanted to connect with Peggy, right? But Peggy always knew like what he was about, and didn't like Russell. Was always scared of him. He was giving her presents like money and ice skates, and she was like, "Thank you," and he never had that like a relationship with her that he wanted. And then he sees Jimmy Hoffa, who she loves, and they're dancing and stuff. There's even a scene near the end, like when the lifetime achievement thing for Frank, where her and Jimmy Hoffa are dancing, and Anna Paquin's character Peggy makes eye contact with Russell, and they kind of give each other a look. And that adds, maybe there's an ulterior motive to him wanting Jimmy Hoffa dead because he's jealous that Peggy likes him and not him, which I didn't notice that the first time. How did you feel about the de-age? What are your thoughts on the de-aging now and when you saw the movie?
That's again, like, I think those are types of things that for me, I try not to really pay attention to. So I don't know if I don't really even have a thought on it, because it's not even something that crosses my mind when I see it. And like in a movie like that, I don't really care, honestly, because I just know the only way to tell the story is to do that. So it's like you kind of have to be a little forgiving, I feel like.
I am forgiving of it. I'm not going to sit here and go, well, they should have done this. It's like, I don't fucking know. I think the de-aging, even in the face, when the face does work, the physicality is the part that I think is less convincing, is the most unconvincing part about it to me. Where like the scene with the shopkeeper, where he's like, Frank, she was out of line, and he kicks him in the street, It's like that. You could tell De Niro's an old man in that scene,
Yeah.
right? And that's
Or
obviously
like the physicality of his body moving.
right.
with
Like he
the
can't move like a young.
Yeah.
So and like, or there's the first time we see him de-aged, he's driving the truck and the truck breaks down. He's at the gas station, and I'm like, oh, I remember first watching the movie, like, oh, so he's like 55, 60 here, and then Joe Pesci comes on screen, and I'm like, okay, so he's like 55, I guess, and he goes, hey kid, what's wrong?
Yeah, it's
And I'm
like
like,
hard to.
In the beginning, he like when they get him to look too young, they're trying to make him too young, it almost looks like he's every age.
Yeah, I
you
get
know?
that.
And but I will say the de-aging on Joe Pesci and Al Pacino is excellent. I didn't even notice it. I didn't even know they did de-aging on those guys. So it was just De Niro was tough to do, and like he's standing with Russell in that scene when they're standing by the truck, and you can tell his posture's like a little like.
Yeah.
I think maybe they could have gotten a body double. That might be hard, but I don't really know what you can do about that. But yeah. So when I first watched this movie with my dad in the theater, I remember there was the part where Jesse Plemons' character, Chucky, Jimmy Hoffa's son, drives Jimmy Hoffa to go get killed, right? And they do the story with the fish. You had a fish in here? Yeah, it was just I picked up the fish or whatever. And I remember being like, why did they spend so much time with the fish thing?
Yeah, why?
It's a 3-hour whatever movie. Why are they spending 5 minutes on that? And my dad goes, well, just to show like how clueless he really is about like he couldn't be implicated in having a role in his dad's death because they didn't tell him, like he didn't know that he was driving his dad to go get killed.
Yeah.
So they wanted to show that by showing like, yeah, there's a fish back here. Because if he just showed up and was like, hey, Dad, you'd be like, oh, does he know? But like the fish is the confirmation that he doesn't know without saying that he doesn't know.
Yeah.
You can't say like, hey, are you going to kill him? You can't do that, right? And the fish is sort of a metaphor for his situation where he goes in and they go, you got a fish? And he goes, what kind of fish is it? And he goes, I don't know. I just picked it up. He goes, you just walked in and said, I'm picking up a fish? He goes, yeah, it was waiting for me. I didn't know.
Yeah.
I'm just picking it up for a friend. It's the same thing with Jimmy, with his dad. He's like, I don't know. I'm just picking up my dad for a friend. Like, I don't really know what's going on. He doesn't know the context of what he's doing.
I do. So if he was the one who drove off or drove him to get killed, did he end up getting jail time? Right, he did.
I don't
get like
what, the son got jail time.
Yeah, because if then he's disappearing and nobody knows, why wouldn't the son say, oh, the last people I was with was so and so?
Right. Well, we don't know exactly how that played out. And a lot of this, he got jail for something else. It was like a stolen car or whatever. But he was. I don't think he was ever implicated in like having a role, because nobody was ever implicated in having a role in Jimmy Hoffa's death. He was declared missing in 1975, and he was declared dead in 1982. So I don't know if there would have been punishment for the son if he did have a role in that because he didn't know. But I do think, speaking of the Jimmy Hoffa disappearance, there's been a lot of conspiracies like, oh, where's Jimmy Hoffa? Like, oh, is he buried under MetLife Stadium? Like I've heard that, like that kind of thing. And I do think that in the culture now, it's sort of like, where's Jimmy Hoffa? Sort of like, where's Amelia Earhart? Like, where did she go? Where did she disappear? If they'd have made a movie about how, like, she crashed in Japan or something like that, then that would become the primary authority in the culture of what happened to her. And I think this has become the primary authority of what happened to Jimmy Hoffa in the culture. Yeah. Where people, because now the conversation is, where's Jimmy Hoffa? They go, well, in The Irishman, they said that Frank Sheeran killed him and they cremated him. So now everybody has that image in their head. Yeah. But then one thing I just want to point out really quick: the music, I love the theme, because it almost feels like a western or something like that. I love that. And then there's the scene. One of my favorite scenes is they're going to pick up Jimmy, and Sally Bugs goes. He goes, Frank, you take the front. I'll sit back here with the fish or whatever. And he goes, no, I'm sitting there. And on the page, it just reads as like, you sit here. No, I'll sit there. No, it's okay. I'll sit here. No, I'm sitting there. Okay. But that's not how it reads on the page. But that's where acting comes in, where they're saying, I'm not sitting there because I don't want you to fucking kill me. Yeah. I thought that was a great scene.
I'm not sitting there. Like, you're not going to...
I'm sitting there.
You're not going to trick a guy who also does the same thing. Yeah. So, yeah, that was good. Especially because they show Sally Bugs doing that to someone earlier in the movie.
Yes, that's a good point.
Does complaining change anything? Not so far.
Public Speaking 2010 and Pretend It's a City 2021. Scorsese made 2 projects centering on author and humorist Fran Lebowitz, a feature documentary in 2010 called Public Speaking, and a miniseries for Netflix called Pretend It's a City in 2021.
So I didn't put these in the side projects, and because I watched them and then I love them so much, so I was like, I want to make this its own thing. Before we get to that, I'm sure the people on YouTube, if they're watching on YouTube, probably just saw that we changed outfits in between. What was the last thing we did? The Irishman?
The Irishman, yeah.
And now? So, look, the thing is this. So, we filmed the first day. We filmed up until Shutter Island.
Yeah.
And then we had to stop because you had to go home and also the Yankee game was on.
Yes.
So then what we
it
did
was
is
mainly the Yankees game.
Yeah, mainly the Yankees game. And then we wore the same clothes the next day when we filmed to trick everybody to thinking it was one day. And then we, didn't finish the podcast still. We're still at the Irishman. So we're taking a third day to finally finish this thing.
This is the longest one we've done.
Do you think anybody's ever taken 3 days to film a podcast?
Not specifically on this subject. I think we're the only ones who have gone this deep on Martin Scorsese. There's literally this will be 15 to 20 hours of not this specific one, but the whole.
Yeah. All 3 parts will probably be over 14 hours, I'd imagine.
Yeah.
So anyway, back to the public speaking. And so I didn't know really who Fran Lebowitz was. And I remember a few years ago when this came out, my parents were watching it on Netflix. And I'm like, oh, yeah, how is this? This is Scorsese, right? And they go, yeah, it's pretty good. It's funny. And then I watched this, and I absolutely loved it. And I saw a review somewhere of Fran Lebowitz is how everybody thinks they're sounding when they're complaining about stuff on the internet, trying to be funny. But she actually does it successfully because she actually sort of knows what she's talking about. So the whole thing, she's essentially just a comedian. Because it says she's a humorist and an author. But she's talking to Scorsese and David Tedeschi, I believe, who are on the opposite sides of the table from her throughout these 2 documentaries. And the whole time she's just doing stand-up and they're just laughing.
That's good.
And it's funny because in public speaking, there's no difference between the 2. Public speaking is just an hour and 20 minutes, right? But it's a feature-length documentary about her. But Pretend It's a City is just the same format. Sit at a table, listen to her talk, go to clips. That's not a dig at it. It's just I think it's great. So they're just basically the same project. And, if you don't know what she looks exactly like me. She looks exactly like how I will look when I'm older. And if you want to know what she looked like younger, just imagine me younger, Jewish, and a female who's more attractive than I am. As a male. So, but so in the public speaking, she'll do a joke or something like that where because she's also a gay, right? So she goes, I'm not really a gay activist because now everybody wants gays to be in the military. I remember when I was young, during Vietnam, guys were pretending to be gay to get out of going to the military. And so she has observations like that, like a comedian should, And every single time she, in public speaking, she'll be talking and she'll say the funniest thing ever. And you hear Scorsese wheezing, I can't wheeze when I laugh. But then in Pretend It's a City, I guess he just couldn't hold it in. So the whole thing is her saying, so I went to, I won a scratch off lottery ticket. I won $200 one time because I play the lottery all the time. And I go into the thing and the guy, cashes in his winnings and they go, because if it's more than if it's more than $100, you have to go to the lottery office, which is across the street from, I forget what, Madison Square Garden or something like that. I forget exactly where it was. But she goes, I go in there, and the guy's cashing in his winning ticket, and they go, all right, sir, we'll mail you a check in about 2 or 3 weeks. He goes, no, I want my money now. And the lady goes, well, no, we'll have to give it to you later. This is how we do it. He goes, you don't understand. I need it now, though. And they keep arguing and arguing. And he goes, you don't understand. I was relying on my, I'm paying my rent with this or whatever. It's what am I going to do? And she goes, well, what did you plan on doing on the off chance that you didn't win the lottery?
Yeah, seriously.
So yeah, Fran Lebowitz is very interesting. I don't want to saying the best female anything kind of sounds like you're putting them at the kids' table, but in terms of best female comedians, she's probably the best one. And that
does she? Is that does she call herself a comedian? Because
She's not, but she
what's
essentially.
the difference between a humorist and a comedian? A humorist,
Well,
literally
humorist-
sounds just like a fancy way of saying comedian.
A lot of her humor. I mean, she's a humorist because it's a humorist is the comedian for authors. Like her books are like her essays are funny, like comedic essays and stuff. But she can literally do stand up. She's basically she's going through all these talks, and she goes on like Letterman or something like that, and like Letterman will be like, "Oh, Fran, like as a writer, do you struggle?" Yes, like she'll say stuff like that. She walks a fine line between being a curmudgeon and being like, somebody who's very likable.
Yeah.
Because it's hard. It's being like when you complain about stuff, it's very hard to not seem like a curmudgeon.
Yeah.
But
like
she
Don Rickles kind of.
Right, like she can complain about the way things are without sounding like she's just being a big baby.
Yeah.
Because she actually has some kind of nuance or new thinking to what she's saying. I'm trying to think of a few more jokes that she said that I really really liked. Yeah, look she looks exactly like me.
She
right?
does look like you. She does look like you. Right, you gotta like overlay.
I'll overlay it right now. Ready? Shit.
Even as a younger,
Let me
I
see.
get exactly what you're saying.
Yeah, exactly.
That's good. She has way better style than you, though.
She does. I'll tell you, this is a good story that she had. She went to there was like a lake out in like New Mexico or in Arizona in the 60s or 70s. And it was an artificial lake, but they're like, come out, spend some time in nature, city folk. Come to this artificial lake. And she goes out there, and the New York driver's license didn't have pictures on them yet. It was just your name or whatever. And she had to like get a fishing license or something. So she gives the guy her card, her ID for the fishing license, and the guy goes, "What? You guys don't have pictures out in New York?" Because he saw her name was Leibowitz. She knows, no, we don't have pictures in New York because everybody can read there.
Oh,
And stuff like that. That's her kind of comedy. So I really liked it, and I would encourage people to watch it. It's like just watch Pretend It's a City before bed. It's like 20 or 30 minutes every episode. And like I said, public speaking, you can hear Scorsese like wheezing in the background. And Pretend It's a City, everything she says, he's just like everything, dude. It's so funny. So I would definitely recommend everybody watch it.
Scorsese's Side Project Part 3. In 2013, Scorsese directed a commercial for the perfume The One by Dolce & Gabbana, starring Matthew McConaughey and Scarlett Johansson, called Street of Dreams.
So we talked about like whenever there's a cologne or perfume commercials, when we were talking about the Chanel de Bleu, the first one he did in 2009, 10. They're very abstract, and you're like, I don't know what the fuck was going on. And the guy's like, I'm going to do what I want to do now. That kind of thing. This one I liked a little bit better because it's sort of like a 2 or 3 minute short film with Matthew McConaughey and Scarlett Johansson where he's driving down the street in New York, and then he picks up Scarlett Johansson, and immediately you get the sense that they were like ex-lovers, but their lives drew them apart, and they only get this one night together, that kind of thing. And they're just talking and stuff, and then they go out on the roof, and they're like like could it have worked between us, that kind of thing. So I thought it was good.
Dolce & Gabbana.
Dolce and Gabbana. But it's also in black and white.
In 2014, Scorsese and documentary collaborator David Tedeschi co-directed a feature-length documentary called The 50-Year Argument that's about the history and influence of the New York Review of Books.
So I tried to watch this. You can't find it anywhere.
Of course.
I think it was...
PBS? No,
I don't think it was PBS. I think it might have been like HBO.
Oh.
And they just aired it once. And then you can't watch it anywhere else again. Like I couldn't find anything about it. I listened to like a 40-minute interview at the New York Film Festival of them talking about it, and that's all my exposure to it. I can't. It pisses me off that there's like 3 things of Scorsese that I just can't watch.
Can't even find.
But it also has like 705 reviews on IMDb. So it's crazy that a Scorsese project that was like within the last 10 years has that little. Because that just shows you nobody can find this thing.
Yeah. If you can find them, put the link in the comments. Can you put links in the comments?
I think you can, but just try not to make it like a pornographic link if you can.
Well, I don't think anybody was thinking about doing
Every
that
time I click on a
until
link,
now.
I'm like, I swear to God. Damn it, it's porn.
Oh, dang it.
no. But I read a couple of reviews on IMDb of it, and some of them are like, yeah, it's good. It's fascinating history or whatever. And one guy didn't like it, and he was like, "This is just a bunch of hacks talking about all the stuff they read that nobody else reads except for them, and how it was so influential to society." I get the sense of that, where it's like Fran Lebowitz talks about in those documents, like in public speaking and pretend it's a city. She goes, writers don't really have that much influence over the culture anymore. Mm-hmm. So a lot of the influence that writers have now is sort of just on other writers and the critics. It's not really on a broad audience. Mm-hmm. In terms of in terms of like her kind of books, I guess that she's not. I'm not saying that her books aren't influential, because I'm sure they're great. I haven't read them, but it's sort of like a similar thing. So I can understand watching this and be like, nice, and I can understand being like, these are just like guys talking to each other, and I'm just reading their arguments, mm-hmm. which I guess is the 50-year argument. I don't know.
Yeah.
But David Tedeschi, whenever Scorsese directs a documentary, usually David Tedeschi is the editor. And on this, of course, they co-directed it. And I think on Pretend It's a City, he was a co-director as well with Scorsese on that. So he's kind of just been silently killing it with Scorsese. Mm-hmm. Let's look at his filmography really quick, David Tedeschi.
To be fair, though, if you watch a documentary called The 50-Year Argument and you're like, it's just a bunch of people arguing.
Yeah, this is bullshit. That's a good point. Shit.
Like, what did you think it was going to be?
I thought it was going to be everybody getting along.
Yeah,
nobody got along in that movie. Okay, so he edited Shine a Light with Scorsese. He edited the No Direction Home, Bob Dylan with Scorsese. He edited the episode of The Blues that Scorsese directed. He edited Public Speaking, George Harrison Living in the Material World, 2 episodes of Vinyl, which we'll talk about soon, and Rolling Thunder Revue, Pretend It's a City, and Personality Crisis One Night Only, which we'll get to, and this one of the Squarespace things that Scorsese made with his daughter recently.
In 2015, Scorsese directed a short film titled The Audition, starring himself, Robert De Niro, Leonardo DiCaprio, and Brad Pitt.
So this is something that I always saw in Scorsese's filmography, and I was like, I wonder why they ever made a 15-minute short film with these big guys. Like, I wonder what the point of that was. Mm-hmm. And then I watched this, and I went, okay, that was weird. I wonder what that was for. And then then I found out that it was an ad for these 2 casinos that were opening up in Asia called Studio City in Macau, China, and there was one called City of Dreams in Manila, Philippines. Okay. And again, so they filmed this. I think I don't know if they had to have filmed this outside of China, because I don't know if you remember from the last podcast, but Scorsese's not allowed to set foot in China because he made Kundun Dun. And but okay, so the thing is this, right? Can you guess the budget for this thing?
For this, I mean, just looking at it, it looks like it should have $100 million budget just because it has all these people in it. But $50 million? It's a short film, right?
It's 15 minutes long.
$20 million. I don't even.
$70 million.
Yeah, I thought I was closer with the first guess. Jesus.
It cost more than Silence to make this, because
oh my God.
It's not Hollywood paying them, it's the studio, it's the casinos. Mm-hmm. And this was made through Brett Ratner's production company. Brett Ratner is known as the greatest director of all time, who directed movies like Tower Heist and some sexual assault allegations, apparently. Oh. So
I'm like, how have I not heard of this guy?
I think he did X-Men The Last Stand as well. So yeah, this is before all that. Mm-hmm. But of course, when they filmed at the Studio City, because the whole point was that they're at, it opens up and the camera goes, mm-hmm. and they're supposed to be at Studio City. Also, okay, sorry, the premise for this, right? It's Leo gets out of a car and he's going through a script, reciting his lines because he's gonna do an audition for Scorsese. Scorsese mm-hmm. goes, meet me in whatever in China. Unrealistic because he's not allowed there.
At the casino.
And then he gets to the casino, and then De Niro gets out, and he's also studying lines, and they find out that they're up for the same role. So then the whole thing, they just start to go like, but Marty, he's a kid. He can't, me and you.
Yeah.
And he's like, well, Marty, to be fair, we've worked together like 5 times. You haven't worked with this guy in 20 years, like that kind of thing. And it's pretty funny. And at the end, they're fighting, and at the end they're in the Philippines. And Marty goes, you know what? I think I don't think you guys are right. I think the character is going to take on its own thing. I don't think he's going to be that big of a part. So I think you guys are good. And like, all right, cool. Let's get the hell out of here. And then all of a sudden you see Brad Pitt eating like noodles. He's eating, of course.
Yeah.
He's eating noodles, and Scorsese goes, "Hey Brad, thanks for meeting me, man." Like, and he goes, "Let me see what you got. Like anything you got, I'm all ears." And Brad goes, "Okay, I got a lot of money. I can take you down." Like he does a terrible line reading, and Scorsese just gives him this look, like, "Are you fucking kidding me?" And then it ends. But the casino wasn't built yet. So they had to do this weird 3D space where they just filmed it on the green screen, and you're watching it, and you're like, it's like watching these guys in a James Bond video game. It feels like they're at the casino in Grand Theft Auto, the Diamond Casino, whatever it was,
just spinning the wheel.
Yeah. And then this was supposed to screen at Venice Film Festival, and they at the last second they said they had like projection issues or something like that, and they didn't show it. But there were some rumors that they didn't show it because there was some discrepancy over, well, this isn't really art. This is just an ad.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
yeah, that's fair.
It was, tiptoeing on that line. So then they didn't. It's crazy, though. $70 million. I got to go to China.
Where is this an ad for the casino, though? Like, I don't.
Well, because they're at the casinos, and like the casino is basically the backdrop for them.
That's literally the only part that they have going for
Right,
it.
but I guess they're just banking on, American stars. Like, oh, look how legit this is.
Yeah, that's fair.
Also, they have unlimited money because their job is just wringing money out of people.
Exactly. In 2016, Scorsese directed the pilot to a show he co-created with Rich Cohen and Mick Jagger titled Vinyl, which starred Bobby Cannavale as a music producer growing his record label during the 1970s.
I thought I would get a laugh out of you because in the thing I spelled it Mick Jagger, like McDonald's.
Yeah.
And not M-I-C-K Jagger.
I think it's, I don't know.
No, it's M-I-C-K.
Oh.
EYMOUSE.
Okay.
Mickey Mouse Clubhouse. Come inside. It's fun inside.
All right. We're going to get copyright strike.
Oh, shit. You're
by
right.
Disney.
Disney, damn it.
Great. The South Park version of Mickey Mouse is going to come and like crack our knees.
Is that what happens?
Yeah, Mickey Mouse in South Park is like a really bad guy.
Oh,
He's like
shit.
an evil corporate.
Okay. So this was inspired by events that Mick Jagger went through as he was growing as a popular artist back in the 70s. So he co-created it, and so he had some hand in the writing. It wasn't like Mick Jagger's walking around in the movie being played by somebody. It's sort of just, one time a producer told me to fuck off, so we put that in the show.
Yeah.
Also, I could not find this anywhere. I watched this when it came out because it was a new show by Martin Scorsese. And my parent, and this was like right off of that Boardwalk Empire. So Scorsese and TV, people were like, oh shit, because Boardwalk Empire was like still ahead of the curve in terms. I feel like, I don't know, it was in that era where HBO was still seemingly had a higher quality than other shows. You know what I mean? Like HBO was The Sopranos. And people were like, HBO gets the best TV. That's they were the first people who were like their TV shows were movies almost, right?
Boardwalk Empire HBO as well?
Yeah, that was like 2010.
Yeah.
So it was still at that time where, but then this comes out and it's 2 hours. It's like a full movie. It's an hour and 53 minutes. And of course I couldn't watch it. I couldn't find it anywhere. I think you could buy the Blu-ray for again like $50. YouTube give us money and then I'll do that. But I remember watching it with my parents the first time. And I remember us thinking like, yeah, it's good. But I remember my parents not liking because every line is like, he's like, well, if he wants the fucking record label, I'll give him the fucking record label as long as he gives me the fucking money. Are you fucking understanding me? Like that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Like fucking is every other word.
Cursing.
So my mom was like, ooh, I don't know about this. Like that kind of thing. But I still liked it, I guess, at the time. It was also, I watched this like 9 years ago.
Okay.
But it was canceled after one season. And according to the producer, Rich Cohen, he he said it was canceled because the studio executive said, Vinyl. I was friends with Boardwalk Empire. I worked with Boardwalk Empire. The show Vinyl, you're no Boardwalk Empire, and
He
they
said
canceled
that?
the show. Yeah.
Damn.
No, I was doing it. That was from a presidential debate.
Oh, okay.
There was a presidential
That went over
debate,
my
and
head.
he goes, He goes, the guy was like, I'm like a Jack Kennedy type figure. And he goes, I worked with Jack Kennedy. I knew Jack Kennedy. Jack Kennedy was a friend of mine. You know, Walter Mondale, you're no Jack Kennedy. I forget exactly who the guys were doing it.
Kind of a burn.
Dude, it was the biggest burn of all time. That's what debates used to be.
In January 2020, Scorsese and David Tedeschi co-directed Personality Crisis One Night Only, which was a concert movie / documentary that focuses on musician David Johansen's performance at the Cafe Carlyle.
I think it's Johansson, but we're fine.
On David Johansen's performance at the Cafe Carlyle. That's what I said.
I said Johansson.
Johansson.
Is it Johansson?
Whatever.
Have you seen the documentary, Danny?
I think everybody listening by now knows that I don't pronounce anybody's name right.
That's true, yes.
Because it's the first time I'm reading it.
Yeah, it's true.
It's
So, okay,
like,
so let's get into it.
You know it, you know it.
So it's like sort of like The Last Waltz, where it's a concert movie / documentary. Probably more so because in Last Waltz they only cut to documentary stuff like 4 or 5 times, but in this it's pretty cool. He's at this, you know, it's like this underground old school kind of bar, restaurant, club type thing, and they have this guy David Johansen. Who was back in the day he was in a band called the Dolls, which is how like he got his start. They kind of sort of started the punk scene, and he goes up there and they're like, ladies and gentlemen, welcome David Johansen. And he comes up, he's like, thank you everybody for coming out tonight, all these beautiful people, that kind of thing. And then he starts singing a song, and I like it. Also, I couldn't find this anywhere. I had to buy it for. It's on like Showtime or something. So I had to get Paramount Plus. Paramount Plus is like $12 a month. So I just bought this on Amazon for $6. So this is the only thing I bought to watch
This whole time.
Because I just use the library. If you're listening, use the library. They have so many movies you have no idea.
Nerd.
Shut up, dude. Shut up. But in this, there's a scene where he so it just shows how how cool and collected he is, because they start singing a song, and then in the middle of the song he goes, fuck, I fucked it up, I fucked up, and then he goes, that reminds me of a time when this happened, and then he just tells an ant, like he doesn't skip a beat at all. You probably would have liked it a lot.
I love that kind of stuff. I love when musicians can get to the point in their career where they can fully mess a song up and just be like, yeah, let's stop, and the crowd is like, yeah, like people love that. I went to a Grateful Dead show and they messed up one of the songs like really, really bad to the point where they like John Mayer turned around and was like, guys, let's, and the crowd was like, yeah, like they messed up.
See, how come those guys mess up and they get applauded for it? When we mess up, we get canceled or arrested.
They're messing up in different ways.
You run over one pedestrian.
You're an idiot.
So yeah, you probably would have liked it. If you want, I can just log it to my Amazon. You can watch it.
Cool.
And they cut back to like other interviews.
Is your
with him.
credit card information on your Amazon?
Yeah, it's here. I'll read it out to you right now. Social Security as well. Okay. But there's like I said, they cut back to some documentary stuff, and it's just interviews of him, like let's say on David Letterman or something like that, and they just talk. Have you ever heard of the Dolls?
The Dolls?
Yeah. Okay, so yeah.
It's a band, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So yeah. No, like the concept of the dolls.
Oh, yeah.
That girls play with.
I used to play with them all the time.
Oh, yeah? All right.
In 2024, Scorsese directed 2 advertisements for Squarespace. Hello Down There and Marty and Francesca Make a Website.
So I like them. They're fun. You've probably seen them on the internet somewhere.
Yeah.
So the Hello Down There thing, it's like in 90 seconds. Mm-hmm. And the whole premise is that aliens come to Earth and, everybody's on their dang ass phones and they won't look at the aliens, and then the aliens go on Squarespace and make a website.
Yeah.
That says hello down there.
Mm-hmm. And
then they go down there and then they look up and see him, and Marty sees all the UFOs at the end and goes, I told you to take West Broadway or something like that. And then the second one I really like, because we just watched it again. And the second one is Marty's daughter Francesca, who was the girl that he carried around in the neighborhood that we talked about in the Side Projects Part 2. If you're wondering why this is Part 2 and this is Part 3, the Side Projects, because in the Scorsese episode Part 2, we did Scorsese's Side Projects Part 1.
Nice.
If that makes sense. Do the math. But in that, it's really good because Scorsese's like, what's a link? What's a website? What's a domain? Like that kind of thing. It reminds me, there was an interview he did while promoting Killers of the Flower Moon where he goes, I only in the last year started to read emails because emails, they scare me. It says CC, and there are 1,000 names. Who are these people? Like, that's the verbatim what he said. And when he says, who are these people? It's not him angry. He's like genuinely concerned.
Yeah.
Like, who are these people? Which is really funny. And then at the end, of course, they make the website, and Scorsese like pats his daughter on the back and goes, "That's great, huh? It slaps, right? It's slapping.
This website really slaps. It's
We got
really
that.
slapping.
We got that W Riz, right?" Which is pretty funny to hear him say that. And, but also, I want to highlight his daughter Francesca Scorsese a little bit, because I think she's one of the most important film historians living of all time.
Yeah,
Because imagine if Vincent Van Gogh's daughter had a TikTok account. If he had a daughter, but like imagine he had a daughter, she had a TikTok account, and she's just like, you know, singing along to music, and Van Gogh's in the background like cutting his ear off or something like that.
Yeah.
That would be the most valuable thing in history ever. And I think this is similar, where and I like how the fact that he likes TikTok, because it's easy for an old guy to be like, I don't like this, right? But he recognizes like this is a thing. I don't know exactly what it is, but it's fun and creative. And we were talking about before the podcast when we started filming the podcast 3 days ago.
Yeah, seriously.
He talked about in an interview where he goes, you know, we don't really know what movies are. Movies were the art form of the 20th century, but I don't know if they're going to be the art form of the 21st century. It's going to be something else. And what is that? And we're talking about, could it be something involved with social media? And you go, oh well, no, that's, you know, these like, you know, these Vines or TikToks or, you know, whatever, Instagram Reels, they're all just, you know, they're all just like a little fad gimmick type thing. It's like that's like what people thought about movies when they were coming out.
Yeah.
So there's really no way to know, like, and you know, the equivalent of the first time somebody did a close up or a dolly shot in a movie, right? Those are giant, extreme, big, epic innovations that they made. Like nobody did a close up before until somebody did it, right?
Yeah.
What's going to be the equivalent of that for a TikTok or an Instagram Reel or something, or whatever the next art form is? He seems very open to this kind of stuff,
It's
which
just
is
one
fun.
of those things where it's like the ease of access, because like we were talking about how sometimes we see something on Instagram or something and it's so clever and funny and it's all within 10 seconds. It's like all they have to do is have a phone and they don't have to really think about the quality of their filming process or anything. It's just the idea. Even if it's a 10-second idea, there's some really clever ones. There's really crappy ones too, but there's really clever ones. So.
Right. Well, I don't know if we talked about it in the Kubrick podcast, but he liked football. He would always get people in America to tape football games for him, and then he'd watch the game because, you know, he likes like the puzzle of trying to, you know, score points or whatever. But then he would like the commercials as well, because he was jealous that commercials can get a point across so quickly.
Yeah.
Well, me and my dad showed you one yesterday when our second day of filming this podcast. Or no, it was the first day.
The first day,
So
yeah.
3 days ago, we showed you this commercial that I liked when I was little, when I was a Yankees fan. There's a game. It's like a Avis, like a car rental commercial, and there's these New York guys who, you know, have like New York coffee mugs, and they're in the office the next morning, and he goes, "You catch the game last night?" And he goes, "Yeah, it was total domination." They're like all, you know, depressed about it. He goes, "Forget about it. It was terrible." And then these two guys walk in, and one of the guys goes, "Hey guys, this is Tom. This is his first day," and he has a red tie on. He goes, "Hey, I'm wicked psyched to be here. You guys ready to rent some cars?" And there's just a big pause, and the guys just like, they're all just fidgeting and stuff. Like, that's a great idea.
Yeah.
You just said the whole Yankees and Red Sox rivalry in 100 years of that in 10 seconds. You know, so yeah. Do you have any thoughts on these things?
I mean, I like how it has a feeling as if they did just kind of, they had like loose things that they needed to hit in the commercial, but it felt very improvised. Like they just felt very comfortable doing that kind of thing, because it felt like they were just, you know, it felt like she had done that with him before.
Yes.
It's funny to think of Martin Scorsese, this like expert filmmaker, calling his daughter in and being like, "What do you think about this?" You know, he seemed like that kind of guy who would ask people, just anybody, questions about it, about like ideas that he had in filmmaking. So it felt very real.
Yeah, I liked it. That's the best thing he's done in 30 years.
In 2024, Scorsese directed Bleu de Chanel, starring Timothée Chalamet, who is Chanel's ambassador.
So the paramount thing in this for me is I remember that a few years ago there was a video of Timothée Chalamet filming something, and he's going to get in a car, and the camera's supposed to like like dolly towards him, or like I guess steady cam push towards him, and the camera just hits him right in the chest, like boom, and everybody around him, like Scorsese's daughter Francesca was one of the characters escorting him to the car in the shot, and they're all like, "Oh my god!" And he's like, I'm fine," and that went around the internet. That was for this. You could see that shot in the movie,
really?
where they pan in as he's getting in the car, and he goes like that, and they cut away, and they cut to like the next scene, and it's weird. It's, I guess, more enjoyable than the other Chanel de Bleu commercial that we talked about, where the guy is like, I don't have to do what you want me to do, that kind of thing. This is sort of, I guess, something similar where it sort of feels like a French New Wave type thing, because it's all like wacky and the camera's moving around in all crazy ways, and it's black and white, of course, and he's got, I guess, hopped up in being a celebrity, and there's this girl, and he's like, I gotta go do some stuff. It's one of those abstract things where I'm like, okay.
Development on Killers of the Flower Moon began when the rights were purchased in 2016 by Imperative Entertainment before the book was even released. In 2017, it was announced that Scorsese and DiCaprio were officially attached to the project.
So David Gran wrote the book Killers of the Flower Moon. He also did another book called The Wager, which is also in development with Leo and Marty. Killers of the Flower Moon, I always saw this, but every time I went to Barnes & Noble, it was always like one of the best-selling books. I always saw it there. And of course, I never read it, because I'm not, I don't know what all. Every time I try to read a book, I try to figure out what all those scribbles mean, and I can't figure it out.
You can't read.
But again, when we were talking about The Irishman and how he was like, no, I have to do Silence and Wolf of Wall Street first, then I'll do The Irishman. Something similar happened here, where they were considering, well, should we do Killers of the Flower Moon first, or should we do The Irishman first? And then his producers were like, dude, the longer we wait on The Irishman, the harder it's going to be. So let's just get it. He's like, yeah, you're right. Let's do The Irishman. And then, so Eric Roth, in the meantime, was writing the script. And this is sort of the famous point about the movie, is that Eric Roth wrote, a few drafts of the script, and then they had a table reading, and, they were all like, yeah, it's good. And Marty was like, yeah, it's not great, though. Like, it's good. And then, Leo comes up to him and goes, well, Marty, where's the heart of the script? And he's like, yeah, that's a good question. And then they found out that it would be, they would center it around the relationship between Molly Burkhart and Ernest Burkhart. And because Scorsese, he goes, yeah, I was thinking about doing it as a Western. Like he said in pre-production, he goes, it's a Western, right? But he goes, I was thinking like, what, Sam Peckinpah, John Ford, those Westerns have already been done. Those were Westerns for that time. If I just do that now, I'd be doing it for no reason, And he goes, from the perspective, because in the book, so the original version of the script, I'm sorry, I explained that badly. So the first iteration of the script, or the first versions of the script, it was just from like the FBI's perspective, and it was sort of like the birth of the FBI, or and this was the mystery or the case that they were investigating. So it was from the perspective of the FBI, but Scorsese couldn't really find. He goes, what can I find from this perspective about the story that's new, And he goes, but if I switch the perspective around and made it from Molly and Ernest's perspective, and then the FBI's coming in later from like an outside perspective, then I might be able to do something from there, which would be, interesting. That isn't just like a repeat. And then after this movie came out, there was some rumors that Paul Thomas Anderson was brought on to do a rewrite of the script at one point, and that something like that also was. There's a rumor with that for Napoleon as well, which is another Apple movie, where Joaquin allegedly demanded that Paul Thomas Anderson rewrite the script before they started to film it, which makes sense because there's scenes in both of these movies that I feel like could be Paul Thomas Anderson, Napoleon and Killers of the Flower Moon, but the Osage Nation, right? They knew that somebody bought the rights, and they were like, oh, they're gonna make a movie. How is that gonna go? If it's a Western, well, there are Westerns, are sort of like revisionist Westerns that do probably treat Native Americans, American Indians well in the movie, but I'm not like, if you told me, hey, all the movies made in the 1950s, probably didn't depict them in the best of ways. Yeah. It's like, yeah, I believe you. It's 100 years ago almost. Yeah. So, obviously they had skepticism about who would direct it, and I think so their attitude was something along the lines of, We don't, we're not sure if we want another director telling our story, And then I don't think we should have another director tell our story. I think it should be somebody like close to us. And then somebody was like, "Sir, Martin Scorsese is interested in doing it." He's like, "I've never said anything like that. Of course I want him to do it." I don't know if that's exactly true, but it was something like that where he's like, "It's Martin Scorsese." On Sunday Morning, that show I mentioned earlier, on CBS, I think it's at CBS, they did an interview, and he's like, if you're not satisfied with Martin Scorsese directing your movie, you're not going to be satisfied with anybody, as far as I'm concerned. So Scorsese went to meet the president of the Osage Nation, and it was just like an initial meeting. They just thought, "Hey, how's it going? Nice to meet you." Blah blah blah. And then they were there for like 2.5 hours just talking, and that's when they knew, like, okay, Scorsese can probably do this. And the guy asks Scorsese, he goes, "How are you going to make this movie?" And he goes, "I'm going to make it carefully." And he goes, "It's a story about betrayal. It's not going to be like an exploitative, like crazy, thing." That's how then they started to make the movie.
After a year and a half of delays, filming on Killers of the Flower Moon began on April 19th, 2021, with DiCaprio, De Niro, and Lily Gladstone in the main cast.
So the year and a half delays. So in 2020, probably in March, there was this thing called the COVID-19 pandemic. Have you heard about this?
Not really, no.
It was a big deal. Apparently, they put up these 5G towers, and it was making everybody sick.
Dang.
And
really?
the government blamed it on some virus from China.
Yeah, so our lives were ruined.
I actually think China heard that Scorsese was filming another movie, and they said, "That son of a bitch."
Yeah.
Somebody just cut the lock on the Wuhan lab and said, "Wait till they get a load of me."
Yeah.
China, no, that's not true, of course, because China's never done anything wrong.
Mm-hmm.
Going back to the movie, they cast Osage in front and also hired them behind the camera as well. The costume department was all Osage. Like it was led by Sandy Powell, but a lot of the workers were just making, Osage clothes that they wear, like traditional clothes. A lot of the actors were Osage. When they're in that hut and they're trying to figure out who should go to Washington, and the guy's like, "We're still warriors." That thing, that was just Osage guys. And De Niro and Scorsese were on the set, and they were, the Osage were talking amongst themselves in the hut. And De Niro comes out. He goes, "Marty, you hear what they're saying in there?" And then they go in and listen. And Marty's like, "Hey, can you just say that all again, and we'll film it?" And he's like, "Yeah, sure." And he did it. And then he was like, "Excellent, we got it." That wasn't even in the script.
What were they talking about at that point that they were saying those kind of things? Like, did they have to change anything that they said to?
I'm sure they massaged it a little bit, because
yeah.
it's like, they have to contemporize it to that time.
Yeah.
But I don't know if contemporize is the right word. But it was along the lines of that. Like, maybe he was doing a speech and he had the emotion behind it. He goes, "Can you do that for this?" That kind of thing. Lily Gladstone, who was sort of an unknown, she was in a lot of independent movies. She was in a movie Scorsese saw her in specifically that was called Certain Women. And he said, "That's pretty good." And she talks about how she auditioned and then like COVID hit or something. And then she didn't hear back for 8 months. And then she was, on her computer, and she was like about to set up some kind of Zoom call with somebody or she was buying something, and then she got a notification and it said, "Marty Scorsese wants to Zoom with you." And she's like, holy shit. So that's how she
answered like he just
I think it was something like that. She got a message like basically confirming that she got the part when she was like just buying something. She's like, "I'm not buying this. I'm going to go be in this movie." Leo met with Ernest Burkhart's niece. So she knew Ernest Burkhart lived until he was like 90, Leo's character. So she got to talk to him while he was like an old guy. And she had some of his journals and some photos of him. And Leo was like, yeah, he was not an intelligent guy at all. He couldn't even string a sentence together, writing it down,
Oh, in his like diary or whatever.
Yeah, like he wrote his S's backwards and stuff
God,
like.
yeah.
I don't know if that's true, but it was stuff like that where it's like if Patrick Starr had a journal, that's what it would be. It's okay to make fun of him for being dumb because he was a bad guy.
Yeah, he's a really bad guy.
Let's see. Also, and then Robbie Robertson passed away during the filming of the movie.
Yeah,
but he also did he did. Or not during the filming, but during the post-production, he passed away. But he already did all the music stuff that he needed to. That the opening music and stuff was him. Yeah, it's hard to find a lot of really good juicy stories because a lot of like the good stories we see is like come from books or something like that, or like years after the fact
Yeah.
people want to spill the beans. But during like if we were trying to get the story about Raging Bull, let's say, and the story about Marty going like Joe Pesci going, I didn't know you made TV movies, Marty. For those of you who don't know, who didn't hear it before, there's a story where on the set of Raging Bull, they were filming, and Erwin Winkler goes, "Hey, maybe cut out on the cursing because this has to go on TV. It's gonna be hard." And Scorsese's like, "Yeah, yeah, yeah." And then Joe Pesci says, "Oh, I didn't know you made TV movies, Marty." And Scorsese's like, "He's right. We don't make TV movies. We're right. He's right." Like good stories like that, you don't really get in like the promotional material because the promotional material is all just about. Oh yeah, he's just it's just a great actor and it's a great experience. Like there's not a lot of nobody's gonna say like a story like that during the film.
Nobody's gonna say any like troublesome time they had on the set.
Yeah, exactly. We find that out like 10 years later.
On October 22nd, Killers of the Flower Moon was released in theaters and received excellent reviews, but had poor box office performance, making $158 million worldwide off a $200 million budget. It received 10 Oscar nominations, none of which it won.
So this being in theaters was a big deal because this was a movie that Scorsese was publicly going around saying, like, we can't get the funding for this. And luckily Apple, who I like what Apple's been doing, where they have unlimited money. They're going to have unlimited money forever, right? And they want to start making movies. And they want to be known for making the best movies. They want to be like HBO for movies, let's say. And their idea was very different from what Netflix is doing because Netflix never goes, we're going to have a big wide release, right? Which some people think is dumb. And by some people, I might be part of that because like a Knives Out 2 comes out. It's released in 600 theaters and it made $12 million that weekend in 600 theaters. So if you do that math, let's say 6 times 6 is 36, so 3,600 theaters, 12 times 6 is 72. It could have made $72 million opening weekend. It's not exactly because when a movie's in limited release, obviously the theater count, the theater average skews higher. So let's say it would have made in between $50 and $70 million opening weekend if they released it wide. Why doesn't Netflix want to do that? I don't know. And at the premiere, there's a story that came out recently where Ted Sarandos, the CEO, was at the premiere of Glass Onion, Daniel Craig and Ryan Johnson were like clapping during the 20-minute standing ovation that every movie gets these days. And he goes, like, why aren't you you're not gonna put that movie in theaters? Daniel Craig says, and Ted Sarandos goes, our model doesn't allow for it. And he goes, well, your model's fucked, pal.
Yeah, seriously.
Pipsqueak.
Pipsqueak. Yeah, sure, Pipsqueak.
Dude, if you want to win an argument, just call the person Pipsqueak. Like even if you're in a political argument, like, where do you think that money comes from? The bank? Yeah, sure. Keep talking, Pipsqueak. Even if you're wrong, you'll win. So I like what Apple's been doing. So basically, they're just going, oh, well, let's just give the directors, what they want and give them these big budgets, and see if we can make some extra money off of that, right? So if the three big ones I can name off the top of my head have been Killers of the Flower Moon with Scorsese, $200 million budget, Napoleon with Joaquin and Ridley Scott, $200 million, and then there's a movie called Argylle that Matthew Vaughn directed with Bryce Dallas Howard and Henry Cavill. All three of those released theatrically with wide releases, and they all bombed, right?
Yeah.
So now it's being thought that Apple's rethinking their strategy, which sucks because I was really excited and I wanted those movies to succeed. And I think Killers of the Flower Moon and Napoleon probably should have, or I would have liked them to succeed. Argylle. So anyway, I was the movie Argylle. I was saying, like, I wanted Napoleon and this to succeed, and then Argylle. Anyway, because it's such a bad movie. But so yeah, this made $158 million, right? The budget for this is $200, but again, how much of that is skewed on the back end for budget? Because a lot of back end deals, let's say Leo's salary is $15 million, right? But he also gets like 1% of the profit, let's say, whatever. But if he's not going to get 1% of the profit because it was originally made for streaming, and then they said let's put this in theaters, maybe he got $20 million instead. So then that kind of balloons the budget on the front loads it a little bit. I don't know, but I saw it in theaters. And I thought it was an absolute masterpiece because I thought Scorsese definitely transcended the genre of film by not putting a narrator that like we're used to in Goodfellas and Casino, Wolf of Wall Street, and The Irishman in the movie, like on a voiceover. But what he did is he hired a bunch of people to go into the theater during the movie and narrate the movie for us,
Bro.
which I really liked a lot. And by really liked them a lot, I mean I hated it and it almost ruined the movie for me. Because for 3.5 hours there was this couple in front of me, and they're whatever. If you want to whisper like, "What did he say?" That's fine. I don't care. But when you start to have like actual conversations, and this one lady, there's a scene in this movie where Molly Burkhart, where her sister's house gets blown up, and Ernest like gives her the nod, like she's downstairs, and he shakes his head like she's dead, and she starts crying. The lady just literally goes, "Oh, she's crying," like that loud in the theater. Somebody else gets shot later, and she goes, "Oh my God, he shot him,
Dude. Yeah.
What the hell's going on here?"
What is going on like the last few times that we both have been in movie theaters?
Yes.
Just someone is in there ruining it.
The last 10 times I've been to the theater, 6 times something like this has happened.
It's becoming, I don't know what is happening, but it's getting worse. It feels like.
And it's like you can't at a certain point you can't blame people, because think about it. Like, oh, if I have, let's say it's me, my mom, and my dad at home, right?
Mm-hmm.
And we want to watch Killers of the Flower Moon. It's $20 to rent between the three of us. We can do it right now. We can pause the movie if we have to go to the bathroom. We can we could talk to each other if we need to. Like, what? We rewind it, right? But you go to the movies. All right, you have to get in a car. You have to get dressed, get in a car, use the gas to drive to the movie theater, buy the tickets for $15 each. Maybe get some food. You don't have to. I don't get food. And then you go there and you have to hope that nobody fucking ruins the movie like that for you. I understand why theaters are going out of fashion, and from what I understand, theaters are investing a lot of money into kind of revamping them to try to get people back. And the dumbest thing for me was like around the theaters that we went to, like AMC Freehold, AMC Hamilton, or whatever, is they started taking away like the arcade machines.
Yeah, there's no
loitering. It's like, oh, sorry, you don't want people to be at the movie theater for as long as possible?
Yeah.
What the fuck? So
now
now
there's
they started
no character to them. There's no arcade games anymore. It's like that was part of the fun of going.
Yeah. Now they're investing in like putting zip lines in the movies.
Wait,
I saw that AMC is like they're gonna invest in games and zip lines. It's like, what?
They need to invest in a system where it's like a button that you can press if someone's talking, and if enough people press it, they come in and escort that person out.
Yeah.
Or I'm gonna start doing it. I'm just gonna be that guy.
Well, I started like, if I buy an AMC shirt off Amazon, and every time I go to the movie, I wear it,
That's
and I can literally just say, "Hey, you're out of here, pal."
You should do that. That would be awesome.
That'd be pretty
Dude,
good.
can we do that next time?
Let's
Let's
do
just
it.
go to a movie where it's like doesn't really matter, and then just start kicking people out.
Yes, let's do it. Do you want to hear my John Wick story? And then if for those of you who want to hear Killers of the Flower Moon, just skip ahead.
Yeah.
This is a minute. So when I saw John Wick 4, I think I've told you. I might have said this on the podcast. When I saw John Wick 4, I was like, holy shit, this is awesome. And then there was these kids all the way up in the front, in the corner, who were just like...
Yeah.
like just making noise and stuff and like talking and laughing with each other. And at one point, this kid takes like the flashlight on his phone and shines it like under his face to make him look evil. And he turns around to his friends in the back and goes, "Boo!" And the kid, his friend, slaps him in the face and lands the cleanest slap I've ever heard. Just people laugh at the theater. I go, holy fuck, I'm dying laughing. And then the lady comes in and kicks them out.
Good.
But it was like, holy shit, these kids were so badly behaved. Just that shut him up so quickly.
Yeah. That was like Romulus, the kid in front of us.
Oh
it
my
was
God.
Quiet. Anytime it got quiet, he would go like or something, and I'm just like, I wanted to just hit him like in the top of the head or something.
Yeah. You should be allowed to hit people.
In the movie theater, if they're talking, you should be able to hit them.
Yeah, there's no such thing as assault in the movie theater.
That'd be great.
If somebody really pisses you off, you just go, "Hey, you want to go see a movie?"
Yeah.
You son of a bitch! Did you sleep with my wife?
I'm not sitting there.
Yeah. All right, we gotta get back to this movie.
Okay.
What did you think about this movie? You didn't see it in theaters, right? I remember.
No, I didn't see it in theaters. I do wish I did see it in theaters, though.
It was tough because I saw it with. I think I saw it with our friend Mark, and then I wanted to see it with you and my dad, and I just never got around to it.
Yeah.
What did you think of seeing it? What'd you watch it on?
I can't even remember. Whatever it's on that you can rent it. I think I had to rent it.
All right.
No.
Do you have Apple TV?
I think I signed in.
Okay, good.
I think I signed in on yours. I mean, I really enjoyed it. It's always interesting when he takes a character like the main character in this, Leo's character, and he's just like a really bad guy. Like, I feel like that's a common thing in his movies where we're following a guy who's just like a really, really bad guy. And then the point is sort of like we see the consequences of just leading a terrible lifestyle. Because in the end, he still ends up lonely, basically.
Right.
And his wife, who he loves, won't even talk to him, just leaves him. So, I don't know. I enjoyed it. But it is sad knowing that it bombed and then knowing that Scorsese afterwards was like, it's over kind of thing.
That was after The Irishman.
Oh, that was after The Irishman?
When he said it's over, they don't want to make the
so
movies they want to make.
that's even worse because I feel like I hope this movie, like, bombing didn't, like, break Martin Scorsese's spirit.
Yeah, but he's been through bombs before.
Yeah.
You know, The King of Comedy, Hugo. The first time I watched this movie, it was shocking to me how... Because we talked about in The Irishman where he doesn't stylize or dramatize the violence in it at all. It's just so matter of fact.
Yeah.
And how he presents, the concept of evil in this is just as matter of fact and casual as well. And it reminds me of a book called... Because you talked about Ernest Burkhart and how he's evil and stuff. It reminds me of a book called Ordinary Men where it talks about how, Nazi soldiers were just like cops. Like, go find a cop on the street right now. They were just that for Germany.
Yeah, yeah.
And then over the course of a few years, they just slowly became like the SS, right? And I see a similar concept in this where, it's he moves there. He moves to the Osage Nation and goes, "Hey, Uncle, nice to see you again." He's like, "Oh, I love these people. These are great people out here, And I'm definitely not a evil bastard, And then he goes out and he starts to flirt with Molly, and he goes, "Hey, why don't you think about marrying her for the money?" He's like, "No, but I actually like her. Like, I guess I'll do both because I guess it's a win. I can just marry, And then he sees like all these women being sick, and then he's sort of like on his periphery sees what they're like, how they're taking the money, and how his uncle is scheming for the money, and then it's like it's the equivalent of being like, "Hey, I need you to go, just take $20 out of the register for me," and then like a week later he's like, "Hey, take 40 out.
Snowball effect.
Hey, can you take 100 out this time? Can you take 1,000 out?"
Yeah.
It's like that, where it's like it goes from, "Hey, you should make what about marrying her? Could you just sign this so that I get the insurance if something happens?" And to, "Hey, can you poison your wife?"
Yeah, yeah. Just keep her down for a little.
Exactly. So it's showing, like, I think the person who's truly evil, of course, is William Hale.
Yeah.
But it's showing you how just a dumb idiot like Ernest Burkhart just slowly became evil.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Like, in terms of when someone with like a high IQ who is evil gets a hold of someone with a low IQ who is willing to do something because like family or their family ties or something. I feel like that's part of this story is that he's so dumb that he doesn't even realize he's doing it in a sense. Like, he knows he's doing it, but he's kind of just ignores the fact that he is doing it because he's kind of dumb.
Right. He's sort of like Jordan Belfort, like ignoring the consequences.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. But also like watching this, because one can argue that it does get repetitive seeing somebody die over and over and over again, right? And one of the things I like that they did in this movie is they didn't make any compilation characters, which is where, for example, there's a movie that came out called The Iron Claw, right? And spoilers for that, 3, 2, 1. The premise of that movie is that there was these wrestler brothers, and all of a sudden they just one by one started dying. It's not like a murder mystery. It's just by happenstance, by either bad luck or drug overdoses or something like that. All the brothers died. And in the movie, there's 3 brothers that die, right? And then there's 1 brother left over. But in real life, there was actually 4 brothers that died. But in the movie, they just had to cut one of the brothers out because it would just get too repetitive.
Yeah, yeah.
Which I don't know how I feel about that, because it's not
kind of like disrespectful in a way.
Sort
honestly.
of, right?
I'd be pissed.
So, but in this, to my knowledge, it doesn't seem like they do that. And but it's like watching somebody like slowly fall down a mountain.
Yeah.
Or it's for 3.5 hours where they just keep going. You're like, oh my God, dude.
It's getting worse and worse. It's like to the point where it's so depressing that you're like,
yeah.
I don't know how much more of this I can take,
honestly. Like I mentioned before, how when I know my dad's liking or into a movie when he says, "Holy shit." And every time something like that. Every time somebody got shot in the head, he just went, "Holy shit."
Yeah. I had a moment like that when the house blows up and they find her and she's just there and they go to pick her up and her the back of her head is just like a pumpkin, like a mashed up pumpkin. You're like, oh, you're just not expecting to see it because it's right in the really close to the frame, and they pick it up and it's just there.
Yeah.
Like, oh gosh.
And they never really. Yeah, it's tough. There's one scene in the movie where I knew because when something happens in a movie like this, you get really pissed. Like I remember when we saw the movie Bombshell, where it was like it was about Rupert Murdoch got like fired or something because he like sexually assaulted all these ladies, and his severance package was more money than the ladies. I remember you being so pissed about that. And I remember in this movie when there's the scene where they what was it? Is it the sheriff or the insurance the insurance guy, who's the guy from No Country for Old Men, who goes, I need to know what I stand to win. Where he's like, what's the most you ever lost in a coin toss? That actor. There's a scene where they're walking through the street, and there's like in the parade is like the KKK. And he's there, like he's in the front of the KKK going like, oh, hey, Ernest, how are you? And then later during the trial, like over William Hale and the murders, he's part of the jury.
Yeah.
And I remember seeing that going, oh my God, Danny's going to be pissed when he sees that, dude.
Also, before we move on, I just want to clear up why I was laughing when you were talking about Bombshell.
It's because you thought it was funny?
No, because when I was laughing, think about when we saw that, you mentioned the sexual assaults, and I'm laughing as you said that. I wasn't laughing at the sexual assaults. I was laughing because in the movie theater, we watched the first entire scene, and I thought it was like a trailer for another movie, and I got up and I go, glad we're not seeing that movie. I walk away. And I'm going to the bathroom. I'm going to the bathroom. I'm like, I text John. I'm like, was that the movie?
I'm sitting there. He just leaves like 3 minutes into the movie. And he goes, oh, I thought that was the trailer. He goes, I thought that was a trailer for another movie. You probably thought you were going to see some World War II
Dude,
epic.
Yeah,
like Bombshell.
I don't know what I was thinking. I still do this sometimes when we go see a movie. I don't watch anything about it. I just go and see the movie.
Yeah.
Because we watched one movie. I can't remember. It was like the robbery movie with the vaping cowboy. What was that called?
Hell or High Water.
Hell or High Water, yeah. Yeah. I didn't watch anything about that, and then I really enjoyed it. So.
Yeah. Well, speaking of Western, that's sort of a neo-Western. Speaking of the Western genre, we talked about how Scorsese thought, he's like, how am I going to approach a Western in a new way or whatever? And I think this kind of feels... There's a lot of movies like we talked about with Sergio Leone podcast with Once Upon a Time in the West, where that feels thematically like the last Western. It's about the end of that era and all those things dying off and big business coming in and the modern world coming and taming the West. But this sort of feels like the last Western in another sense where maybe not geographically, but in, it's 1920s. So chronologically, it feels like, the end of that era. But also it feels like sort of... in the same way a revisionist Western would say, well, this is what sort of happened and we need to account for this. Something like McCabe and Mrs. Miller or, Butch Cassidy or whatever. Whatever Western in the 70s that you like, which is classified as a revisionist Western, that I can't name off the top of my head right now. The Outlaw Josie Wales, maybe. I don't know. But or whatever. You know what I'm saying. But in this, they kind of go, all right, well, we talked about the treatment of American Indians, Native Americans, maybe not being the best it was 100 years ago in the movies. Like sure, with everybody, there's bad and good, groups of in every group, right? But this kind of shows, and goes, hey, like before we're done with this genre forever, we just have to make sure we talk about what we did to them really quick. Yeah. And then we can get out of here.
There's a lot.
Does that make sense? What I'm saying?
No, yeah, that makes sense. I don't. Do you think Western movies are a thing that should just stop being made? Like, are they all actually told? Like, I would understand why someone like Martin Scorsese doesn't really want to touch it anymore because he says it's already been done. But I don't see the point in just like saying it is completely over. Let's stop making them. Right?
So it's tough because it's sort of the Western when it started out, because Westerns were the idea of a movie was spurred, and the reason the Westerns American genre and movies were sort of born out of the Western, right? And that because that was sort of like the first genre, like the Great Train Robbery, right? Is because it's almost like the surge of World War II movies after World War II. There was Wild West movies after the Wild West because from 1900 to 1940, It's like westerns were like the '80s to us.
Yeah.
It's like, oh yeah, back in the '80s, when Jesse James. It's like the same thing.
Yeah, that's fair.
So it's hard to sort of make that the dominant genre again. Of course, you can have examples of successful ones in the modern day, like Django or something, or The Hateful Eight. It usually has to be, if Christopher Nolan made it Western, I'm sure it would make money because it's more direct. The success of that is more director oriented, the genre oriented. So it's hard to make a big budget Western these days. But it has to. I don't know how it can come back.
Yeah.
If it can, but it's not gonna be like the new comic book movies, right?
I like the idea. I just thought of this because in music nowadays there's a sort of folk revival, and it kind of is. They're just people are making music that sounds like it was made in whenever folk was really popular. I can't really remember the dates.
Like 60s,
70s, 50s, whatever. I like the idea of someone making a new Western movie today and just making it look like it was filmed in, like Sergio Leone era. Do you know what I'm saying? I wonder how hard that would be to make it literally look like that.
Well,
Or like
digitally it'd
McCabe
be
and
pretty
Mrs.
easy
Miller.
because you can just do it with filters because they probably have a filter for everything now. But if you wanted to film it in film, it would be I think for the future of Westerns, because there's obviously a lot of people, there's a niche for everything, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if you want to make a Western for people who are fans of Westerns, you can do it on a very low budget.
Yeah.
Like if you wanted to make like a $200,000 Western and then sell it on like DVD or digital, that's actually its own market. Like you can do that. I don't think it can come back and be the thing again, unless like a nuclear bomb drops and the West becomes the West again.
Yeah.
Like you have like a Fallout Western.
That would be cool. Yeah.
That's actually a great idea. I mean, Fallout's already sort of kind of like a Western because they have the gun. They have
They literally have the guy.
the Ghoul,
Yeah, the Ghoul.
the Fallout TV show we're talking about.
But it's not. It is and it isn't because there's other aspects.
Yeah, it's like a hybrid.
Mm-hmm.
I want to talk about the so the imagery of the fire when there's that music playing, that old timey music playing, and the guys are lighting up the fire on William Hell's farm, where the FBI is meeting, and they're like, "There's son of a bitch! I just sold him a fire insurance policy 2 weeks ago." And then William Hell's, and at first I'm like, "Oh my god, the visual behind that is so amazing." But I remember the first time I watched it being like, "Okay, but the meaning of this is kind of why they're spending so long in this moment is kind of going over my head." And then this time I watched it, and I said, "Oh, this is clearly just a metaphor for what they're doing to these people. Like they're coming to this land, taking out an insurance policy on it, and then killing everybody, and just taking all the like literally just burning the land,
Slowly
for
burning it right in front of them.
Slowly burning it right in front of them, and just taking all the money and then leaving.
Yeah.
I thought that was a great metaphor. And then of course the shots of the owl when Lizzie Q, Molly's mom, is about to die and she sees the owl. That's a great visual. And then later when Molly's about to die, she sees the owl, and then she sees Ernest walk in. It's clearly saying that, oh, that's like a foreshadowing type thing where they're both, him and the owl and Ernest are her angels of death, essentially.
Yeah, both the ones bringing her to death.
Yeah, where do you think this ranks for you in terms of like the level of Scorsese movie we're dealing with?
In terms of like the execution of it, or just
like let's say if The Irishman, Wolf of Wall Street, and Goodfellas are like A tier, let's say, and then B tier is Hugo, The Aviator, Gangs of New York.
I would definitely put it in A tier in terms of movie, like in terms of like the execution of making a movie. I feel like it's definitely A tier.
Yeah,
I mean it's perfect in terms of that stuff. Now I don't know if I can say it's perfect, but it's really really well done.
Yeah, I think it's great, and I think it's in the upper echelon of his movies. And I think but in terms of like as a monumental thing, like that just feels like a big deal. I feel like this is one of Scorsese's movies that feels like a big deal. The same way, even though like box office wise it didn't really, I think people might find it in a few years.
Yeah, you think it'll have legs like Raging Bull kind of thing, like
it could be a Raging, because also Raging Bull is a pretty monumental movie. Last Temptation was a big deal when it came out. Goodfellas, Casino, those movies. I don't think this is going to be one of the forgotten Scorsese movies, sort of like King of Comedy or After Hours. But even King of Comedy was forgotten for 30 years. And then very recently it had a resurgence and people like it. and people have been watching it. So, and also, I think it's a good investment for any studio to say, in a legacy sense, like, hey, this is our Scorsese movie that we made. Like, Apple having a Scorsese movie is good for their brand. So, do we have any more thoughts on this?
No, I don't know. Do you?
Let's see.
Feels weird to be coming to the end.
Yeah, because the last
Scorsese.
week of my life, or no, I guess the last 3 months of our lives have been just doing Scorsese. I really hope he makes a couple more. He was supposed to do Life of 2 movies, Life of Jesus and a Frank Sinatra movie, and those were supposed to be filming sometime in the next year, and they both just got delayed. So people were speculating, is that because of health reasons or not? It could be because he doesn't, he couldn't get the money or something. But
For anyone still watching, can you put down in the comments if you think Johnny says Jesus weird?
I don't say Jesus weird.
He says Jesus sometimes, and it just, I don't know. It's nothing big, but like,
well, it's JESUS. It's not Jesus. It's Jesus.
But you're saying like Jesus, like.
I'm not saying Jesus. No, I'm not. Can you tell that our brain is rotting from doing so much podcasting? So yeah, how was this one? Did you guys watch all 3 parts? What did you think of it? Do you think it would be a good idea in the future to post it as like a 15-hour video and just say fuck it? Because I saw
or a supercut of all of our best moments.
Yeah,
if that's even.
So that would be like 2 minutes long.
Yeah.
I was going to bed the other night and I saw there's a Star Wars documentary about the Clone Wars. That's 9 hours and 41 minutes, and it has like 800,000 views. And I'm like, okay, so people want this.
Yeah, people want
to some extent. Like people can. I'm sure this would be a very good sleep aid for some people.
Yeah,
this podcast.
Yeah. It is for me.
But I hope people have found this Scorsese series valuable. And if you're here years after the fact and it's still on YouTube and people are still watching it, and it's made as much of a splash in the lives of people who like Scorsese as we hope it could. I hope this has been a valuable podcast for you, and
it has for us. I felt
definitely.
This was very enjoyable for me, just being able to sit down and really take in such an important part of film history has been super valuable to me.
Definitely. I wanted because now you have we have bragging rights when somebody goes, oh yeah, there's this old Martin Scorsese movie, and you're like, oh yeah, who's that knocking, right?
Yeah.
Like you've seen all of it, and so that's kind of but also Scorsese kind of feels like a friend of ours now.
Yeah. Like we said before, he feels much more personal, and in terms of like for us, like you being a filmmaker, screenwriter, artist, me being a musician, it's nice knowing that for Martin Scorsese, it took time. You know what I'm saying? Like his first movies aren't the best. They're great. Like the blueprint for what he would become was still there.
Right.
But that goes for any artist. Like watching all his stuff, it makes you realize that it takes time to become the expert who can make a movie like Killers of the Flower Moon.
Yes, there's not a lot of guys who just show up and make a movie at a first time. Because like sometimes in like an athlete, they go through puberty and they just have like a crazy, because I don't know.
Athlete's a different thing though.
Right, they just show up. They just show up and they're really good, really young, right? But
Yeah.
for I guess a more intellectual thing like a movie, it really takes years to kind. Because Scorsese made Who's That Knocking, and if you watch it now and not think it's Scorsese, you're like, what the fuck is this?
Yeah.
But the only interest I have in it now is because it's Scorsese, and I'm not so much doing it from a emotionally stimulating or entertaining experience. I'm doing it from an intellectual study where, all right, he's working with this idea that shows up in Mean Streets, which is a great movie.
Yeah,
right?
Exactly.
So yeah, it's a good point that you brought
that
up.
was a comforting thing that I found out throughout the process of watching this. Like, oh, he wasn't just perfect right away. Like nobody really is in this form, at least.
Except for Willem Dafoe, who's never done anything
Certain
wrong.
people, I guess, yeah.
So yeah, is that it?
That's it.
All right. I hope you guys enjoyed it. Thanks for watching, and I hope you guys have found a new appreciation for Scorsese after watching this. So, thank you. Bye.